The entire space is covered in thick darkness. Not a single ray of light breaks through, and a fine cold rain drips from the bloody sky. Breathing heavily, bent over something large, sits a wet, exhausted hero with a sharp metal blade in his hands. Drops of bright, scarlet blood, diluted by the rain, flow down the blade of the weapon. The cold metal is stuck in the body of an already lifeless man. There's nothing to see around, only a bloody mess, corpses lying motionless, with horror in their eyes that will never go away. And suddenly, the silence is broken by the voice of the only warrior left alive. His face covered in small abrasions, covered in sweat and splashed with scarlet blood. He looked around, with some weariness in his eyes and perhaps even regret, thinking about how many people had died in this battle. Suddenly, the realization comes of how wrong the soldier was, and how in vain he behaved so carelessly, because someone's presence was heard. The hero turned around sharply with some disgust and irritability at the voice of the lying enemy, who recognized the strength of his opponent. Looking straight into the eyes of the huge monster lying beneath his feet, the warrior was angry and surprised that his enemy was somehow still alive. At the hero's feet lay none other than the giant Agayut himself, one of the strongest and no less powerful representatives of his kind, the last of the three giants. 20 days ago, this huge, powerful monster along with his intermediaries appeared in the empire and began to sow chaos. The enraged warrior pressed his foot with all his might into the nose of his defeated but still living enemy, menacingly accusing the giant of destroying half of the empire. But the monster, with a calm voice and a completely empty look, looking at his conqueror, reassured the man that he did not have long to live and would soon return to the side from which he came. The hero, still not looking away, said with some joy how glad he was about this, and told that the monster's long-dead friends were already waiting for him. But the giant did not quite understand him, so he asked again in surprise who the man was talking about. And in the answer, he learned that he meant the 2 monsters he had come with. The warrior decided to tell about how the monster's comrades died, describing in detail that one was fried to a crisp by a powerful, hot-tempered red dragon. With the same enthusiasm, he said that the villain's second intermediary had been sealed forever with the help of magic, a very strong old man named Lorahan. Then the hero, with a smile that resembled a beast's grin and eyes full of rage and some kind of superiority, asked Agayut if he finally understood who he was dealing with. The giant, calling the hero a strong little man, still reacted calmly to all the words. The monster said that the children of the stars share their feelings among themselves. He looked at the exhausted warrior, soaking wet in the rain, who had clearly lost enough strength and blood, and said that they had taken their enemies with them to the next world as well. Although he was already completely exhausted, with a hoarse voice, but with a certain grin and absolutely seriously, Agayut declared that there were no more people in this empire as strong as the soldier standing in front of him. All bloody, tired, but still with the same fire, ready to fight to the end, the hero objected to such words that he was still alive. Despite the soldier threatening him with a blade, the giant groaned hoarsely for the man to stop pretending, because he knew that he didn't have much time left, and he was glad about it. The warrior became furious after hearing that he was not an obstacle to the invader's cherished desire, since he did not understand his own strength and did not hone his skills. The angry and furious soldier, with fire in his eyes, told Agayut to shut up, because he himself knew about the life he had lived in vain. The defeated giant said that the hero had the right to be proud, since he was a great man, but the world would soon be swallowed up by the radiance of the stars anyway. At this point, the giant's words were cut off. The warrior swung his weapon, and with one sharp movement cutting through the air, the hero ended the life of such a strong enemy. After that, the tired soldier headed back, not paying attention to the rain, the blood, the corpses under his feet, completely ignoring everything around him. He walked completely immersed in his own thoughts, which did not give him peace. Only one thought was spinning in his head, drowning out everything around. Despite his fatigue and many wounds, The hero continued to walk and think about how it was possible to change what had already happened. The longer the man continued to walk, the more tired and bloodless he became. Groaning and with tears in his eyes, he lost touch with reality. Before his eyes were placed pictures from the not-so-distant past. How he sat with his friends in the camp. How they all talked. He recalled how he first met his best friend, who helped him to get aggravated in the camp and get to know everyone. The pictures changed one after another. Pleasant memories emerged in his mind about how they talked jokingly and laughed loudly. How carelessly they set out for this battle and had no idea what awaited them. How their friend laughed at this and did not listen to his warnings. A picture of a friend's death appeared before my eyes, and the horror on his face, which will remain there forever. This memory brings me back to reality. A soldier stands in front of a large pile of corpses, calling them fools, and begins to scold them for fighting to the end because of their pride. The warrior dropped to his knees and closed the eyes of his friend and commander, continuing to scold them for the fact that they could have escaped, but never did. The exhausted hero could not understand why only his sword could defeat these terrible giants, who were capable of reflecting the aura of the sword of the strongest swordsman. He could not help but think that if it weren't for this, ordinary soldiers wouldn't have had to stand on the front lines and wouldn't have died at the very beginning. Kneeling, he pressed his hands to the ground and bowed his head before the dead, continuing to think how true this could be. The man continued to reproach himself for not being able to save them, not believing what was happening. Someone's quiet voice was heard asking if there was anyone nearby. The hero recognized the voice that continued to say that he could not move because of his injuries. But despite this, he could not believe what was happening. He leaned on his bloody sword, quickly rose to his feet and headed in the direction from which the barely audible sound was coming. The hero has definitely decided for himself that no matter what it costs him, he must help the only surviving person from his squad. Having moved his already dead friends aside a little, he saw a female silhouette who was sitting, leaning against a stone, barely breathing. The hero smiled because he was incredibly happy to see someone else alive, understanding that this was truly reality and not a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, with his gaze wandering over the poor woman's body, trying to finally understand whether this was reality, he stopped on something terrible for himself. The girl had her arm torn off, which she bandaged with a piece of cloth from her clothes in an attempt to save her own life. Adishan, the girl the hero found, was his commander-in-chief, strong and independent, but now she sat pale and needed help. The guy jokingly called the girl's appearance inappropriate for her rank, but in response he heard that he himself didn't look very good for a corporal. Despite her grave condition, the warrior asked if Agayut was still alive, since for her this was the most important thing now. The commander-in-chief directed her gaze towards the guy standing next to her, hoping to hear some good news for herself right now, and the corporal was able to calm the wounded, but also not broken girl, saying that he had killed the giant bastard and his corpse lay nearby. The warrior began to cry and thank Corporal Ronan because his words meant that everything was already over, and her friends had not died in vain. The guy looked at the crying and bloody unfortunate woman, not knowing how to react to the current situation and words. Then the guy thought about it and decided to ask if the girl would listen to his request, if she was really so grateful to him. The corporal explained that he wanted the bodies of the dead to be properly taken care of, and not just burned or left there as soldiers usually do. The commander-in-chief is not sure about his chances of survival, and suggested that he take care of it himself, since in her opinion he looks much more alive. The corporal began to laugh at what he heard, asking how he could do this since he was well aware of the severity of his condition. Ronan's whole body suddenly ached from laughter and he began to cough violently, showing his interlocutor the blood he had spat out on his hand. Looking at his palm, the corporal began to say that it was not yet clear which of them was alive, because he really could die at any moment. Realizing his condition, the warrior said with regret that he had spent his whole life uselessly, and that to die like this seemed unfair. Adishan asked what her subordinate would like to do if he survived, to which the guy answered with slight irony that a lot of things. Looking up, the guy thought about this question for a bit and dreamily said that only one thing came to mind right now. Seeing the question in the girl's eyes, he said that he would like to know what it was like to study at the academy, which greatly surprised his interlocutor. The corporal continued to explain, remembering the giant's words which had hurt him a little. But the main thing was that it was his older sister's wish. After a short silence, he looked at the pool of blood under his feet and calmly said with a smile that he would soon be reunited with his family. Evil Adishan loudly objected that a search party would arrive soon. All that was left was to wait until the rain stopped. But the guy, with the same calm, asked not to say useless words since he had already explained that he definitely would not be able to stay alive. Suddenly, the interlocutors were very surprised to notice that the raindrops began to fall much more slowly, and then stopped altogether. The heroes began to voice all their doubts that the storm had ended, which meant that there really was hope for salvation. But suddenly the earth shook and groaned. A strong wind blew, and all hopes for saving the exhausted warriors evaporated. The corporal clenched his teeth and growled in anger and frustration at what was happening. He could not believe what his eyes were seeing. Monsters descended from the sky, the same ones they had just had to fight. But this time they had 8 wings. The giants hovered above the earth. They came to the empire to sow darkness and horror, destroying everything in their path. The monsters were eager to turn everything into dust. Horrible creatures appeared out of nowhere. There were more and more of them. They blocked out the entire sky around the warriors. Seeing this whole situation, the corporal, asking where they all came from, suddenly jumped to his feet, tightly clutching his weapon in his hand. The warrior, seeing the emerging picture, could only quietly say that this could not be, not believing that those 3 were not the last. She didn't hear anything else around her. She thought only about the fact that she couldn't save the world for the 3rd time, and this was her last chance. But the girl didn't know how to win. Finally, the guy was able to shout to the commander-in-chief and draw attention to himself, thereby bringing her out of the stupor that had arisen. The guy demanded that the girl come to her senses quickly and use telekinesis to throw him up to the enemies, since he couldn't reach them from here. The corporal looked at the stunned girl, who was still sitting in place and could not understand whether she was not going to continue fighting with them. Understanding the inevitability of what was happening, she asked again if the warrior wanted to fight in this position, to which she heard a firm consent. The guy asked the girl if she just wanted to sit back, but he was ready to die fighting, and with eyes full of determination, he raised his blade. The corporal said, making the first swing of his weapon, that if he died, he would definitely take at least a couple of the creatures with him to the next world. Adishan is surprised by the tenacity of her only ally, who is ready to fight to the last, even at such a moment. She saw how determined and courageous he was, and she understood perfectly well that it was only thanks to him that the army had advanced so far. Taking a closer look at the warrior's silhouette, the commander-in-chief suddenly thought that this guy was the hero the empire needed. The girl called out to the corporal, wanting him to pay attention to her, but he snapped back that there was no time to chat. But the warrior didn't let him finish, cutting off his words. She pressed herself tightly against him, kissing him on the lips. The guy didn't understand at all what had happened. Along with the kiss, the ally decided to transfer her power to Ronan, in the hope that he would be the one who could change everything and do what she could not. The dumbfounded guy watched as the girl, losing her last strength, slid down his chest. He wanted to know what she had put in his mouth. Adishan, clinging to the corporal, tried to say something in his ear, but the words she spoke sounded completely unintelligible. Ronan didn't understand anything and asked the commander-in-chief to repeat her instructions, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't make out the words. Then the girl staggered back. She tried to look the guy straight in the eyes, but she couldn't. He screamed out of frustration, asking what kind of nonsense she was talking about, and again interrupting her ally, the exhausted warrior with her last strength, trying to speak as clearly as possible, addressed the guy. Changing before the warrior's eyes, she asked that if they met again, let the guy tell her not to do stupid things but to become a dressmaker. The monsters hovering in the air froze without moving. The hero looked at what was happening and increasingly did not understand what was happening. For some reason unknown to the guy, Adishan began to smile sincerely, continuing to say that she had done a lot, but this was the first time. Everything around him began to change rapidly, glowing with a bright blue light, thereby further confusing the corporal. Suddenly, everything changed dramatically before his eyes, and he woke up sitting in a sunny clearing, stuttering as he tried to call the commander-in-chief. Looking into the distance, he saw small houses standing right by the river, small pens for cattle. He realized that this was some kind of farm. Looking in the other direction, he saw small children playing in the river. They were trying to float down it on a homemade raft. And then the hero realized that, in fact, he was in his hometown of Nimbuten, which he had not been to for a very long time. Having moved into the shade under the oak tree, the guy could not believe that he had actually ended up in the past, and that Alishan's last words were true. He was also stunned, sitting under the tree, recalling the last moments that he remembered, namely how the girl gave him something along with a kiss. Then he remembered the commander-in-chief's explanation that he had just swallowed a time reversion sphere. It was thanks to her that the warrior was able to grow into such a strong commander-in-chief from the ordinary seamstress she had been in the past. The sphere gives the opportunity to return to the past 4 times, 3 of which the girl used. So the hero has one last chance. She called the guy the key to saving the world. Because only he has the power to defeat the giants, all that remains is to hone his skills at the academy. Since the hero himself wanted to go to the academy, she was very happy about this and advised the guy to go to the Philian Academy, because there are many outstanding people there. The corporal also recalled the girl's request that if they met, he would protect her from stupidity and tell her to become a seamstress. The memories were cut off at the moment when the giants were approaching him and the girl's voice was heard in the distance. That she had done a lot, but this was the first time. The guy couldn't believe it and hoped that it was a dream, so he knocked his head against the tree, hoping to wake up, but this only surprised the townspeople. Looking around the streets of the town once again, he began to think maybe this was all true, but what was he supposed to do here alone? Suddenly it came to him that if this was still the past, then it meant he could meet his older sister. And the happy young man, grabbing the stick in his hands, as in childhood, ran forward, no longer seeing anything under his feet. He only wanted to see his sister. He burst into the noisy streets of the city where there were many people. Accepting what was happening, the hero was incredibly happy to correct all the mistakes of the past. But suddenly his attention was drawn to the noise coming from the side. Turning around, he saw a crowd of hooligans bullying a child. The guy was outraged that the child hanging upside down in the tree was screaming, asking to let him go, but the hooligans were laughing, looking straight into his face. Sighing heavily, the heroes recognized these scoundrels. They were exactly the same as he remembered them from his youth, when he lived here before. He wanted to leave, but suddenly noticed that the poor guy was hanging on the tree not tied at all, but rather with the help of magic. Taking a closer look, he made sure that there really was no rope on the leg, and the captured victim was simply hanging in the air. Then the young man wondered where a magician could come from in this backwater, because they are extremely valuable on the battlefield, and they can rarely be found in everyday life. Suddenly the hero heard someone's voice. He noticed a nice-looking guy who was the unexpectedly discovered magician. The young lad looked at what was happening and sincerely began to worry about the poor guy, because if this continued, something bad could happen to him. The unfortunate guy continued to hang upside down and pitifully begged his tormentors to stop torturing him. He cried and tried to explain to the hooligans that he really didn't have any money, because his mother's medicine had become more expensive this month. But the villain had no intention of retreating. He asked what difference it made to him to the health of someone's mother if he just wanted to skin the boy. The big blonde guy turned out to be the leader of the street hooligans. Without a drop of regret, he hit the unfortunate guy on the cheek with all his might. The blonde decided to teach the poor guy a lesson, saying that if he wanted to be a good son for his mother, he should earn more money. The ringleader's goons began to giggle behind his back like a pack of hyenas, and no one present was going to stand up for the boy. Suddenly the gang leader turned around and addressed the same worried guy who was holding the poor guy in the air. The blonde hooligan demanded that the sorcerer lift the unfortunate man higher, since he still had not recovered from the blow he had dealt him. But the young magician began to stutter and refused to carry out the order, saying that he could not do it because he was afraid of dropping the guy. The leader became furious at what he heard. The veins on his forehead stood out, and he threatened to hang Asura next to him if he did not carry out his order. The young and not very strong sorcerer was scared. He could not understand how it could come to this, why his life had changed so much. Thinking back, the boy wondered if learning magic was a bad idea, because he just wanted to show that he could do something good. The young wizard understood that he had to refuse the blonde, but he couldn't bring himself to do so, because he was terribly afraid of disobeying. Biting his lip, the boy nevertheless decided to object. Shaking with fear and uncertainty, he quietly asked for a stop. But none of the standing hooligans heard the young man at all. Suddenly his quiet requests were interrupted by someone's strong blow to the head. After his blow, Ronan demanded that the boy stop, because if he continued, he could certainly kill the poor guy. The blow broke the boy's concentration on his strength, and he lost control over it. So the unfortunate boy finally fell to the ground. The even more enraged leader of the hooligans looked angrily at the young magician. Literally incinerating him with his gaze, he asked what he was doing. Burning with anger, he pounced on the frightened young man, expressing all his displeasure, shouting that he had really stopped just because some scoundrel said so. The youth began to justify himself and was already retreating back, afraid of what they could do to him for such a mistake. But then the corporal called out to Asura. Completely confident in what he was doing, the warrior with a stick over his shoulder suggested that Asura ignore the bully and talk to him. Ignoring all the offensive phrases flying at him, the soldier again turned to the young man, saying that they had something to talk about. Ronan asked the sorcerer where he learned telekinesis, and was surprised to hear that the boy learned from a grimoire bought from a merchant. Continuing to ignore the annoying blonde, the warrior wondered how capable the kid was, since he had learned from the Deshman grimoire. Therefore, the swordsman thought about it and decided that he would need to test the novice sorcerer and check what he was still capable of at his young age. Suddenly, the corporal's thoughts about the boy's usefulness when meeting giants were interrupted by the painfully familiar sound of a sword being drawn. Looking over his shoulder, the fighter saw the leader of the gang standing in a fighting pose with a sword in his hands, his face already red with anger. The blonde's eyes were burning with a furious fire, and he growled through his teeth, saying what right the guy had to ignore him. Threatening to put Ronan in his place, he rushed towards him with lightning speed, cutting the air with his sword, hoping to hit him. Calmly examining his opponent, even being unarmed, the corporal was not at all afraid. He was simply assessing the attacker, mentally noting that, surprisingly, the sword was real. And the blonde's stance wasn't that good, but he clearly compensated for his lack of skill with great strength. The force would have been quite sufficient if the opponent had been someone else, but not Ronan, who easily dodged the blow, which surprised the impudent man. After all, the hero felt perfectly well that his body might be younger now, but the fighting instinct that had been instilled in him during his service in the penal battalion had not gone away. The blonde laughingly said that the hero was lucky, because he wanted to beat him to the point of helplessness, to which he agreed with cheerful irony. The impudent hooligan quite seriously suggested that the warrior kneel down and beg for mercy, and then maybe he would leave him alive, but he would definitely take his hand. Such threatening words amused the corporal a little, but outwardly he did not show any sign of it, continuing to ignore his opponent. But still, the blonde found words that could piss off the guy, because he promised to take care of his sister if he killed the young man, because he had been thinking about her for a long time. The words about the attractiveness of his sister's butt became the last straw for the hero's patience, and he attacked with such fury that he had not destroyed even giants. In a split second, he cut off the blonde rascal's left ear. He didn't even have time to blink before the blood began to flow in a scarlet stream. Having dropped the sword to the ground, the frightened scoundrel pressed his hands to the place where there used to be a part of him, but now there was a large, bloody wound. The blonde's intermediaries got scared and began to gradually retreat back, and no one even thought about helping the leader, even though he was screaming in pain. Ronan, his face showing nothing but a shadow of anger, approached the bloody boy, so close that he could hear his heartbeat. The corporal was more terrible than death. All his veins stood out from the tension. His eyes burned with the fire of rage. Through his teeth he growled whether he wanted to die. Everyone around became quiet. Only the wind and the rustling of trees could be heard. The blond, impudent fellow began to pray, kneeling before the warrior. The 3 followers of the impudent man did not understand how it could happen that the guy cut off his ear with the stick himself. They were afraid to make any sound. The corporal slowly turned his gaze to the guys standing by the tree and addressed them, calling them dumbasses, asking if they liked the show. Kicking the blonde in the face, Ronan ordered them all to get lost and take this vile, bloody bastard with them. The warrior also added through clenched teeth that they should return the money to the boy who had been bullied and leave all the loot as payment for the spoiled mood. Whining, the humiliated leader began to slowly crawl away, and his intermediaries quickly rushed to agree with the corporal's order. The soldier, without a moment's hesitation, gave the money he had received from the hooligans to the exhausted young man, who was gradually coming to his senses after hanging for a long time. The poor fellow began to protest and say that it was more than the amount that had been taken from him, but the warrior replied that a sword would be enough for him. The exhausted guy, with tears in his eyes, could not believe his happiness. He smiled through his tears and began to shower him with gratitude. But the corporal replied that it was all nonsense and sent him home, reassuring him that the insolent men would not follow him, since they would not risk it out of fear. A handsome young man interrupted their conversation, shying and shifting from foot to foot because he had long wanted to address the unfortunate guy. When they finally looked in his direction, he bowed his head in regret, apologizing for what he had done, saying that he was truly very sorry. The boy tried to explain, sobbing, that he understood the gravity of his actions, but he was very afraid of Hans. As it turned out, that was the name of the blonde. He continued to say through tears that it was all his fault, and that he really, sincerely, regretted what he had done, that he had not wanted it at all. But the martyr hastened to calm the boy, explaining that when he saw him for the first time, he immediately realized that they were picking on him too. The young magician, who burst into tears, did not know how to react to what he heard, so he continued to look at the ground with regret. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the rescued boy asked Aesel to stop blaming himself because it was not his fault at all. In addition, he said with a warm smile that, despite everything, he appreciated the announcement that had just come from the lips of the novice sorcerer. Then he quickly tried to leave the company of the remaining heroes standing on the side of the road, because he needed to hurry to his sick mother. After saying goodbye, they stood for a few more minutes and watched the guy leave, quietly thinking about the situation that had just happened. After this, the main character looked the boy over from bottom to top, and he mentally noted that the young magician was quite good. Watching the boy just as carefully, he finally spoke up, asking if he remembered that they needed to talk. The young magician stuttered that he remembered, and was surprised when the hero made an appointment about this, at the same place 4 days later. The youth began to ask why in 4 days, but in response he heard that Ronan was busy now, so the meeting would be postponed until the moon rose. Then, as he was leaving, the corporal decided to scare Aesel, saying that he should understand what would happen to him if he suddenly didn't come, so even if he was late, he was done for. The boy was left standing in complete bewilderment, alone with his thoughts, watching as the warrior rushed off somewhere and wondering what he should do next. Ronan ran out of breath to his home, which he had not been to for a long time. He was overcome with excitement and he did not dare open the door. The hero stood at the threshold with a bouquet of wildflowers, wondering if this was too much. He had picked them on purpose on the way home, because he remembered that his sister loved flowers. He was so excited that he lost his temper and decided that it was too much and was about to throw the flowers away, but suddenly he heard the sound of doors opening. His older sister appeared on the threshold. She screamed with joy upon seeing the guy, simply stating the fact that he had returned. The guy was overcome with a wave of emotions, and he remembered how, while interrupting in the penal battalion, he often thought about how he would return home, what he would say to his sister, and whether he would apologize for his disappearance. But those were all words that a soldier from a penal battalion could say, and now he is just a younger brother who doesn't know what to say. The sister stood happily with her arms outstretched for a hug, and said that the guy had come home surprisingly early today. With his head bowed, holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers in his hands, all the excited young man could say was one short phrase that he was home. He invited his brother to the table, and after setting the table for dinner, the girl sat next to him hugging a bouquet, not believing that her callous brother had given her flowers. Iriel simply squealed with delight about how happy she was with this gift, to which Ronan, clearing his throat with restraint, replied that he was glad if she liked it. The little sister tried to please the young man as much as possible and offered him more food, but he refused, citing the fact that he was already full. Sitting at the table, the guy decided to casually ask his sister how old she was, to which she replied that she was now 22 and that she couldn't forget that. The future corporal, clutching his head, was lost in his thoughts, which excited the girl, and she began to ask if his head hurt, if he was sick, and the guy at that moment sat and calculated how much time was left until the giants arrived, because if she were to go now, then he had 10 years in reserve. Iriel approached her brother and began to feel his forehead, comparing it with her own. She concluded that the young man did not have a high temperature. The guy looked at his sister scurrying around him and thought that she was exactly as he remembered her, bright and kind. The warrior enjoyed the moment to the fullest, wishing it would last forever. But he had to interrupt it in order to protect his sister and the Empire 10 years later. Ronan, looking straight into the girl's eyes, asked her to listen to him because he had important news for her that he wanted to tell her. The girl looked at the guy with caution and attention, and at that moment he said that he had decided to go to study at the academy. The sister, having moved away, at first did not understand the essence of his words, and, a little surprised, asked again whether he had really decided to go to the academy. But then, having realized it, she was certainly very happy with his words, because she wanted her brother to go to the academy so much. Holding his hand, she asked him to repeat it. Perhaps she misheard, because he never listened to her when she talked about it. The younger brother reassured his sister that this is exactly what he had just said, and the girl happily ran off somewhere. No one knew what to look for. The girl was looking for something in the very corner of the room, throwing everything around, saying that she always believed that this day would come someday. She said that Ronan was a smart boy, so he should get everything, and at that moment she took out some small cauldron. Calling the guy closer to her so that he could look at the gift for him, she pointed to the money that she had been collecting for a very long time. The girl explained this by the fact that she always wanted to be able to pay for his education if he refused to go to the academy. However, the guy refused the money, telling her to keep it for herself, since this amount would not be enough for his studies anyway. The girl began to object that the amount here was larger than it seemed. But the guy cut her off by saying that he wanted to go to the Imperial School, the Filian Academy. The sister was surprised by this and then slowly began to melt into confusion. She screamed with emotion so that probably everyone in the town heard. The Imperial School, the Filian Academy, is the best leading educational institution in the Empire. It is a beautiful large castle with a luxurious coat of arms. It is there that the best teachers on the continent and funding from the imperial family ensures the best education here. The prestige of the academy is incredibly high. It was called the Hero Factory. The commander-in-chief and swordmaster Shulapen and others graduated from there. The corporal understood why the commander-in-chief recommended this particular academy, because its graduates were incredibly useful in the war. Walking through the night streets, the soldier assessed the problem he would face, because there are exorbitant tuition fees and high standards. On the way, he recalled the ambiguous reaction of his sister, who was worried about how the guy would cope in such a prestigious academy. The hero decided to prove everything to her in practice, approaching the designated meeting place exactly at midnight. He was surprised to see the boy already standing there. The warrior, addressing the boy, called him Maisel, but he again began to correct the soldier, stumbling because he had pronounced his name incorrectly. And in addition, the boy said that he could not help but come because the guy threatened to leave him alone if he disobeyed. Laughing, Ronan suggested that they forget about it because they had a lot of things to do in the future. But first he wanted to test the young man, which puzzled him greatly what this meant. Smiling even wider, the guy calmly pointed at himself with some intrigue and suggested that he try the power of telekinesis on himself. There were inexplicable emotions in the warrior's eyes, but his face expressed calmness and determination. He offered the young magician to lift him as high as he could. The puzzled and unprepared novice magician began to rush about because he was not ready to use telekinesis right away. Asel began to dissuade the guy in fear because why do something so dangerous, but the warrior told him to do as he was told. The determined warrior reassured the boy that it was not at all dangerous for him, and under the hero's persistence, he agreed to try. Saying that he was about to carry out the order, the young magician summoned an invisible hand, which he began to direct towards the soldier. An invisible hand, consisting only of mana, began to wrap itself around the guy's waist, and the warrior was able to feel the power that the wizard possessed. Asel easily began to lift the soldier up, who noted for himself that the boy was much stronger than he initially thought. Overall, the strength that was felt was similar to what he had encountered during the battle back then, but the height and stability were a little lacking. After all, it was then that the army consisting of wizards played a major role in the battle, using all their power to help the swordsman. It was they who gave the warriors the opportunity to fight Agayut on equal terms, only thanks to their ability to telekinesis. The hanging hero was glad that he had found such an ally, because telekinesis is a rare ability, not to mention that mages themselves are extremely rare. And this meant that this timid, unsure of himself, but very capable boy would be the main part in the battle against the giants. Asel's strength was already running out, and with a slight tremor, he reported that it was already becoming difficult for him to hold the young man in the air. The boy asked permission to lower Ronan to the ground, but he told him to be patient a little longer because there was something left that he wanted to check. Assessing that everything was going well enough, he took out his sword and said that he could go down himself. The boy asked in confusion how that could be. But the guy didn't answer this question. He simply swung his weapon sharply and cut off the invisible hand holding him. Seeing this, the poor boy was even more surprised by what was happening, because he had never seen anyone free themselves of their own free will before. The boy landed on the ground with ease, while Asel tried to understand what was happening and accept the fact that mana could be easily cut. Unable to contain his interest and surprise, the young magician asked again what had just happened, but Ronan called it just an acrobatic trick and nothing more. The sorcerer wanted to start to be indignant at such an explanation, but the guy cut him off, telling him to forget about it since he himself didn't know how. But in fact, the hero was trying to understand what kind of ability he had, and why he could easily cut through any force. In his mind, he decided that it was probably thanks to this power that his sword worked on Agayut, even though nothing worked for everyone else. Having called the boy with him since he had passed this test, he said that there was still something that needed to be done before the moon disappeared. Ronan said that this late at night could be the beginning of the first page of his biography, in the greatest history book of the Empire. Heading further through the forest, the hero told the boy that he was going to study at the Filian Academy, and the young magician would go there with him. The young man couldn't get away from what was happening, because Ronan surprised him more and more, so he asked again or heard correctly about his plans. The mage knew that only the elite studied at that academy, but the question slightly angered the corporal walking in front, so he muttered so that he wouldn't ask again. The soldier slowed down, looked back at the guy, and asked again if he really didn't want to go there, but the young man hastened to say that that wasn't the point. The boy decided to explain his concerns about this because Ronan has talent in martial arts, but he himself does not know how to do anything. He continued that he was cowardly and shy, but the corporal interrupted the guy again, not listening to him, and asked if he was going to continue living like this. Asel stopped and really thought about this question because he had never thought about this before, about how he planned to live on. Seeing the boy's reaction, the soldier tried to explain to him all his talent which he was wasting, amusing the scum. The realization shocked him. Without hesitation, the corporal continued to talk about the young man's bad qualities such as cowardice, shyness, and tearfulness, calling him a loser. But then, looking at his sad face, he added that if he really wanted to, he could easily fix all of this now. A paternal concern settled on the hero's face, and he continued to say, without stopping, that the past could no longer be changed. Continuing to look at the boy, the guy explained that it was quite possible that he would one day regret his past, just like him. At that moment, an image from the past appeared before my eyes, where the corporal was completely alone and, despite his strength, was unable to complete the assigned task. The strong warrior put his hand on his companion's shoulder and asked if he had changed his mind about continuing to live in the same style in which he had lived before. Aesel was touched by the words, and he looked in amazement at the hero's face, who said that he would not force him to do anything, because it was only his choice. Ronan turned around and continued on his way, offering the boy to return home, but he chose to go with him to the academy, asking him to teach him everything. The corporal agreed. Turning around, he praised the guy and suggested that he deal with the first test for the courageous Aesel. The young and trusting magician agreed without a moment's hesitation, and at that moment the soldier walking ahead was glad that the boy had fallen for his manipulation. Continuing on their way, the heroes discovered a brightly burning fire in the very depths of the forest, so they headed in that direction. The main character did not come here by chance, because it was here that his first conceived task for the boy was located, causing fear in the young magician. Ronan was sure that the moon goblin would be the perfect opponent to test and demonstrate his magical abilities. By the fire they found a play of these creatures, and their leader sat guarding the peace of the others while they slept. It was with the leader that the boy had to fight. Watching the boy turn pale with fear, the soldier cheerfully teased him, asking if he liked this task. Then, with a face full of determination and a fire that testified to a desire for adventure, the warrior invited the young magician to begin his test. Before starting, Ronan decided to give a brief introduction to the creature's appearance, noting that moon goblins were common in the area. He continued his introductory talk, saying that most people could tell them apart from regular goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies. But in fact, the real peculiarity of this type of goblins is their love for gold and various treasures. Ronan said that for this reason they like to ambush merchants and steal their valuables, and then collect all the loot in one place. After this, the goblins hold a great celebration around the stolen wealth, just on the night of the full moon, as it is now. The young magician, trembling with fear, began to realize the purpose of their arrival, and with an uncertain voice, asked again if he had understood the task correctly. With a sly smile on his face, the warrior confirmed all the boy's fears and said that today they would steal all the goblin gold. Still frightened, the young magician reported that he had never heard of goblins collecting treasures in one place and throwing a party. Aesel asked how the hero learned of such a feature, but he answered coldly, not telling the truth about the experience from a past life, which has its own sources. Pulling the boy towards himself with his hand, the warrior gave the Nastanov the telekinetic power to transfer all the treasures into the backpack without waking anyone up. The soldier, enjoying himself with excitement, said that it was easy, but the young man did not think so. He was excited and asked what would happen if he woke someone up. Therefore, the warrior described everything in detail, what would happen to them if they woke up and how they would attack them, because gold is the most important thing for goblins. Aesel began to babble that they absolutely had to think everything through because it was very dangerous. But the hero was skeptical about the young man's worries and called him a coward. So, a little irritated, the soldier reminded the young man where they were going and explained that to get what they wanted, they needed two things, having specified that the first thing that is needed is money, because the cost of studying at such a prestigious academy is not at all small. And the second thing they need is experience, and it is much more important, because without honing their skills, they will not be accepted into the Filian Academy. The hero also reminds the guy that this institution is full of aristocrats who have been undergoing elite training since infancy. Therefore, the competition to join Filian will be high, and if he wants to win it, there is only one way to achieve it. Then the warrior looked him in the eyes and with a kind of crazy look on his face said that this method is precisely about gaining experience by risking your life. It is for these reasons that the moon goblin is an ideal opponent, because it will simultaneously give the guy both valuable experience and a lot of money. But the soldier decided to ask if the boy had a better option. But Asel, unable to withstand such tension, sat and cried, not knowing what to answer. Then Ronan smiled, clapped the boy on the back encouragingly, and said that it was time to start now, before the moon disappeared. Gathering his courage, the novice magician called upon his power of telekinesis and began to transfer the treasures into the backpacks that the hero had prepared. At this time, the soldier encouraged the boy and said that there was still a little left, and when the boy took all the gold, he said that it was time to stop. Overall, everything went quite well, and they collected 2 backpacks full of valuables without waking anyone up. At the end of the action, Ronan ruffled the boy's hair and praised him, encouraging him that everything went as it should and the magician gained new experience. The boy breathed a sigh of relief because what he feared was already behind him, and the warrior looked at him with pride, because he himself initially did not believe in the success of the matter. The young man was very happy with what he had been able to do and that he was being praised, since he had quickly learned to use his strength. While the guy was enjoying his success, the cunning Ronan was glad that he was so easily influenced and had a wonderful servant. The boys decided that they needed to get ready quickly because they had already taken everything they wanted, and the goblins could discover the loss of the treasure at any moment. The warrior said that they had done everything as planned, and they needed to quickly leave here before something went wrong. Suddenly, loud footsteps and voices were heard. Some 2 guys, not worrying about their own safety, were running through the forest after a bird. The noise attracted the attention of the guys carrying the backpack. The soldier cursed at the fact that these sick bastards were causing a ruckus in the middle of the night. The companions began to gather faster because they understood that these idiots could wake up the goblins, but it was too late. A growl was heard behind them. The leader looked around and growled, trying to understand what kind of noise was going on, but seeing the loss of gold, he woke up everyone else. The moon goblins began to growl loudly at each other, trying to figure out where their valuable shiny things that were hidden had disappeared to. They understood perfectly well that they had been robbed while they were sleeping, and this simply drove them into a rage. They began to sniff out the scent of the thieves. At that moment, the allies hiding in the bushes were thinking about how to disappear unnoticed. The boy turned pale with fear, and the warrior only cursed under his breath. Unfortunately, the enraged creatures sensed the guys and immediately rushed to attack them. The companions immediately realized that things were bad for them. The warrior muttered that he knew everything couldn't have gone so smoothly, and the poor young man was ready to immediately start running, but he couldn't move from fear. The boy began to stutter and ask what to do and how to proceed next. He suggested throwing down their backpacks and running, but the soldier categorically refused. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the corporal once again reminded the young mage that studying at the Filian Academy was very expensive and money wouldn't come out of nowhere. Seeing how the enemies were rapidly approaching, the frightened boy said that this was not the most important thing now, at least for him. The corporal didn't listen to him. He counted the number of enemies and assessed the strength of the sword, mentally noting that the weapon would last for 15 blows. There were about 30 enemies, but this could not stop the soldier because the familiar fire of a swordsman had already ignited within him. The novice magician stood behind the corporal and tried to shout to him, but he ignored him. He was calculating his movements. At the last minute, when the moon goblins had already made a jump before striking, the soldier managed to shout for Asel to be careful. He only had 15 blows, but he already knew how he would act. Making a lunge, the warrior, with one sharp movement of his hand, cut off 3 heads at once. Asel was impressed by what he saw. He had never participated in such battles before, never seen death and so much blood. Ronan's eyes were glowing like a predator's. Despite the number of opponents, he mentally said that there were still 14 strikes left. Despite his young body, the warrior's movements were precise. The memory of his combat skills had not gone anywhere, and having driven his sword into the last enemy, he won the victory. Exhaling and beginning to calm his flaring fighting spirit, Ronan quietly said that it all turned out not to be so bad. At this time, the novice magician sat quietly in his place, stunned by what he saw. He tried to understand how this was possible. He mentally replayed what he had seen, the entire course of events, and was impressed by how the hero had easily taken off 3 heads at once. and when a whole crowd of goblins attacked the swordsman at once, he seemed to disappear for a moment, and then appeared, but there was no trace of the enemies. Looking at the back of the brave warrior, who stood among the corpses and rivers of blood, the young magician, unprepared for this, even felt a little sick. He couldn't even imagine that the young warrior would be able to put on such a show. But Ronan pulled Aesel out of his thoughts by asking why he froze in place. The boy wanted to apologize and explain, but the corporal interrupted him again, telling him to pack his things quickly, since they were already going home. Returning home, Ronan was thinking about how stressful it was because they planned to do everything quietly, and the boy was moaning about how heavy the backpack was. The warrior stretched his shoulders as he walked. His whole body ached, although he had previously endured much greater strain, so it was decided to begin physical training. From the depths of the forest, some sound was heard again. It was someone's screams, but the heroes could not understand them, so they decided to ignore them. Ronan remembered that they had already seen the guys running and screaming in the forest near the goblin camp, and threatened to take revenge on them for all the inconvenience they had caused. But suddenly someone shot at Aesel from behind. He didn't even have time to react, as the cursing warrior had already caught the flying arrow. The magician was able to understand what had just happened when he saw the arrow in the hands of his savior, who was cursing, not understanding what to expect next. The main character really didn't like what was happening in the forest, and he began to wonder if this forest was cursed. Why were so many inadequate people wandering around it? From behind the bushes came those two guys who had recently woken up the goblins with their screams, and now they were asking who the main characters were. Having looked at those who were almost shot and saying that there were two children standing in front of them who had forgotten something in the forest, they really enraged the swordsman. One of the guys decided to apologize to the guys, saying that he heard some rustling and thought that they were monsters, so he shot. Seeing the glittering coins from the backpack hanging on the shoulders of one of the guys, the strangers looked at each other and jokingly said that they had accidentally almost killed a man. They wanted to continue, asking if they were hurt, but the soldier interrupted them and, with an irritated look, told them to stop playing the comedy. Evil Ronan said that they weren't even trying to play it real, so let them just introduce themselves as who they really are. The men were a little embarrassed that their deception was seen through so quickly, since no one had ever guessed about the game they were used to playing. Then the dark-haired guy who spoke first stepped forward and, smiling sweetly, began to apologize for forgetting to introduce himself. He slowly moved his hand behind his back and quickly pulled out a knife, waving it in front of Ronan's nose, and then introduced himself as Caliboro. But the warrior turned out to be faster, with one movement intercepting the enemy's hand, which held a knife, and with a lightning-fast second movement smashed the enemy's nose. Blood spattered in all directions, and the attacker fell to the ground, after which the soldier looked at the second one and called them scumbags. The second opponent, angry at his rival, also took out a knife and rushed to attack, wanting to avenge his injured colleague. The young magician, seeing that the enemy had rushed to attack from behind, worried about Ronan's life, called upon his power and directed it towards the attacker. An invisible hand enveloped the attacking blonde and did not allow him to move. Cursing and not understanding what was happening, he tried to resist the invisible force. The warrior looked at Aesel with admiration and praised him for the work he had done. He did not expect the young man to take part in the fight in any way. While the magician held the enemy back with telekinesis, the corporal knocked the knife out of his hand with one blow, and then calmly picked up his weapon. The blonde, surprised, only managed to ask who the guys they met were, but the soldier, without giving an answer, quickly dealt with him. The poor boy, frightened, made some kind of incomprehensible sound and jumped to the side. For him, it was too much carnage and blood, as if in one night. The alarmed youth asked Ronan if their opponents were dead, to which the corporal wiped the blood from his face and calmly replied that they were. He finished by saying that he had no intention of leaving alive those who tried to kill him, especially since the opponents were with Caliboro, but the young magician did not know who they were. Capralu explained that this group is engaged in poaching, kidnapping, and selling people, that there is no crime that they do not engage in. He briefly called these guys the most crazy group in the Empire, adding that if he hadn't killed them, they would have taken them apart for spare parts. The warrior, having brought complete terror to the inexperienced boy, concluded that leaving such guys alive would be akin to a crime. Therefore he ordered not to settle down and quickly collect the things of the fallen enemies, but suddenly an incomprehensible sound was heard behind him again. Looking around, they were both alarmed by what they saw. Ronan cursed again and asked why the bag the two were running around with was moving. Coming closer, the magician voiced his hypothesis that there might be some stolen animal there. The corporal completely agreed with him. Taking hold of the bag, saying that they would now find out everything, the soldier untied it, and at that very second someone flew out of it right into their faces. Ronan called the unusual bird, which looked somewhat like a raven, a strange chicken because for the first time he really didn't know who it could be. The bird hung in the air, right before the eyes of the accomplices. And from this angle, it did not look like a raven at all. For some reason, it did not rush to fly away. Surprised and amazed by the bird's appearance, the novice magician squeaked with delight that he had never seen anything like it before. The corporal looked closely at the animal and was surprised that despite his considerable experience from his past life, he had never seen anything like it. The soldier noticed shackles on the bird's legs, which were actually Caliboro's trap. They disrupted the prisoner's mana flow and limited his movements. The warrior knew that these shackles were used in rare cases. For example, when catching fantastic creatures, then who is this bird? Suddenly, the miracle bird straightened its wings, and from behind its back, a hoarse male voice could be heard, begging him to answer. Aesel was terribly frightened and rushed towards the hero, shouting that the bird was talking, but he stopped him with his hand and laughed at him because it was communication magic. Ronan looked at the bag the wonder bird was in and realized that it was blocking the flow of magic. Otherwise it would have spoken earlier. The corporal asked the voice if it was his bird, to which he introduced himself and said that he studied fantastic creatures at the Institute, and that he was its guardian. The connection was maintained through the seal, and the man complained that he had not been able to contact Marpez before. He was ready to go and write a statement, but everything was sorted out. Then Varin, that was the name of the owner of the voice, asked who he was talking to. Ronan, not knowing a better answer, said that they were just passing by. The warrior, briefly, without giving details, especially bloody ones, reported that they got into a fight with poachers who stole the bird and freed it. The scientist was angry and surprised how poachers could do such a thing. He suspected that this could happen, but did not want to believe it. He asked the heroes how he could thank them, but Aesel, who continued to be touched by the bird, simply asked him to explain how to return it home. Marpez looked very exhausted due to the shackles, and Ronan asked if the bird would be able to fly normally and if it would return home on its own if he removed them. Varin said that the dream bird has a good instinct for returning, so it will be able to, and that it would be nice if the heroes could free it. Then the corporal, with one precise movement, immediately cut the shackles on the bird hanging in the air, freeing the unfortunate creature. Hiding the sword to its scabbard, the warrior, with a sense of accomplishment, told the bluebird to return home to its daddy. The bird flew up to him, chirping gratefully, and the young man asked her to not upset her owner anymore. To his surprise, the bird did not fly away immediately after it was freed. It began to twist its tail in front of him, and he asked what that meant. Varin told him to pluck one feather because she wanted to meet him again, and the feather of the dream bird works like a compass, pointing to her. After Marpez quickly rushed home, the man managed to say goodbye, that if the guys come to the Institute, he will definitely thank them. While Ronan watched the bird fly away and was surprised by its speed, Aesel looked at his hand and, noticing something wrong, turned to the hero. The young magician asked the soldier what was on his hand, but when he looked, he could not answer, but it felt like his hand was pinching very badly. A few days later, the heroes headed to the very center of the town, namely to the market where everyone carries and loads something, buys or sells something. The first thing they did was to go to the jewelers to sell the moon goblin's jewelry, where Don Carabel gave them a very good price. Ronan was over the moon because he had finally met a good jeweler who was offering a good price for various trinkets. The guy's eye twitched slightly, remembering the previous merchants who had every now and then the desire to deceive the heroes. Carabel said how lucky he was to meet them today, to which the warrior responded by calling him a conscientious merchant, and they were both pleased. When all the jewelry had already been sold, the soldier asked to evaluate one more thing, but he immediately clarified that he did not plan to sell it. The corporal took out a very strange egg to show, the same one that the bird of dreams had left on his hand as a keepsake when it flew away. At first he thought it was a strange bird that responded to his kindness with poop, but when the guy angrily threw it at the rock, he realized that this was not the case. With the help of the throw, the warrior learned that it was incredibly strong, because from the collision with the boulder, the stone simply shattered into pieces, and the egg itself was not damaged. The appraiser carefully examined the item, turning it from side to side, and said that he was not sure whether it was a bird's egg or someone else's. Looking at the guy standing in front of him, he said that it definitely belonged to some rare, fantastic creature and could be worth a lot. Having twirled the egg in his hand, the merchant leader Carabella examined it additionally without a monocle. He began to speak slowly. The hero, hearing the thoughts, drew himself wonderful pictures of what it was and how much it would cost, or how else it could be used. Carabel continued to talk about the color and texture of the object, and then asked if it was horse shit, which shattered all of the corporal's dreams. Taking the item, Ronan hastened to object to such a hypothesis, but it turned out that the merchant was just joking, since he did not know what it was, calling the item unusual. As the hero looked thoughtfully at the unidentified object in his hands, the merchant suggested that he contact a specialized place. The corporal quickly agreed because it was impossible to somehow own a thing without knowing what it was, and the magician at that time mentally called it paid crap. Finally, the young man decided to clarify whether the old man had any books about Filion. He asked again whether he meant the famous academy. The heroes replied that this was exactly what they were talking about, since they were planning to take exams there, but unfortunately they didn't know anything about it. The man called the situation a coincidence and suggested that they turn to their daughter for advice, since she was also joining the group and could therefore help them. Approaching the bench, the girl interrupted their conversation, asking what was going on here. The father joyfully exclaimed that it was his daughter. He introduced a pretty girl, saying that Maria, the only blood relative he had left, was the one who could give them advice. The corporal drooped and turned a little pale when he saw the merchant's daughter. Looking at her face, he realized that they had already met somewhere in a past life. The old man interrupted the young man's thoughts, turning to his daughter, telling her to say hello, because the boys were very valuable clients to them. But the girl, not really believing it, asked again whether a big deal had really been made with the little ones, to which the father ordered her to watch her language. The leader, Carabel, began to apologize to the young men, explaining that his daughter had grown up in merchant society, and therefore had a rude tongue. The young magician convinced the merchant that everything was fine, and when he wanted to turn to his partner, he saw that he rushed forward. The corporal came close to the girl and asked if she was really Maria. If her middle name was Sen, which surprised her very much, she asked how he knew. Ronan, sighing heavily, began to explain that she looked very much like someone he knew, but there was just one nuance. So the guy, after a little thought, asked permission to ask one more question, but only in her ear, so that only she could hear. The puzzled girl didn't know how to react, but she was curious about what the guy wanted to ask, especially in his ear, so she allowed him to. After hesitating for a split second, the main character nevertheless came closer and, whispering right into her ear, asked the merchant's daughter if she had a penis. Stunned, Maria looked straight into the face of the seemingly intelligent guy at first glance, and wondered if she had heard the question correctly. After all, she thought she heard this impudent young man ask if she had a penis, and she was so surprised that she lost her power of speech for a few seconds. The corporal stood back a little and looked at the girl intently, muttering under his breath. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like it, which made her even more angry. The guy wondered if the old man had another child that he didn't know about, and the enraged girl hit him, demanding that he shut up. It was after the slap that the corporal put all the pieces of the puzzle together in his head, because it was an all-too-familiar feeling for him. Now, there was no doubt left. This girl was really familiar to him from his past life, because there he knew her as Count Maria Sen. But from his past life, he knew her as a man. Remembering when the penal battalion was in the town of Armarlin, it was Maria who was responsible for their provision. Since the corporal had a great work ethic and a friendly enough personality, he could make friends with anyone, including the Count. He remembered that Maria was an impressive person, but as soon as he mentioned his penis in a conversation, he would start slapping everyone in the face. At that time, the warrior did not attach any importance to this. He wanted to ask about it at the next meeting, but there was no longer such an opportunity because Maria died. Returning to reality, the soldier smiled and thought that he had just found the answer to his question, because Count Maria was actually a girl. The merchant and appraiser's daughter was even more angry when she saw the boy laughing after the hit, so she threatened to hit him again. She lunged at him furiously, but the corporal quickly dodged and struck back, shouting at her to calm down. Maria crouched down, holding the place where she had been hit, and the soldier growled at her not to be impudent, since he had only allowed the last blow because he had been wrong. The warrior wanted to finish saying that he would not allow it any more, but the girl cut him off mid-sentence, hitting him in the jaw, asking what would happen to her for this. An angry girl and an angry guy got into a fight, shouting at each other, not seeing anyone else around. No one was going to give in to anyone. The young magician and the merchant watched from the sidelines as what was happening. They did not understand at all when the situation managed to get out of control and even lead to a fight. A few minutes later, seeing that they were not going to calm down, Ossel and the old man ran to pull them apart, asking them to stop the violence. After some time, the magician looked at these two and did not understand what was wrong with them because they fought as if to the death. And now it seemed that they had become friends. Maria and Ronan sat peacefully at the table and discussed something among themselves. As it turned out, it was much easier to communicate with each other when you found something in common. The girl clarified the young man's order for 3 swords and a magic wand, asking why he needed 3 swords, but he threw up his hands, saying that they often break. Then the merchant's daughter found a sword made of black iron. She clarified that this material is very durable, and all knights choose such weapons for themselves. She handed him the weapon, saying that despite the rough use of the sword, he most likely would not be able to break it. Having dealt with the sword, the girl pointed to one of the wands. She clarified that it contained a good magic stone, so it needed to be protected. Miriam turned to face the side where Oso was sitting quietly and asked if they were taking the staff for him, clarifying whether he was a magician. The boy replied that it was, after which she asked him what kind of magic he used, to which he, a little embarrassed, said telekinesis. Maria-sen jumped up from her chair with delight, and began to say how incredible it was that if the young man tried, he would be able to get a scholarship. Afterwards, the girl turned her attention back to the young swordsman, asking what technique he planned to demonstrate, but the guy was only surprised. Then the girl explained that there was a practical exam in which a warrior had to impress the professors in order to get into the academy. She continued that the theoretical exam is also difficult, but the practical one is the most important, because if he does well, he will definitely be accepted. In other words, if the young man doesn't prove his worth, then Filion can be forgotten, to which the boy snorted that the main thing for a swordsman is to wield a sword. The merchant's daughter said that the nobles show off their family's secret techniques, but most of them show off their own using mana. Ronan was surprised that the swordsman children were using mana at a young age without being mages, but the girl said that it was mandatory upon admission. The guy looked at the girl with confusion while she explained the importance of feeling your mana and using it in battle, because it is the basis of the basics. And then the girl understood why the guy was in such a stupor. She looked at him in surprise and loudly asked if he really couldn't feel his mana. The realization of the situation simply shocked her, because for her it was a normal thing. She asked if, for a guy, it wasn't the same as an aura. She simply covered her face with her hands out of frustration and, not believing it, asked if it was true that the young swordsman was going to enroll in the Filion Academy. Ronan didn't understand how the girl could compare aura and mana, but he asked out loud why make such a scene. Maybe he understood it a little. The warrior was surprised when the girl suddenly jumped up and called him to the exit, grabbing the young warrior's swords, explaining that she was now in the forge. He began to object, asking where she was so confident, wondering if she would damage his weapon. But Maria assured him that they would finish before that happened. Then, looking at the young man, the merchant's daughter decided to convince the guy, promising that if this happened, she would pay triple the amount for the guns. As she left the tent, she told him to shut up and follow her, as she was planning to give him a special training session. Maria-sen told a small theory about what mana is, and in order to use it, you need to feel your own mana and develop a sense. The girl explained that different factors influence the success of the process, but on average it takes people about a year to achieve the desired result. She continued to say that all those entering Filion had already passed this stage. Thanks to their own mana technique, the door to the academy was open to them. Maria called the hero a storyteller because he doesn't even understand the difference between aura and mana, but he's going to go to the prestigious Filion Academy. Looking at the guy's skeptical look, the girl finally admitted that aura is also a type of mana. Only the difference between them is like between heaven and earth. She said that even if you have talent and incredible strength, you need to train for at least 10 years to get an echo of strength from the aura. Worried that the new information was too incomprehensible for the young man, the merchant's daughter asked if he had at least somewhat understood the essence of these concepts. The corporal thought that in his past life he had already met people like that, those who could use aura or some other unusual power. The warrior agreed that they were strong as opponents, but not so strong that they were simply incredible. They die just like other ordinary ones. The girl suggested finishing the explanations and starting the training because she was sure that the guy would understand faster using his body, not his head. The soldier took the situation too lightly, considering the girl to be just a young girl, and not an acquaintance of the Count from a past life. Imagine his surprise when the merchant's daughter actually rushed at him with extraordinary strength and fighting acumen. The girl had been training for many years, so she had the correct stance. The place and force of the blow were precisely calculated, and her eyes were shining with excitement. The hero did not expect this. He staggered a little, but still managed to hold back the blow. Sparks flashed between the swords. He was delighted with the abilities of the young lady. A warlike fire flared up between the temporary opponents. The girl advanced more and more, but the guy did not lose his grip. Ronan admired the warrior maiden because even at such a young age she was able to splash out so much power, and even using twin blades. Looking closely at the girl's stance, he didn't notice anything special yet, but he thought that this was her combat technique with mana. Maria didn't show it, but she was very worried because she planned to end the fight with one attack and thus dissuade the young man from enrolling. She thought that it would be much better than the heroes disgracing themselves at the entrance exams and thus closing the way there for themselves forever. But for some reason, it is Ronan who is now pushing her aside and is clearly in the lead. To her surprise, he is capable of this without using magic. The merchant's daughter was too lost in her thoughts, and the guy, asking what she was thinking about, easily knocked her off balance. Then the experienced warrior, feeling his superiority over his opponent, shouted for her to dodge and not block the blows. The soldier, who had gotten excited, jumped up and wanted to inflict damage from above, but thanks to her agility, the girl dodged the blow at the last second. The warrior maiden jumped to the side, simultaneously crouching down and blocking with her second sword. Then, sighing, she rose to her feet. An intoxicating feeling of adrenaline boiled in the girl's blood. She really liked this kind of battle, she said, smiling that it was extremely dangerous. Maria looked at the young warrior illuminated by the moonlight, saying that he was not an ordinary guy, but he replied with a smile that he was the same as her. The guy, leaving, praised the girl for her mastery of the sword and mana, but pointed out to her the problem with the center of gravity, and by fixing it, she would become much stronger. The girl asked where he was going, and objected that he should not consider himself a winner, but the young man finally asked her to keep her promise. The soldier laughingly reminded her that she had promised to compensate for the cost 3 times over, and at that moment, the sword fell apart, right in the girl's hands. Maria didn't even have time to understand when the weapon began to weaken, but Ronan, with a cynical look, told her to get the money ready. The dumbfounded girl stood and watched the departing hero, wondering when this had happened and how it had happened. Asura came up from behind. Understanding the feelings of the merchant's daughter, he drew her attention to himself and sincerely said that she was a great girl. Before he could say anything in response, the young magician rushed to catch up with his departing comrade because he had called him. Maria Sen, her eyes wide with incomprehension, watched the boys walking away from her, asking herself who they were. The next day, the heroes began by going again to the merchant's square, where everyone was busy with some kind of work. They came to Carabella's shop with the aim of collecting the debt from Maria, but instead of money, a small surprise awaited them. The merchant's daughter brought along a large number of books and her own notes, which were supposed to help them when joining Filion. Seeing the skeptical look in Ronan's eyes, she indignantly asked again, "Is it really not necessary?" since there is only a month left before the exams. The warrior, not understanding why such generosity, decided to threaten the girl with a sword, but she assured him that it was just help, since she liked them. She said that this was a small favor so that everyone could enter the academy together and that everything was absolutely free, which made the guys very happy. The girl also said that she really wanted to personally prepare them for entry, but unfortunately trade does not wait, and it is time for her and her father to go. That's why Maria gave the boys instructions to study well, and if they suddenly fail, after everything she had done for them, the girl would not forgive them. The warrior was amused by the young lady's menacing appearance, and he laughingly replied that she should worry about herself, and they would definitely cope. As she drove away in a cart, waving her hand after him, the merchant's daughter shouted goodbye that they would meet in the capital for the entrance exams. Asel was grateful for the help and happily waved his hand to the girl who, in the end, once again asked them to study everything carefully. At that moment, Ronan thought about what was waiting for him ahead. Namely, he understood that he needed to pump up not only his weak body but also study in addition. The warrior knew it was going to be a real pain in the ass, but he liked the level of difficulty. So with his eyes full of determination, he headed home. Upon returning home, the life of the young hero continued to go on as usual, but still, some small changes appeared in it. One of the changes that happened was that his sister and her care became more present in his life. They began to have lunch together all the time. Hero was a little surprised by her brother's appetite, but she always cooked for him with pleasure because he stuffed his stomach so much that it almost burst. The warrior then burned off all those calories until nightfall, hunting the monster around the village, increasing his endurance and body adaptability. This continued in any weather day after day until the moment when not a single monster remained in the vicinity of the village. But study was the only enemy that he could not defeat, although the fact that he was constantly studying was already an incredible feat for a soldier. The corporal didn't know what these unnecessary objects were for, according to the etiquette of the northern nobles, but he tried as best he could, not knowing what results all this would lead to. After a month of painstaking work on themselves, the young men finally reached the main place of action, the capital of the empire, Vallon. It is here that the best educational institutions in the entire empire are located, and the young magician was incredibly impressed by the location here. Also looked with admiration at the landscapes of the capital, its beauty of streets and the grandeur of architecture. Each building was extraordinary. He was sincerely happy about everything, like a child looking at every piece of the capital because he had never been anywhere except his village. The stern warrior ordered the boy to stop behaving like that and to move forward quickly as they might be late for the exams. The young wizard had already begun to apologize, looking down in embarrassment, but suddenly he stuttered and fell silent, stopping his gaze on his companion. She looked him up and down, and when asked what happened, she replied that only a month had passed. But Ronan had grown a lot during that period. Annoyed that Asel had taken up his act again, he hit the boy standing in front of him on the head, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Walking ahead, the soldier thought that if they were already in the capital, then it was quite possible that they would be able to meet one of his acquaintances from his past life. He was referring to the swordsman Saint Shulipin, the heir to a famous family, a genius who became famous as the strongest swordsman in the empire. Although it wasn't very important, he still thought that this warrior should be about his age now, and they might meet at the exam. The magician walking next to him interrupted his thoughts, asking if he had taken that thing with him, but the hero did not immediately understand what he was asking about. Therefore, he clarified that he meant the feather that the bird of dreams left behind for its salvation, which should indicate its location. The corporal, taking the bird's gift out of his pocket, said that of course he took it, and he remembered that the owner lived somewhere here in the capital. He said that he had indeed thought of going and looking for this old man in Wallen, but only after the exams were over. Suddenly the feather fluttered and began to move violently. Straightening in his hands, it pointed to the upper floors of the building. In this building, Voren sat, complaining that he wanted to become a seeker again, but had to remain a professor to repay the savior of his bird. The bird of dreams warned the owner that her savior was already here, so the Werlion went to check the cleanliness of the room so that there would be no discomfort. Varen was thinking about when the hero would come, and suddenly he heard some sound outside the window. Heading there, he opened the window and saw Ronan there. The professor screamed in fear, and the soldier was surprised, without embarrassment, that they opened the door for him before he knocked, and that the owner of the blue man was a beastman. The frightened Werlion, hugging Marpez, asked the intruding guests who they were and how they got here, since this was one of the top floors. Ronan, with a straight face, said that he was almost deafened by Varen's screams, but the boy sensibly reminded him that it was worth going up the steps. The beastman covered the bird with his paws. Wanting to protect it, he was angry because he decided that the guys came to steal his dream bird. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young swordsman took a pen out of his pocket, proudly displaying it right in front of Varen's nose as he stood in front of him. The professor's face instantly changed. He relaxed and became happy, because he realized that in front of him were unexpected but welcome guests. The beastman watched Ronan standing in front of him with an indifferent face and the modest Asel. He realized that the saviors of Marpez had come to him. The bird's owner invited the heroes to sit down at the table, apologizing for being so rude to them, and the guys said that everything was fine. The cunning young swordsman decided to shift the responsibility for the misunderstanding that had developed between them on to the young, trusting magician. Asel began to justify himself, claiming that he was not guilty, because it was he who ordered to use telekinesis, but the guy closed his mouth, hissing at him to keep quiet. The corporal interrupted this conversation and said that he was surprised that the owner of the bird was such a rare species of beastman, and also a professor of Filion. Laughing, Varen said that he was no less surprised that the rescuers of his beloved bird turned out to be applicants to the academy where he works. The professor bowed his head, saying that it was a pity to find out about this now because he could have prepared letters of recommendation for them, but the exams were today. Verlev expressed his hopes that the young men would be able to pass the exams, which made the magician panic, and the warrior said that he wanted to ask something. The soldier extended something clutched in his fist towards the hospitable host Marpez, asking if he knew what it might be. Opening his fist, the young man demonstrated that he was holding in his hand the very egg that the fantastic bird had left him as a keepsake when it flew away. The professor asked again if it was Marpez who had laid this egg, but the young man did not understand what the catch was because he thought that all birds should lay eggs. Looking closely at the egg, Varen Fanazir said that this is the case with other birds, but dream birds have their own peculiarity. He continued his explanation that he actually had no idea who would hatch from the egg, which shocked the warrior sitting opposite him. The young man asked how this was even possible, since a chick should hatch from a bird's egg, asking if he was mistaken. Then the professor explained that dream birds have different dreams. Depending on the environment, the bird absorbs different types of mana and it lays an egg. So if a bird gets to a place where there is a lot of lava, it absorbs it, and a phoenix will hatch from the egg, shrouded in tongues of flame. Also, if it gets into a monster nest, the hatched chick will take the form of the monsters living there and so on, and sometimes it won't even be a chick at all. Professor Varen suggested tracking the mana flows coming from the egg, because maybe that way he could predict who would hatch. But this has its own difficulties because myriad types of mana are intertwined here and they are like raging molten metal. Verlev said that he was a little ashamed that he could not yet say who would be born, and the warrior sitting opposite him thought about how many problems there were with one egg. The The beastman asked Marpez where she had been hanging out that she could lay such an egg, to which the young swordsman said that he had never seen such a shameless bird. The professor asked the heroes who had come to look after this valuable attribute for a while, and Ronan, a little surprised, agreed. The corporal asked if it would suit him since it was expensive, to which Varan replied that he did not mind, saying that the dream bird lays an egg once in its life. He continued that he respected the choice of his girlfriend with whom he had lived for so long. Since she had come into contact with them, she had felt something special in them, so he was calm about leaving it to the heroes. So the young warrior simply took the egg, saying that he was also interested in what would hatch. The boys were running out of time, so they started to get ready because all the questions had already been resolved, but suddenly the professor stopped them at the last minute. Varan headed to his books, saying that he was thinking about what to give them as a reward, and literally just now a wonderful option came to his mind. In a split second he returned with a scroll in his hands, handing it to the heroes, saying that everything that would help them hatch the egg was written here. After some time, the young men arrived at the main building of the Galelian castle, where the hall for the practical exam was located. They entered a beautifully decorated and crowded hall that was the waiting area for incoming martial artists. All the applicants were very worried and somehow tried to prepare for the upcoming exam. A representative came out of the hall and named from the list those who were about to enter. Each young man waited impatiently for his number. Ronan was the only one sitting there completely relaxed and bored. He kept sighing because he didn't want to wait that long. The bored guy turned to Maria, who was sitting next to him, and asked her if she agreed that it was all taking too long, but she replied that it was like that at all exams. Looking at the girl, he asked why she was dressed so terribly inconveniently, but in response he heard that she had specifically paid special attention to her appearance, explaining that all the aristocrats came here and they could become clients of her family, so she had to be dressed to the nines. The girl sighed and said, regretting that the cutie mage wasn't with them now, but the guy replied that there was nothing to be done since mages take exams separately. The swordsman said skeptically that he hoped that Asul would not cry there from loneliness, and at that moment they came out of the hall, inviting him to the exam, and the guy headed there, and the girl said in pursuit that she would not forgive him if he failed, and he irritably thanked her for her support. Feeling his strength and that he had nothing to worry about since he still had the skills from his past life, he looked back and promised to return soon. Entering the huge, well-lit hall, he looked at the people present there. All of them were professors of Philion. Each of those sitting at the table stood out somehow, but especially the old man in the center, who was the archmage and director of the academy, and the woman sitting on the right hand of the archmage. The hero thought that in his past life he rarely felt such an aura. She was a fencing instructor. The hero bowed and introduced himself, and in response the old man sitting in the center spoke to him first, introducing himself as the director of the academy. Krava Kratir continued to say that the swordsman would demonstrate his technique, and his opponent would be a magical dummy. The young warrior, taking up his sword, calmly said that he was going to show a simple chopping blow, thinking that for such a dummy this would be enough. The other professors began to quietly ridicule the guy, saying that there is always a country bumpkin who starts talking nonsense in front of a magic dummy. The hero was faced with a meticulously designed magical product that could withstand a blow from an aura and also quickly recover. The examiners continued to ridicule the young man by saying that even the genius Shulapen could barely leave a scratch on him. What could this guy imagine? The director of the academy looked at them angrily, because he had heard all of this too, and it was very rude to ridicule the guy right in front of him. Krava Krater was the only one who believed in the abilities of the young swordsman. He sincerely thought that this child could prove otherwise. The young warrior calmly and confidently approached the standing enemy in the form of a magic mannequin and took hold of the hilt of his sword. Everyone present in the examination hall froze, looking at the guy's determination and his aura, wondering where he got it from at such a young age. The young swordsman easily cut off the head of the magical dummy standing in front of him, which greatly surprised the examiners sitting there. Under the silent, quiet faces of the professors, the young warrior calmly returned the sword to its sheath, saying that he had finished his demonstration. The short-sighted gentleman teachers who had already laughed at him continued to ridicule the hero, saying that it was difficult for them to appreciate his talent. They turned towards Krav Kratir, hoping to hear his support, but saw that he was frozen, simply staring ahead. The archmage, petrified with surprise, simply looked in front of him at the standing young man and tried to understand what he had just seen. At that moment, unable to cope with her own emotions, Instructor Nabarosa rushed at the guy with a naked blade, and the cold steel approached the young soldier's neck, but he didn't even blink an eye and calmly said that it scared him. She looked straight into the guy's eyes angrily, through clenched teeth, and asked who he was and who taught him such swordsmanship. Ronan asked again, without a drop of fear in his voice, what the lady instructor meant, but this only provoked her more. Then she, still looking at him with a scorching gaze, asked a different question. Did he see her movement? The warrior commented that it was amazing, because it was difficult to free your sword so quickly, and also managed to swing it 3 times. Continuing to look him straight in the eyes, the warrior said that he was right. She really did make 3 swings, just as smug as he showed. The guy saw the rage on her face, but he didn't understand what had provoked such a reaction and what he should do now. She continued to growl in his face, telling him that she had seen through his stupid trick, asking if he had really hoped for anything else. She went on to comment that the boy had deliberately slowed down his last punch, making sure the examiners saw it. The woman called him impudent and asked if he had forgotten where he was, but the director also did not understand the reason for such anger. The short-sighted professors quietly asked what they were supposed to see there, since they were only theorists. Now understanding the reason, the soldier became a little worried, because he had only held back his strength because he was afraid that the sword might not withstand it. But the professor understood everything incorrectly, and judging by Nabarosa's mood, it will be difficult to convince her otherwise. But she did not want to hear an explanation. She simply took the sword from the young man's throat and walked away, saying that she remembered him. And when the guy hoped that that was all, she turned around and growled that she would personally teach him. The fencing instructor indignantly returned to her place, and the director of the academy asked again what her last phrase to the young man meant. And he sighed heavily, because these words sounded as if the professor had already taken this student as her student. As Krava Kratira began to say that it was a good job, the swordsman noted to himself that he needed to be more careful. The head of the examination committee suggests ending the test with a simple question, clarifying that there is no correct answer to it. Continuing, he said that the guy should give an answer, as he thinks, to the question of what he wants to learn here. The question was interesting enough that the hero was lost in his thoughts for a moment and finally came to an answer. Remembering his past life, he responded like a true army corporal, saying that he wanted, first of all, to learn not to regret anything. The director of the academy looked at the boy with his mouth open, and for a moment it seemed to him that the man standing in front of him was not such a young man, but an experienced soldier. Having let the guy leave the hall, a deathly silence fell over the room, and only a few moments later the director said what a troublesome task lay before him. The theoretical professors did not understand why their colleagues reacted to the young man in this way. They asked whether he had shown some kind of brilliant trick that made the director laugh, but he just looked at the mannequin and said that he would rather call it real talent. The dim-witted teachers turned their gaze in the same direction where the archmage was looking and simply lost the power of speech. After all, before them was a picture of a decapitated magical mannequin, on which even the most talented warriors could leave only a scratch. This day, and Ronan himself will definitely remain forever in the memories of the professors present there. The young warrior himself mentally replayed what had just happened at the exam with the instructor Nabarosa. The soldier recalled her sword and technique, wondering if they had met in a past life. Would he have been able to defeat her? He thought he had already had enough hardships, but it seemed like this was just the beginning of a long journey ahead. The corporal didn't regret for a second that he went to Philian, because he would definitely learn a lot here. With a confident look, he went forward to the theoretical exam, not at all worried since he had been preparing for a whole month. But after some time, he realized how wrong he was, and it turned out to be not an easy matter at all. Friends looked at the depressed guy who sat and lamented how much he had screwed up, and that his life had always been a disgrace. Maria asked why he couldn't answer more than half of the questions, since she had given him a bag full of notes. Aesel explained that Ronan was so focused on a few notebooks that he completely forgot about the rest of the material. The magician blamed himself for this oversight, saying that if he had asked him, this would not have happened, but the girl, briefly, called him a fool. The young girl tried to cheer up and encourage the swordsman because he had been sitting like that since the end of the exam. She reminded him that the practical test was more important. Suddenly a blue light flashed in the yard and a list appeared near the monument. All the applicants rushed there to look for their name. The friends looked towards the monument and realized that a little earlier, but a list of those who had passed the exams had already appeared. They stared at the list, searching for themselves, silently praying that their wish would come true. How happy they were when they found themselves on the list. They jumped and hugged each other, rejoicing at their small victory. Pointing in the direction where everyone was looking, Maria began to praise the young magician because he took first place in theory. She continued to happily ruffle the hair of the cute magician, even though he was not the only one who took first place, but 1 out of 3. He was still a good guy. She looked back with happy eyes, looked at Ronan and asked where he ended up. He stood silently for a while, clenching his hands into fists and looking down at the floor, already in despair, shadows of sadness thickening on his face. He began to think about what he had been hoping for and said lifelessly that he was not on the list. His friends were shocked by this. They looked at him with surprised eyes and asked if he was serious, because it was impossible. Maria started shouting at him not to joke around, asking if he had read everything correctly because that couldn't be true. He said blankly that he had read every name on the list and that he was not there. But at that moment, a ball of fire flashed behind him. Everyone looked around in surprise at what was happening, and the fire began to burn stronger. There was another flash of light, and the girl assumed it was a fireworks display in honor of those who had passed their exams best. A huge, burning phoenix of glory appeared before them, spreading its wings, and it was from it that these flashes and burning sparks flew away. Suddenly, one of the sparks flew away from the bird and headed straight towards the surprised hero. There was a small explosion, and a list of applicants who had passed the exams best appeared before the warrior's eyes. It stated that he had won first place in the practical exam, and this shocked her. Friends rushed to hug the guy standing next to them, rejoicing at his first place. They hung on him with joy, saying that although he had taken almost last place in theory, he had been able to take second place in the faculty thanks to the practical exam. The young magician called the hero a genius, and he, laughing, asked if he was good at understanding people. Suddenly he thought if he took first place, then the best swordsman took second place, that is, lost to him. He threw everyone off of himself with annoyance because he was very scared of the situation, since that guy with his character would definitely not tolerate this. He heard footsteps behind him, and the growling phrase that he was the one who took first place in the practical exam alarmed the guy. He didn't expect to meet him like this. In front of Ronan stood the young sword saint Shulipin, familiar to him from his past life. Shulipin stood and, with a furious look, incinerated the young warrior, who did not know how to get out of this situation. The students who were looking at the aristocratic warrior began to whisper that they did not expect to meet the rising star of the empire like this. Maria assumed that this guy wanted to talk to their friend, but Asel said tensely that there was a frightening atmosphere around him. The corporal gritted his teeth and thought only that he was definitely in trouble, because the young man was the same as he knew him. In front of him stood a guy who couldn't stand those who wielded a sword better than him and had a vile desire to win. The soldier decided to somehow quietly and peacefully unravel everything, and he laughingly said that he did not understand what first place he was talking about. But in response he was met only with eyes burning with rage and a face unwilling to reconcile, asking why he was lying. The young man threw up his hands, saying, "Why should he lie? Or maybe he has evidence. And if not, then there is no need to start a fight." Young Shulipin clenched his sword in his hands from the anger that had surged up within him. He clearly could no longer control himself. He growled that there would be evidence now and furiously attacked him with a sword. The corporal barely managed to draw his sword and parry the enemy's blow. He did not understand what was happening. The friends screamed, worried about the guy. They were tense from what was happening and were afraid to think what would happen next. The attacker said that this would already be proof, because if he had not been in first place, he would not have been able to react. Everyone around, frightened, began to whisper that a fight had started in the yard. A flame erupted between the swordsmen, and Shulapin commanded the hero to show skills that surpassed his own. Calling his opponent a crazy bastard, the soldier struck back. If he so desired, he would show him and teach him a little lesson. Ronin swung his weapon in the air several times before delivering a strike that was similar to the one Nabiros's instructor had used. The proud son of the Duke repelled the attack, although the force of the resistance sent sparks flying all around. The corporal stopped with his sword raised and asked if this was what the stubborn swordsman wanted, if he was now satisfied. The young Duke, looking at the continuing vibration of his hand from the clash of weapons, understood why he had received a good mark. He had excellent technique. But the proud swordsman was sure that this was not enough to defeat him, so they crossed swords again. Ronin, blocking the attacks, told him to cool down, but he continued to demand to show everything he was hiding. With his eyes glowing with rage and a shadow of discontent on his face, he growled that he still had not acknowledged his victory. The corporal thought that this was why he didn't want to meet him, because he would rather die than accept defeat. The battle was taking on new colors, and the soldier was afraid that such a stubborn man would resort to using aura. And this will already be a problem because then he can cause a storm with one swing of his sword. For such an incredible aura, he was nicknamed the Sword of the Storm, and this can no longer be dealt with. Then the hero made the only right decision he could think of at that moment. He turned his back on him and ran towards his friends. The young knight shouted what he was doing if he turned his back on the enemy during the battle, and that he would not let him go. He rushed to catch up with him, but the corporal managed to run to Aesel and hide behind his back. The frightened young mage exclaimed, "Why him? Why did Ronin choose him?" Tears slowly began to appear from excitement. The young duke, who was chasing after him, began shouting at him that he had stooped to using a lady as a shield, and how dare he call himself a knight after that. The cunning hero, despite other people's thoughts, knew perfectly well what he was doing, and also was indignant that he was actually a guy. The soldier remembered very well from his past life that his enemy put nobility above all else. He dealt a vile blow, releasing his hostage, and exclaimed to his friends that this was their chance. The young duke rubbed his eyes after the blow and raised his head up to look at his opponent, but was very surprised, because Ronin took advantage of the moment and ran away with his friends in an unknown direction. Suddenly, pushing the crowd aside, a security guard emerged from it, menacingly asking what was going on here. He said he heard that someone had started a fight here and suddenly stopped abruptly when he saw the young duke. The slightly rumpled young man looked at the guard, who was indignant, asking what had happened here, whether everything was okay with him, and who dared to do such a thing. He asked to describe them and promised to punish them, but the guy asked to address him informally, because here he was a simple student, and not the son of a duke. Moreover, he told him not to worry about it because it was a fair fight. In addition, he said that he would take care of himself, and as he began to use magic to heal, his gaze suddenly fell on the sword in his hand. To his great surprise, he noticed that the sword had cracked, and it was not an ordinary sword, but one made of high-quality mithril. Thinking back to the previous battle, he thought that there was nothing unusual in the enemy's skills. He couldn't even imagine that he would do something like that with a sword. The young duke became even more curious about all this, and he said that he remembered Ronin's name. The next day, the corporal and his faithful ally headed to the Shamo forest, which is located on the outskirts of the capital. The mage clearly didn't like the idea, but Ronin stubbornly walked forward, looking at the map and saying that it should be here somewhere. The boy asked the corporal if he was sure everything would be okay, and he looked back and asked what he meant. He explained that he was talking about yesterday's battle because he had heard that the guy was the heir to the ducal family of Grancia, the second most important after the imperial family. The boy continued that he had broken his nose and asked if he was sure the boy wouldn't want revenge, but Ronin said it would be fine. The soldier explained that the young duke was the epitome of an ideal aristocrat, an example to all who protected the weak, had principles, and could be trusted. The corporal said he was sure the boy had called yesterday's event simply a duel, otherwise they would be in jail. Aesel thought a little about the words that the hero had spoken and said that he was probably right. The soldier told the boy to forget it and look ahead, because they had reached the vein of mana that Varin had spoken of, the source of Fernando. He explained that mana enveloped the entire world, and where it gathered for unknown reasons, it formed a pool called a mana vein. In such places, a simple stone will become a high-grade mana stone, and an ordinary weed will turn into a wonderful, healing herb. Because this place is so incredibly valuable, no one is eager to talk about it. The professor is very generous because he shared such a valuable thing with them for the sake of some egg. Ronan asked if Aesel felt anything unusual, and he said that it was the first time he felt so much mana gathered in one place. He tried to summon his powers and said that here he could easily use magic, much stronger than his usual one. The boy noticed the hero's belt and said that this is what the egg usually does. But now she's absorbing mana at an incredible speed, it seems like he likes it here. The soldier said that he himself clearly wouldn't understand it and thought that Maria would have liked it here, but unfortunately she had to deal with family matters. Suddenly the boy stopped and stared into space for a while, and then a realization came to him and he uttered some nonsense. Ronan didn't understand what happened, so he looked in his direction and the boy started asking if this place seemed strange. Ronan was excited to hear the boy remind him of Varin's words, that there were many fantastic animals here and therefore ordinary ones too. The young magician asked his friend why then he couldn't hear any animals around. The warrior tensed, feeling the danger with every cell of his body. He thought that he had relaxed too much again. The soldier thought sadly out loud about how everything was not going according to plan and why it was like this everywhere he went. The sorcerer asked what was wrong, but Ronan only told him to get ready because he smelled blood. The boy, with a trembling voice, already frightened, asked what he meant, what the smell of blood meant. The warrior's eyes lit up with the familiar fire that had been there when he met the goblins, and he said that someone had already visited here. There was just one very important nuance to all of this. These guests were clearly uninvited. A crowd of uninvited armed guests attacked the guys standing peacefully by the river, shooting arrows at them. But the young corporal easily cut the arrow flying straight towards him with his blade. Looking closely at the arrow that had shattered into pieces right in front of him, he thought that he had seen such arrows somewhere before. Pictures from his past life popped into his head, where he and his friends were sitting around a fire in a penal battalion camp, and one of the allies just held such an arrow in his hands and talked about its power that it was capable of even tearing off an orc's head. And this guy offered them to him, but he objected, asking him to shut up because he was caught poaching with such an arrow. But he continued to prove their quality, saying that only real hunting dogs who had made hundreds of successful raids could own them. And this guy, whom he remembered from his past life, was the real elite of Calaboro. The warrior realized that this time they would have to deal with Calaboro again, but this time they were not some kind of mongrels, but real hunting dogs. Ronan ordered Aesel to hide, but asked him not to let him be turned into a porcupine with arrows, saying that he would leave for a while. The guy quickly rushed to run towards the attackers. At that moment the hunting dogs hid behind the trees, and did not understand who was in front of them if he was able to cut through all the arrows filled with mana. The hero suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pounced on his opponents with his blade in his hand. The leader of the hunting dogs ordered everyone to quickly run in all directions and surround the attacking guy. The young man was not at all surprised by this. He assumed that these guys would make decisions quickly, unlike those he had already met in the forest. But he was not at all prepared for how fast and agile these guys were. They instantly threw in different directions, and then the hero decided to cheat. He made them look around, exclaiming that they no longer distinguished between allies and enemies, but they did not immediately understand what he was talking about. And Ronan, smiling, introduced himself as the youngest hunting dog of the Damas branch, named Agayut. They came closer to him, asking if his words were true, but they did not relax and kept their guns at the ready. He only confirmed his words with an imperturbable face, But in response he heard doubts because no one would take such a young man, even with connections, into their group. The corporal suggested that he ask the wolf again and gave him advice not to consider everyone around him worthless, since he himself was the same because it made him look completely pathetic. The gang leader was hooked by his words and became furious. He growled menacingly about how a young girl dared to insult him. The leader pulled him by the collar to the dagger, threatening to tear him to shreds, but the young man continued to laugh, saying that the love of attacking people could end badly. An ally approached the man from behind and asked him to calm down and not to doubt the guy just because he was a child. He explained this by the fact that only Caliboro knows the hierarchy of branches, and the guy is very knowledgeable about this. The followers suggested asking the captain because if he wasn't lying, they might have a conflict with the Damas branch. A male voice was heard from behind the bushes, asking what kind of a mess was going on here since they were told to just watch. Everyone exclaimed in unison as the captain, a bulky man who was a wolf of the Demir branch, stepped into the clearing. The gang leader let the guy go and turned to the captain with a smile, saying how timely he had appeared. He came closer to the wolf and, pointing his finger at the hero, began to talk to him. The other subordinate dogs began to worry about the captain's arrival because they could expect a reprimand, but the warrior rejoiced because everyone was already gathered here. Vium turned to the soldier, asking if he was truly a representative of the Damas branch. The man said that this part of the mountain range belonged to their Demir branch, and he did not belong here. But the guy, continuing to play his role flawlessly, laughingly replied that he hadn't known. Also, with an indifferent face, he swung his sword at the nearby dogs, saying that he was not Aga Yut, but simply called himself by the most bastard name he knew. The remaining dogs were shocked at how easily they had been tricked, and, enraged, they rushed to get their weapons. He laughed and rushed at the remaining opponents, saying that the name was just right for the stinking poachers. There was not a drop of regret in the warrior's eyes for what he had done. He understood perfectly well that these scoundrels had to be destroyed. After he had dealt with the wolf, he smiled, looking at the remaining enemy, and reminded him of his warning that he would end badly. With these words, the hero easily swung his sword and cut off first the fingers, and then the entire palm of the scoundrel. He winced in pain and fell to his knees, screaming about his lost arm and fingers, but the warrior continued to tease him. He threw a bundle at the bloody guy's feet and said that if he didn't want to die, then he should pull himself together. The corporal ordered him to indicate all the locations of the branches that he knew about, but the bloody youth did not understand what was required of him. Smiling ominously, the soldier said that there was no point in leaving him alive if he didn't want to. He quickly agreed to do everything, only there was nothing to write with, but the young man, without a bit of sympathy, said that he had already made an excellent pen, pointing to his severed right hand. The boy did as he was told, and gave the package back, to which Ronan praised him, saying that he had talent in drawing. The pale boy, already exhausted by his worries, moaned words of gratitude, asking if they would let him go as promised. Hiding the information he had obtained in his pocket, the warrior with the beastly gaze, without a doubt, cut the guy in half. The poor magician, being nearby and having the opportunity to observe everything, could not stand it and vomited from the mess. But the corporal ordered him to stop dramatizing. Still unsteady and feeling a bit unwell, the boy hesitantly asked his companion for forgiveness. He turned to him with teary eyes and said that it was all too much. The corporal then showed him a mountain of dead animals that Caliboro had left behind, reminding him that not killing them was a crime. And then he added that they were all wanted criminals who were already facing execution. Ronan looked at the pool of blood at his feet and thought about how upset Varen would be if he saw all this. The soldier said that it was time for them to go back when suddenly something began to move in the pouch on his belt. He reached out to get the egg, wondering why it had suddenly started doing that, when suddenly Ossel called out to him again. The magician pointed forward with trembling hands and stuttered, trying to utter a question, wondering what was going on. When Ronan looked there, he was horrified by what he saw, as all the blood that was on the ground began to rise into the air. Suddenly, in front of the already frightened boys, a whole fountain of blood appeared, hovering in the air. Taking hold of the sword hilt and preparing for defense, the hero accidentally dropped the magic egg. It suddenly hung in the air and began to glow very brightly, which surprised those present even more. The egg began to spin around its axis, drawing all the blood to itself and absorbing it without stopping. The novice sorcerer, hiding behind the hero's back, began to ask what was going on, but he only snapped back because he himself did not understand anything. Smiling, the warrior said that he was sure of only one thing, that something unusual was definitely hiding under the shell. When it was all over, the boys looked at the frozen egg in the air and were surprised at what was happening, and at that moment the egg began to become covered with small cracks, causing the children to become excited. Ronan was overjoyed to finally see the unique dream bird hatch from this unusual egg. The unique creature, hatching, accidentally broke the nose of a warrior standing nearby who growled with indignation. A creature appeared in front of the excited children that did not look like a bird at all. They looked closely at the emerging animal and mutually agreed that it looked more like a dragon than a bird. The corporal remembered Marpez and seriously wondered where she had been hanging out to find such unique mana to hatch a dragon. This unknown creature flew up to the standing soldier and began to cuddle up to his hand. Because of this, Ronan called the creature cute, but yelled at it for such a horrible greeting, pointing to the mark from the blow. Then the fantastic creature called upon its power and directed a stream of magic towards the hero. To the great surprise of the heroes, it turned out that this creature could heal wounds. The mage called it very cute, saying that Ronan clearly liked the creature, and the boy said that she was more capable than she looked. Aesel, overwhelmed with emotion, suggested naming the creature since it can't be called a dream bird all the time. While the heroes were thinking about what name to choose, the fantastic creature sensed something, and the creature turned around and instantly left the boys, rapidly rising upward. The young wizard asked where she had gone, but the soldier said with admiration that she had been able to sense that presence. One of the dog's representatives, the messenger of the Demir branch, Balus, was already running in the direction of the boys. When he reached the clearing, he was shocked by the sight of a pile of corpses of his fallen allies. He also didn't understand what that sea of blood was that he had recently seen from behind the trees. Realizing that now he would not learn anything and he needed to save himself so as not to end up like his friends, he turned around and ran in the opposite direction. But frightened, seeing that an unknown creature was catching up with him, the poor thing tripped over a tree root and fell. A small, magical creature loomed over the lying, frightened messenger of the hunting dogs, causing severe bleeding, with every small abrasion present on the body of Balus, who asked for salvation. The corporal came closer. Giving the creature a name, he ordered the creature to stop because it could kill the guy. And the baby, named Sita, quickly returned to his hands, and the young man explained that this name had been spinning in his head for a long time. Ronan really liked the hatched dragon. He scratched his belly, asking if he liked his new name. The envoy of the Demir branch remembered that she saw this guy just during the blood fountain. He was trying to figure out who this dragon owner was. But his thoughts were interrupted by a young warrior who addressed him by name, asking how he was feeling. He quickly began to thank the soldier for staying alive, saying that it was only thanks to him. Suddenly, the messenger realized that he had not introduced himself to the guy, so he asked in surprise where he knew his name from. The corporal looked him straight in the eye and said that the guy definitely didn't need to know that. The soldier put his sword to the throat of the seated envoy, which greatly agitated him and made him afraid. The young swordsman did not expect that he would now meet the same guy who had bragged about his arrows around the fire in the penal battalion. Ronan approached the talkative Calaboro hunting dog, asking how his poaching was going, but he protested. The young man declared that he was a simple messenger, which made the hero smile, realizing that he now occupied such a low rank. But the soldier continued to address him, saying that he would need to do something for him, smiling and clarifying that this was not a request at all. The boys returned to the walls of their academy closer to evening after their adventures. Having thrown the money they had just received into the air, the boys headed off further. Along the way, they were glad that the situation had turned out so smoothly. The little magician said that he was also shocked that everything was much better than expected. Hazel recalled that situation by the river when the guy compared the water of the spring to gold and made him collect some. After a short silence, he continued that he could not even imagine that Maria's father would offer such a high price for her. The magician hopefully asked if they needed to worry about money anymore, to which the guy replied that they owed Varen a lot for it. The warrior was upset that he had not been able to talk to the professor, because the conversation would certainly not have been limited to simple gratitude, remembering all those adventures, especially remembering the task he left for Balus, because he scared the bastard so much that he definitely wouldn't dare betray him. The boy asked the young man what he was going to do with the money, since the person who took second place in the faculty was exempt from paying fees and even received a scholarship. He made the guy think seriously by asking if he wanted to do something for that money. Having thought hard about it, he came to the exhibition and realized that the opening ceremony was coming soon. A few days later, they came to me at the stagecoach station in the center of Bologna. The long-awaited carriage had just arrived at the station. The coachman came down to open the doors and inform the seated girl of his arrival at his destination. A smiling Ireel stepped out of the carriage, sincerely happy and admiring the beauty of the capital's streets. At the station, her brother Ronan was already waiting for her, and with a warm smile he asked how her journey had gone. He continued to ask if anything had happened during his absence, to which his sister replied that she should be asking him. She asked where the young man got so much money because she was very surprised by the luxurious carriage standing right next to the house. Without waiting for an answer, she pounced on the guy, examining his face, asking if he was eating well because he had lost a lot of weight. The guy assured her that everything was fine. Lowering her eyes a little lower, she asked who the cutie was sitting on his shoulder. The younger brother introduced the sitting beast, saying that for some reason it had followed him. But the young man interrupted their conversation, grabbed his sister by the hand, and said that they needed to hurry because they had no time at all. He explained that he wanted to have time to do everything he had planned, because when school started, he would have no time at all. First of all, the guy took his sister to an expensive boutique, which made her very embarrassed. While the girl was saying something, Ronan didn't listen to her at all. He looked at every outfit offered and thought that absolutely everything suited her. Iril asked shyly if these were too expensive gifts, even though he had been able to earn a lot of money and received a scholarship. He turned to the seller from the bench, asking if he could deliver all these things, and he nodded affirmatively. The girl was worried that these were too many things, but the young man called it payment for everything she had to go through because of him. The words she heard brought tears of emotion to Iril's eyes. She couldn't believe that her little brother had become so grown up. The happy sister started to laugh and shout so that everyone would pay attention to how kind her brother was. But he ran after her and asked her to stop. The young warrior felt very ashamed and suggested going further, but this time to the craft street since he needed a new sword. To everyone's surprise, a young warrior named Shulipin was standing behind the door all this time, waiting for the moment when the hero would come out. Here he addressed Ronan by name, which scared him very much, because he did not expect such a meeting at all. The soldier asked him what he was doing there, whether he was a stalker, but the Duke replied that his custom-made sword was nearby, since the previous one was defective because of him. He continued to clear up the misunderstanding, saying that he saw him by chance and decided to wait here. An angry Ronan growled what it meant to be a stalker and asked what defect he was talking about. The still irritated corporal was indignant. Who else should blame whom, and how dare he talk about a defect, after what he did to his sword? Sparks of misunderstanding flared between the boys again. Ronan took out his blade, threatening to show what a truly defective sword was. Suddenly, the young swordsman's sister appeared in front of him, covering the young duke with her body and reminded him not to swear. The soldier wanted to explain that things weren't that simple with this bastard, but his sister forbade him to swear, and the duke stood behind her and tried to understand what was happening. The girl turned to the young warrior Shulipin, saying that she was sorry. Even though her brother was foul-mouthed, he was a good boy. The rising star of the empire stood enchanted by the beauty of the girl, and in the future remembered this meeting as the moment when he saw a goddess. She continued to say that it was all her fault because she had not raised her younger brother well enough. He interrupted her, saying that she had nothing to apologize for since it was due to his temper. He impressed the girl with his simplicity and kindness, telling her not to worry because it was his fault. She decided that this guy was a great friend of Ronan's and happily took the guy's hands, which embarrassed him greatly. She looked straight into his eyes and sweetly asked him to look after his little brother. The corporal stood shocked by the situation, not understanding what was happening and how he should react to it all. The embarrassed young duke offered to compensate the young swordsman for his damaged weapon. True, the young man didn't have any money with him at the moment, so he handed over his family's identification badge instead. Having provoked a lot of mixed emotions, he explained that thanks to this they would be able to go anywhere in the empire. The heir of the Greek family suggested that they go to the forge at the western end of the craft street to buy a sword. He said that this forge has a 500-year history, and ordinary people cannot get into it. But with this token, they will be allowed in. The Duke turned around, expressing his hopes that they would make an elegant sword for them there. The stunned young warrior stood frozen, trying to understand or even understand what the Duke had just given them. After all, with the token from this family, one could buy out an entire village of decent size. The corporal watched the young Duke leave and tried to understand whether this was the same Shulapin he knew in his past life. The next day, the grand entrance ceremony to Filian Academy took place. The director stood in front of the first-year students and introduced himself again after greeting the students. He said that everyone present here were talents who had passed a rigorous selection process and proven their potential. Continuing to speak, the director promised that they would combine their boundless talent with the best training of Filian. He smiled and expressed his confidence that thanks to this, they would all be able to enter the history of the empire. Kratira concluded his ceremonial speech by greeting the students of the 787th intake. Ronan was quite bored by such a grand speech, so he stood in the crowd and yawned. But he understood that such moments in life are also necessary. Looking at his sister, he saw how she liked it. The director of the academy snapped his fingers and everything around began to glow purple, and it was as if the heavens began to collapse. And suddenly everyone present was transported somewhere into another space, where greetings were shouted at them from all sides. Friends admired the great power of the fantastic director, who with just a small snap of his fingers was able to move the entire site. Smiling, Kratira suggested ending the opening ceremony with a meeting of the elders with the younger ones. A meeting of seniors with juniors, which is held to exchange experiences between new and repeat students. This is a special tradition of the academy and it always takes place in a tense atmosphere. The first-year students who took the first 2 places in the entrance exams choose one of the 4 strongest second-year students. Each of these second years has their own style and a duel begins between them. The director said that the event reflected the approach to education at their academy, because you need to learn not only from professors, but also from other students because finding vulnerabilities, working in a team, and competing will be the beginning of learning. The sister was excited to hear that this ceremony would be the first step towards learning through a duel between students of different courses. Kratira added that first-year players get to choose their opponent, and they also have the option to refuse. Ronan was outraged by the hazing at this academy because the second years laughed at them, asking if they were too scared and wanted to participate in the fight. They had a wide choice in front of them. One of the guys was Nazdo from the martial arts department, the first in the second year's ranking. Also introduced was the second-ranked second-year student in the martial arts department, a guy named Braum. Also in front of them, from the martial arts department, was the third-ranked girl Irina and Karun, the fourth-ranked second-year student. Ronan was tense at the words of the guy who introduced them as the rising star of the empire, Shulapin and the comet that had overtaken him on the practical exam. He realized that if it was all heading towards a fight, then this would be a great opportunity to show his little sister what he was capable of, and to show her that making friends at the academy wouldn't be a problem for him. The director said that the first years could choose their opponent, but the young warrior asked for a suggestion. He asked that, if he had freedom of choice, then could he choose all the elders at once to receive a lesson. The second-year student was embarrassed by such impudence, but the guy added with a smile that he wanted to get a lesson from everyone at once. The director of the academy could not give a clear answer right away, so he called a small meeting with other teachers. Instructor Nabarosa said that it should be allowed, referring to the main principle of the academy, that you can do whatever you have the strength for, She looked at the other teachers and continued to say that this would be a lesson for everyone, no matter who won, and if anything happened, she would intervene in the fight. Krava Gratira sighed ambiguously and decided to listen to the instructor, and gave the go-ahead for this venture. This made the elders incredibly angry, and even a little offended, and they were indignant that he was already looking down on them even before the milk had dried on his lips. The second years threatened to teach him a lesson to not be so arrogant, but Nasdo told them to calm down. The boy reminded them that despite his behavior, he still defeated Shulipin, so he should not be underestimated. The second year in the rankings, the martial arts department told everyone to give it their all from the start. Iriel began to worry madly, seeing this terrible attitude of her brother's opponents. The sister decided to shout to her brother from the stands, asking him to be careful, and if he couldn't cope, then to immediately start asking questions. But the young man decided not to say anything to his sister, and only waved his hand back at her with a smile. The director was also looking forward to the start of the fight, and most importantly, to its outcome. As soon as the permission to fight was announced, Nasdo decided, by right of surprise, to be the first to rush at his opponent. His strike was accurate and superb, fully demonstrating why he is ranked number 1 in the second-year rankings. The corporal noted to himself that these 4 second years were on a completely different level compared to Maria. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the attacking Arena, who was as fast as the wind and no less excellent in the use of weapons. Karun suddenly appeared right from behind her. His gaze full of determination, he ordered the girl to duck. Looking at their wonderful interaction, the hero noted to himself that they were doing great at teamwork. The punch from the 4th-ranked second year in the martial arts department was also good. The hero barely held it back. As soon as the corporal jumped away from the attackers, Braum suddenly approached him from behind, swinging a huge blade that matched his build. He asked Ronan why he started all this because he wanted to seriously fight him, and with these words, he made his attack. The hero was saved by his quick reaction. He instantly dodged such a strong and confident blow. The young warrior appreciated the very high level of his opponents, because they attack one after another, and without a break, and clean their weapons perfectly. Having calculated where the 4 were aiming and how long it would take to expect a blow, the hero was able to avoid it in time, surprising Irina with his speed. As she delivered her first blow, she acknowledged that Filion was impressive in his level of training for the young fighters. Braum, with great rage in his eyes and a desire to teach the boy a lesson, said that he was indeed a strong opponent. The corporal jokingly asked the big guy if he had just lost all his fighting spirit. Raising his sword, the soldier smiled and said that if that was the case, he would be serious until the very end. Braum looked at his opponent's pose and was surprised to see that it was exactly the same as Instructor Nabirosa's, and a real battle took place between the heroes, where Ronan clearly won over his opponent in speed and agility. The duel ended with the weapon in Braum's hands unexpectedly shattering into pieces. The corporal, smiling and looking down on his defeated rivals, thanked his elders for what he had learned. Everyone in the arena went silent. No one could believe what had just happened, and his sister also sat with her mouth open in surprise. The silence quickly gave way to joyful shouts, everyone sitting in the stands screaming with delight and asking who this incredible newcomer was. The second-year students stood with broken weapons and did not understand how this could happen, because at the beginning of the fight he was losing, and then everything suddenly turned upside down. The number 1 ranking member of the martial arts faculty, Ronan regretfully admitted his superiority over himself. Everyone looked closely at the young hero and wondered where this real monster came from. The guy looked at his sister and thought that now she wouldn't worry about him, because now she was sitting and bragging about her brother to everyone. The warrior turned to his opponents once again, with words of gratitude, praising them for how well they tried. The guy said that, given the joy of being admitted, he had gone a bit overboard, but admitted that they were much stronger than he expected. The friends who were in the crowd were surprised by the guy's behavior, because he usually doesn't behave like that. The magician was worried whether his friend had been poisoned. The elders were shocked, with words of gratitude for accepting the challenge and a request to forget about his rudeness, in the hope of learning a lot in the future. The second-year students laughed and said that at first they had a bad opinion of him, But now they see that he is not only strong, but also well-mannered. Brahm raised the hero's hand in a victorious gesture, and told him to act more confidently, because the victory was fair, and that was the whole point of Filion. The brute praised the young man, saying that he had shown incredible skills, but the warrior laughingly noted that the guy was passionate not only in battle. Her brother's words brought Errol to tears, and the guy at that moment thought that now she would be calm, because she saw his social skills too. At this time, someone stood quietly hiding behind the crowd, ominously noting that Ronan was an interesting character. After the ceremony, all the students present headed to the academy to celebrate the arrival of the newcomers. In the large hall, a festive banquet was set up in honor of the event, where everyone sat, talked, and got to know each other. Asel said that he had imagined a festive banquet, but he could not even imagine that it would be so grand. Maria laughingly reminded that this was the most prestigious academy in the imperial capital, and therefore nothing less should be expected. Ronald said that there was nothing surprising here for a long time. Then the young magician asked if he had already taken his sister, to which he nodded affirmatively. Recalling the moment of saying goodbye to his sister, Ronan said that she was too worried, so he had to calm her down for a long time. In addition, he said that he even had to send, just in case, along with his sister, Situ, so there was no need to worry about her. Asel was touched by how much his friend was worried about his older sister. The young warrior decided to try what they were feeding here, when suddenly Shulapin approached from behind, contemptuously asking if he was really enjoying the food now. The corporal was taken aback by the unexpectedness and jumped up, shouting towards the young duke, asking what he wanted. He still asked rudely if the young swordsman really wanted to fight again, but he replied that he had come to check, a very important question for him. Opening the notebook, Shulapin began asking with a serious expression how far Lady Irel's main base was from the capital. He continued to quickly ask questions that interested him, which greatly discouraged the soldier. Shulapin looked at the hero with a serious expression. He asked if the guy had taken care of accompanying the girl. Otherwise, he was worse than the prisoners of the Rodalan prison. Angrily, the young warrior objected that he had taken care of her, and that someone much more reliable than ordinary mercenaries was looking after her. Looking into the face of the crazy duke, he told him not to worry, because nothing would happen to her unless a wyvern or something similar attacked. The heir of the Grantia family attacked the boy, shouting that it would be terrible if she were in danger, but the young man asked him to calm down. He decided to rein in the enraged duke, asking why he had made such a circus, and who he was to his sister. The duke replied that he was simply worried about the safety of the lady whose fate had crossed his, as this was natural for a knight. A girl quietly approached the guys, smiling and talking about what an interesting show they had put on here. Looking at the enraged opponents standing there, she jokingly asked the Wolf of Grancia since when he became so talkative. The young duke looked sternly towards the girl, asking if she needed something from him. In front of them stood a girl named Elizabeth Akalucia, a first-year student who had taken first place among those admitted to the Faculty of Magic. She turned to the representative of the Grancia family with a smile, telling him not to misunderstand her, but she clarified that she was only interested in Ronan now. The stunned guy stood there and didn't understand why it was him because he didn't even know this girl. Shulapin looked sternly at the girl, simply incinerating her with his gaze when, at that moment, Ronan asked why there was such interest. Sighing heavily, the knight said that she was pestering him with her evil hobby again. The duke turned to leave, saying at the end that he was done with his work here so she could do what she wanted. And he addressed the young swordsman separately, saying that he was going to send a couple of guards from his family. Asel tugged at his sleeve, quietly whispering. He wanted to remind him what kind of girl she was, but the guy said he didn't need it. This girl showed complete superiority during the fight between seniors and juniors at the entrance ceremony. The corporal said with complete confidence that, in his opinion, she had even overdone it. Seeing this awkward situation between the swordsmen, the girl said that it was necessary to teach a lesson to those who had become impudent, asking if Ronan understood her. But he, ignoring her words, said that he did not understand what she was talking about, and it would be better for her to clarify why she came. Elizabeth, with a certain sparkle in her eyes, said that she had come to make a certain proposal, because she was impressed by the hero's talent. Holding out the amulet in her hands, she continued to say that this was a special offer, one that petty criminals would not even dare to dream of. The young man froze and was stunned when he saw the amulet that this strange girl was offering him. After all, this precious stone in a silver frame meant invitations from the Acalusia family. The corporal knew that this family valued talent, unlike other nobles, not blood ties. Their family raised many talents, which earned them a place among the pillars of the empire. For those who had immediate potential, they gave the opportunity to become part of their family. And the symbol of this opportunity he now held on his hand, it was the invitation of Acalusia. The girl smiled, realizing that the guy knew what it meant if he asked if she could just give them to people. The guy, still continuing to examine the artifact, easily replied that he had simply heard about it before. The amulet evoked memories of the boy's past lives, about how he had already encountered such a valuable thing in the penal battalion, where they explained to him that with this, even he, a commoner, could become part of such a great family as his main commander, Acalusia Adeshan. Adeshan also clarified then that it would be necessary to pass a test from the head of the family, but for those who have talent, this would not be a problem. She then told him to remember this because when he washed away his sins with his achievements in this war, he, too, would be able to receive such an invitation. He recalled being shocked by the commander-in-chief's words when she admitted that she considered him talented. Elizabeth distracted the guy from his thoughts, saying that she saw no point in explaining everything if he knew, so she hoped for his wise choice. Finally, the girl added, laughing, that even someone born as a wolf, living among sheep, will become like them. And the girl calmly headed towards the exit of the hall, along with the rest of her family. Hazel exhaled with an appeal after they left, and Ronan asked whether geniuses always do whatever they want. The warrior thought that Acalusia might be useful to him, so it was good that he could now easily contact them. At Philian Academy, the students' abilities are valued above all else, and their weapons change depending on their grades. The most striking example of this is the dormitory system present here. Therefore, all the average students ended up in a room that looked like an ordinary house, which was called the Nedian Hall. It was a pretty good hostel. It had everything you need. Students got a clean room, a high-quality cafeteria, and so on. On the other hand, the 30% of students with the worst academic performance were sent to the Kratir Hall, which looks like a country house. The first day of students arriving here always begins with shouting and indignation. Regardless of their status rank, the students with the worst academic performance lived there, despite their indignation and demands for at least several servants. But the representative from the academy did not react to such statements in any way. They only replied that there were no servants in this hall. The conditions in this hall were worse. Each room housed 4 people. The cafeteria, shower, and toilet were shared. These were the rules of the academy. In order to change dormitories, you had to study hard. All the students from noble families were simply in deep shock at the opportunity to stay here and live for the next semester. The next hall, Naberdoz, was created for the top 10% of students and looked like a small palace. The appearance of this dorm, such a simple guy like Ronan, was simply stunned and speechless. The interior could be described briefly. Everything was done in a rich way, large, spacious, light rooms in gold color. When the young man entered his room, he noticed the sheets of paper lying on his desk and the pen in the inkwell. And he thought that this was probably the same form for choosing courses that they had been told about. The warrior looked at the lists indicated on these sheets and thought about the fact that he needed to choose the courses that he would like to attend. He was sure that the first year was a time to get used to it, so choosing too many would be unwise. But all the courses were incredibly interesting, a classic mistake of first-year students who were facing hell ahead. He made his choice, and then sat smugly in his chair. Maybe there were too many courses, but he wanted to master everything that interested him. The very first subject, the basics of imperial fencing, disappointed the hero, because the chief instructor, Abar, declared that he had nothing more to do there. Ronan was shocked and didn't understand why this was happening, since they had just started the course. The warrior objected to this statement, but the teacher only laughed, saying that this was usually his phrase about how they had just begun. The teacher had to explain to the boy that he had already perfectly mastered all the basics of imperial fencing techniques. According to the Academy's rules, they dismiss students from classes once they have mastered the curriculum, since his presence will demotivate the rest of the students. Laughing, good-natured Abar added that the boy should not become arrogant, but simply continue to study hard. So the heroes impromptu finished one of the chosen courses. He sat annoyed on the shore of the lake, because this was not the end yet. Then this situation, not very pleasant for him, repeated itself with the archery course. After that, he was also easily released from his chosen course of hunting monsters. The corporal was incredibly upset about all this because he was kicked out of all the courses that interested him. While the boy was sitting there, upset by his fate, someone quietly approached him from behind and asked why he was skipping school. Looking back, he saw instructor Nabiros standing behind him, looking at him disapprovingly. The teacher's face quickly changed when she found out that the guy had already completed all the courses. Getting to his feet, the guy decided to clarify whether all courses would be like this, because he expected better from Philion. The woman was surprised that he completed all the first-year courses in one day, but said that it was to be expected. She recalled the duel at the ceremony with admiration, because it was enough for the guy to see the instructor's technique once, and he copied it perfectly. Nabirosa said with a smile that, as Philion's instructor, she could not turn a blind eye to this, so she demanded the boy's sword. The guy froze for a moment, not understanding why the girl might need his weapon. The instructor took the blade from the guy, saying that she would now teach him a very important lesson. The guy wanted to be indignant, but the girl silently demonstrated to him a strength that he had never seen before. While the teacher was saying that this was all that this piece of metal was capable of, the boy tried to understand what had happened and how she had done it. Thrusting the blade into the ground, she said that this sword only hinders the swordsman from developing his strength, because it can hardly even be called a weapon. Slowly taking hold of the handle of her weapon, the girl ordered the guy to watch her movements carefully. The young man froze, carefully watching every movement of the girl. He tensely awaited what was about to happen. The instructor repeated her movement, but this time the effect was much stronger and more powerful than the previous one. The lake was raging from a strong gust of wind and splashed the guy from head to toe. The waves spread across the surface of the water for a long time. Putting her blade back into its sheath, the girl looked the surprised and wet student over from head to toe. Smiling with a satisfied face, Nabirosa asked if the young man now understood what he was missing. A weapon is a strong, sharp piece of iron created to fight an enemy, and it is advisable not to break it when using it. But even if it suddenly breaks, you can always get a new one. In other words, it is a consumable. That's what the young swordsman always thought, never appreciating him in any special way. But the picture he had just seen turned his worldview upside down. Remembering what happened, no matter how absurd it may sound, a simple change of weapon made a huge difference in strength. Throwing the blade behind her back, Nabirosa taught the young swordsman that such a trifle on the battlefield could cost a life, so wasting energy in vain would be certain death. Moreover, if you use mana, the guy must choose a suitable weapon for himself. But now he can't understand, because he doesn't use mana yet. The young man was surprised that the instructor knew about this, but she said that it was hard to believe in the ability to demonstrate such power without using mana at all. Instructor Nabirosa reassured the boy that one day he would still be able to use her. In addition, having said that, in order to do this correctly, he will need a good weapon. The teacher of the Philion Academy was pleased with how thoughtful the boy standing in front of her was. So, looking straight into his eyes without hesitation, she invited the guy to come to her classes, which surprised him greatly. He asked excitedly if it was really possible, since the courses were only allowed for second-year and older students, but the girl said that she would make an exception for him. But this is only possible if he exchanges this piece of iron for a normal weapon. The next day, the guy immediately headed to the main street of the capital, Valon. The boy headed to the forge on his first day off with his friends, telling them about his meeting with Nabirosa. The boys arrived just at the forge with a 500-year-old history, which Sholopin told him about. The soldier's friends laughed at the place the Duke had recommended, for it looked so shabby, as if it would fall apart at one touch. They asked him if this was exactly where the Grancia family regularly shopped, but he didn't know for sure. The boys headed forward, hoping to find out the truth when they entered. but the building looked even worse inside. Having carefully examined the interior, Ronan was unpleasantly surprised. He was sure that the Duke would not have lied then. The doors creaked open, revealing a hairy paw with claws, the owner of which was unhappy with being woken up. The creature appeared before the heroes in full growth, asking who they were and why they were making so much noise in broad daylight, since the fire was not burning. The uninvited guests froze in surprise and a little frightened at the sight of the owner of the workshop. In front of them stood a real 3-meter werewolf, who was clearly unhappy with the guests. He growled menacingly, asking if they had gone deaf, since he still hadn't heard the answer to his question. The guy handed him the medallion he had received from the Duke, saying that he wanted to buy a weapon, since this was the place that Shulipin had recommended. The werewolf understood the meaning of this medallion perfectly well, but having examined the 3 standing there, he realized that none of them belonged to this family. The owner of the forge mockingly asked what he wanted from him, because the presence of the medallion did not mean his connection to the Grancia family. Yawning, he said that he didn't know where the information about Kuza had leaked from, but children weren't served here, so they had to go away. The warrior did not understand why the wolf was behaving so impudently, but he turned around and said that the guys had another option. Werewolf said he might change his mind, pointing his finger at the cutie mage. He demanded his hand in return. With his mouth open, he growled and said that he was just hungry after sleeping, and headed towards the sorcerer, who stuttered that it wasn't tasty. These words were the last straw for the already irritated corporal, who was ready to teach the impudent fellow a lesson even earlier. He called out to the werewolf, addressing him as if he were a common cur, showing with his whole appearance that he had clearly crossed the line. Without waiting for any reaction, the guy instantly dealt damage to the sinister wolf. He jumped back, growling loudly in pain and holding the place where the guy had just hit. Looking at the fallen wolf, the young man thought that for some reason the blow felt strange. Suddenly, unexpectedly, armor that had not been visible before began to appear on the owner of the forge. But this did not stop the young warrior at all. He raised his blade and headed towards the enemy because he could easily break his defense. The werewolf puzzled the boy, asking him to stop, saying that it was all a test. He went on to quickly explain that their forge always tested the skills of new customers. He also added that he had just made new armor and wanted to test it. But apparently he had gone overboard with the provocation. He pleaded, saying that he truly didn't mean to hurt anyone. But Ronan called his words an original excuse. The warrior was not going to believe his words, but he continued to explain that a forge that served the Grancia family could not help but have checks. The last words, that he could check this with Shulipin himself, managed to cool the soldier's ardor. He put his sword away, calling this test a fun way to find out how painfully one could die, but he reminded him again that he had simply gone too far. Smiling good-naturedly, the werewolf turned to the young magician, asking for forgiveness because he did not want to frighten him. At the end, the blacksmith added that he doesn't eat people, to which the boy stuttered and said that it made it easier. Didikan introduced himself not only as a blacksmith's apprentice, but also as a gatekeeper. Pointing to the young warrior, he asked his name, asking if he had come for the sword, after which he called them to follow him because this place was only an entrance, and the real forge was further away. When they entered a dark room with only empty walls, the wolf checked to see if everyone was standing firmly on their feet, after which, having found the necessary brick and clicked on it, he ordered everyone to get ready. He folded his arms across his chest and said that the heroes were about to see a trick. Everything shook under their feet, and the platform collapsed. Dedekind explained that this lion is made of magic stones and the pulley is the fastest way to the real forge. Thus, the heroes were able to find themselves in the best and largest forge of the empire, Grand Cappadocia. Ronan looked through the glass doors and was impressed that there was such a place underground. The werewolf smiled and said that since the hero had passed his test, he would take it upon himself to lead him to someone special. The warrior looked him straight in the eyes and tried to guess who the wolf wanted to take him to. After some time, the beastman said that he was going to take him to the best craftsman in the empire. The heroes headed into the very heart of the room, not believing that such a huge forge was hidden under the capital. The soldier admired what he saw, and the wolf continued to say that this was a forge that worked exclusively with imperial families and a few noble guests. The apprentice said that the most skilled craftsmen work here, regardless of their race and status. But among all the best, only one living in this house can be singled out, and that is old Doran. He has been working with metal for 400 years. The wolf warned that the old man was very stubborn, but his skills were incredible. And speaking of his respect for him, he opened the door with his foot. Inside the room, a pile of metal and weapons were waiting for them under their feet, and Didikon turned to the master, asking how he was doing and informing him that he had brought guests. The blacksmith said that a wolf can be recognized by the amount of noise, although he asked him to behave more quietly, but he objected that it was because of the scattered weapons. In addition, he reminded him that in order not to disturb him with noise, he should clean up sometimes. But the master replied that young people today whine a lot. Then he looked towards the guests and asked if they were smart, to which the beastman quickly responded approvingly. Pointing his finger at the hero, he said that he had tested him himself and said that his skills would surprise the master, because he was an extraordinary swordsman. But the blacksmith was surprised by what he heard, saying that he looked like an ordinary kid, nothing special. He extended his palm to him, asking him to show him what he was currently walking around with, because this thing could tell a lot about him. Unsuspectingly, the guy gave him his weapon. He looked at it carefully and sighed heavily, shaking his head. He asked if he really used it as a weapon, and easily smashed the weapon with his hammer, calling it trash. The soldier began to shout indignantly, asking what the master was doing, but he calmly pointed the hammer to the side and told him to choose any of those there, explaining that, because he was a trash, he couldn't assess his skill level, so he would have to do it this way. The master agreed that he would give away any blade for free, so he doesn't have to worry about that. The blacksmith calmly said that any blade the guy chose would be hundreds of times better than the trash he came with. Looking towards the smiling wolf, the young man decided not to miss his chance and agreed to the old man's offer. Taking the new sword in his hands, the warrior immediately noted that it felt completely different. But would the difference be that big compared to his previous weapons? Finally, the guy decided to clarify once again whether the master was serious when he warned him not to blame him if he suddenly broke something. Doran replied that he didn't care. He was just waiting for the young man to demonstrate his skills. Then the guy, remembering the movements of the instructor Nabarosa, decided to immediately repeat them and check what he and this blade were capable of. The blacksmith immediately recognized from the movements what the boy wanted to demonstrate, but he did not believe that the young man could know such a technique. The corporal was eager to finally try out the strength and damage he had learned from the instructor and quickly repeated the necessary final movement. But he didn't even expect that the force would be so great that it would cause an explosion and the destruction of the wall. The disturbed blacksmiths who were working in the next room began to wonder what was going on at Doran's early in the morning. Looking at the huge hole in the wall, they first decided that the stove might have exploded. All participants in the process simply stood with their mouths open and could not believe what had just happened. Through the settling dust, it was clear how much damage the hero had done to this forge. The corporal began to make excuses that she didn't want to do it, but the master quietly said that this was Nabirosa's technique and asked him if he was her student. The guy looked at the blacksmith in surprise and asked again if he knew the instructor Nabirosa. The master replied that of course he knew, because it was he who made for her that unreasonably long sword that the young man had seen. Doran said that this is the Sword of Rain, and it is his masterpiece, and the blade that is now in his hands is not fit to hold a candle to it. Ronan admitted that he didn't expect much from the sword, but the blacksmith jokingly said that he had the same opinion about the guy. He patted the guy on the back approvingly and said that his blood boiled because he hadn't seen such talent for a long time. But looking him straight in the eye, he added that being overly talented was also a problem. After all, it would be difficult to forge a suitable sword for him, since this one was not able to withstand his blow. The master looked at the guy carefully and said that ordinary material would not withstand his strength and that it was necessary to alloy high-grade steel from special materials. The young man was surprised to hear that the material had to be no lower than the level of wyvern offal. Then the guy reached into his pocket and took something out, asking if it was suitable. On the guy's hand lay the remains of the shell of that very egg, the magical bird of dreams. Doran took the shell to test its strength and was very impressed, because even a mithril hammer could not scratch it. The master couldn't believe that such a material even existed, so he rushed to the guy asking if he could actually use it. The blacksmith's eyes glowed with admiration, because this would be the first time he would be working with such a unique material. He promised to forge the best sword in the Empire, so he told the warrior to come in 2 weeks. The old man looked towards his soldier friends and suggested that they go to other artisans. In addition, he said that if they called his name, they would be well served. He himself would not mind. But now he was busy. He said with excitement in his eyes that he couldn't think of anything else right now, except melting down this thing. Friends looked at the enthusiasm with which the old man took up his work, and they suspected that he had gone mad. Deep underground, those hiding were irritated by today's special noise, threatening to rise up and burn everything there right now. But their elders said that it was not time yet, they had to be patient, especially since they didn't have long to wait. He continued that the day would soon come when everything, these blacksmiths and the entire empire, would be buried in the starlight. A few days later, Ronan was walking along the paths in the Academy Park thinking about that forge. He recalled that the old man, considered the best blacksmith in the empire, promised to personally make a sword for him. That day, Asel and Maria also placed orders with the blacksmiths, and it looks like they cost a pretty penny, but that's not his problem. After all, it's not they who will pay, but the family of Shulapin who gave him his family medallion. The only problem was that creating the sword would take half a month, so he was bent over and didn't know what to do with himself while his friends were in class. Suddenly, he came to a place that interested him because it was a training hall for high school students. In front of him, in the middle of the park, was the Hall of Galelion, where the instructor, Nabirosa, holds his classes. The guy didn't come to her because she ordered him to take a normal weapon first, but now he has a temporary sword, so he decided to come in. To his surprise, Instructor Nabirosa, who had been waiting for the young man all this time, quietly appeared next to him. Angry at him, she grabbed the boy by the ear, asking if she had told him to show up for class as soon as he got a gun. Angry that he had been gone for so long, she asked what the guy had been doing all this time since he had only just arrived. She asked if he had skipped class on purpose, but he began to make excuses, saying that, of course not. And while the girl was dragging him into the hall, he said that he had reasons, but she replied that she was not interested and that he should follow her. In addition, he said that he would listen to all his excuses along the way, to which the young man said that he understood and asked to let him go, shouting that it hurt. The girl who was at the academy was distracted by the noise outside the window and did not notice how she blocked the guy's passage. She began to apologize to Carden, saying that she hadn't noticed, but he grumbled that she was too slow for a teacher's assistant. In addition, he rudely ordered the girl to quickly prepare for the lesson, because there was no time to be distracted. Having quickly collected all the scattered papers, the girl headed towards the exit without answering him. Nabirosa led the young swordsman into the arena, placing him in front of the students where many knew him because of the much-talked-about entrance ceremony. But she decided to introduce him to her students, called his name, and said that from today on he would attend classes with them. The young man bowed, introducing himself as a first-year student in the martial arts department, saying that he was pleased to meet his seniors. Whispers immediately began to be heard among the students, where they discussed the guy's abilities. Ronan didn't like it at all because he heard every word they said to him. But seeing the second years he had fought with in the crowd, the warrior thought that he was glad to see some of those present here. But also, among the students, there were those he was not happy to see since he came across the displeased face of the Duke. He thought that it would clearly be fun here, and at that moment, the doors opened and a young girl entered, asking for forgiveness for being late. The soldier turned around because the voice seemed familiar to him. The lady was explaining that she was late because of preparations for the lesson. She was worried and asked how much she had missed, but the instructor told her not to worry and to calmly catch her breath. Seeing everyone pointing at Ronan, Nabirosa said she had just finished introducing the new guy. The teacher told the girl to introduce herself, because the young man should know her assistant. The guy didn't really hear her idea that she was a second-year student in the martial arts department, because he already recognized her. In front of him stood the young Adeshan, who in her past life had been his commander-in-chief. She smiled and extended her hand to the swordsman in a friendly gesture suggesting that they get along. Akalucia Adeshan, renowned for her cool judgment and leadership skills, was the first woman to hold the position of commander-in-chief. Remembering from her past life that everyone who was her subordinate called the girl an Iron Lady and claimed that it was not blood that flowed through her veins, but hot iron. But now, looking at her carefully, the corporal thought that he could never imagine that she could smile like that. The guy looked at her and understood that she definitely had no memories of her past life, which meant that this was what the real commander-in-chief looked like. He remembered her dying request and did not know what to do because she asked him to tell her to become a dressmaker and not let her do stupid things. The guy understood what a difficult choice he faced, but now he was worried about something a little different. Looking at how she tried to please everyone and how many requests she received, he didn't understand why she was so burdened. Suddenly, a guy approached Ronan from behind and offered to spar with him. But he asked why all of a sudden, since he didn't even know who was standing in front of him, and the young man apologized for his surprise. He introduced himself as Un Carden, a third year, saying that he had heard about his ceremonial performance. He continued to say that if it was true, he would like to wrestle with him to learn something, but the guy refused, citing his busy schedule. And he, smiling, called himself a fool, since he asked for a duel but forgot his weapon. And this scoundrel rudely addressed Adeshan, demanding that she bring the training spear. This superficial attitude towards his former commander-in-chief greatly angered the corporal. He glared at Carden, thinking how that bastard dared to call her a loser. The girl accidentally mixed up the spear and brought him a long one, and he began to shout insultingly at her, reminding her that he was already using a short one. He started making fun of the girl, calling her brainless even though she was a teaching assistant. And he hit her on the head, reminding her that she had no right to go to class and that she was here only because she tearfully begged Nabirosa. Unable to control himself, Ronan intercepted the spear protecting the poor girl. And when the rascal wanted to object to his actions, he offered him to spar right then and there. And if he refuses to fight, he doesn't know what he will do with him, so he once again offered to fight. Carden laughed and asked whether he had heard him correctly, asking why he had suddenly changed so much. Laughing, he asked if it was because of this fool, pointing at the girl, asking if they knew each other. He didn't calm down and continued to ridicule the hero, saying how could they really decide to date if they were both commoners and he didn't know about it. But the evil corporal ordered him to close his mouth and at least try to block his blows. Looking him straight in the eye with rage, showing with his whole appearance that he was not joking, he also asked if he didn't want to die. And without waiting for an answer, he quickly struck the first blow with his new sword, which the scoundrel could barely hold back. Jumping back, the weapon interestingly in his hands, Carden tried to understand how the hero could be so strong if he didn't use mana. Looking at the guy with disdain, Ronan said that since he didn't want to use the long spear, he shortened it for him. He asked if he liked it, watching the bastard assess the consequences after the first blow. I feel humiliated. The third-year student is seriously angry at his opponent, and he rushed at the standing warrior, asking if he hoped to escape unharmed after this. Ronan calmly cut off the tip of the spear and made it clear with his appearance that that was exactly what they were going to do. So by attacking again, he suggested that the stupid guy should worry only about himself. In a split second, the warrior delivered several unarmed but quite strong blows to the impudent man's face, after which he collapsed to the ground, no longer able to rise and somehow resist. In the end, Ronan said with disdain that he was clearly lucky because they were in the academy, and if they were outside, he would have finished him off already. The students present who were watching the events were shocked that Carden lost, since he was the best among the third years. Then the corporal decided to intimidate everyone else who disrespected Adeshan. He explained clearly to everyone else that the teacher's assistant was in no way their servant. And when he continued to scatter his threats, the girl standing behind him stopped the guy, calling out to him. She stood in front of him, defending some student, saying that she didn't understand why he was doing this, but it was okay. She ordered him to stop, but he demanded that the girl move out of the way, saying that he could tolerate a lot, but not such idiots. And mentally, he was perfectly aware that he would not tolerate those who would look down on her. Remembering what she was like in her past life, he understood that at least in this empire, no one should look at her like that. Pushing her aside, he asked her nicely to back off, explaining that he would not calm down until he tore these fools to shreds. A voice came from behind Ronin, stopping him, ordering him to stop. Instructor Nabirosa entered the hall. Enveloped in green mana from anger, she said that she would not blame the guy for what happened during the fight. Looking at him, she said that this often happens here, but if he continues to cause problems, he will definitely not get away with it. She ordered him to drop the sword and step back, as the body of his former rival no longer moved. Behind him, the warrior saw a huge green snake, which consisted exclusively of mana, and he quickly realized that this snake was the aura of Instructor Nabaros, the former sword saint. She continued to say that what the guy was trying to do now could not be called a fight, and as a responsible person of this class, she cannot allow such a mess. But the corporal didn't back down one step, saying that if you think about it, she always knew how they were treating her assistant and still remained silent. Nabarosa, with a furious look, said that this was between her and her assistant, and the guy should back off. This was the last warning. But the corporal made a different decision, saying whoever the instructor was, his answer would not change. And the guy, with a look of madness from anger, sent the teacher and all the culprits present. Nabirosa sighed heavily and said bitterly that she had no other choice, and she commanded her snake, made of pure magic, to deal a crushing blow. Having lost control over himself, the guy did not retreat and did not feel an ounce of fear in the face of the threat. Suddenly, images of a memory appeared before his eyes, where the guy asked the commander-in-chief why she volunteered to command in that war. She volunteered, not even paying attention to the fact that everyone else ran away in fear. And then she turned to him, saying that everyone in the world has a destiny, and everyone has their own. Then she answered like this, and the guy wondered what she was thinking when she took on such a burden. He recalled the last words of the commander-in-chief, who said that he should never forgive her because she had thrown this burden onto him. At that moment, the guy jumped up on the bed in horror, wondering where he was now. But it was even more surprising to hear the commander-in-chief's voice next to him, asking if he had had a nightmare. The guy accidentally, out of habit, called the girl Commander-in-Chief, which surprised her greatly. But when he realized his mistake, he tried to simply laugh it off. The girl confirmed the guy's suspicions about the infirmary, saying that it was the instructor who ordered him to be brought here. Nabirosa also asked to convey threats that she was going to correct his character with the help of additional classes, which, of course, is what the instructor's obedient assistant just did, relaying the text word for word. The guy cursed and thought about passing out again, just to avoid these activities. Adeshan distracted the guy from his thoughts by asking if he was so angry because of her. He turned his face away from the girl, embarrassed, saying that he simply couldn't stand it when people disregarded the rules of decency so much. He was a gentleman, after all. She laughingly called him a bad liar and asked him to stop hating Cardin and the others since she understood their feelings. This really surprised the guy. He was indignant. How could she say that, because the girl was helping them with all her might? Then, looking straight into Adeshan's eyes, the young man asked why she tolerated all this. The soldier asked if this didn't make her angry, because even if they did it out of youthful stupidity, the instructor saw it all and did nothing. But the girl, smiling, asked not to misunderstand her. She said that she herself asked the instructor about it. The young man was shocked by the confession, but she continued to explain that she enjoyed privileges, since initially only those who had reached the expert level attended this course. But she surprised him even more by admitting that despite a year of academic leave, she still couldn't control her mana. He couldn't believe it, because the Adeshan, he remembered, was great at using the power of aura. Had she ever been like that? Because of this nuance, she asked Nabirosa not to interfere if someone mistreated her. Embarrassed, the girl added that she did not want to be a burden to her, since she had already hired her as an assistant, in defiance of all the rules. Having regained her spirit, she added that she was ready to pay such a price for this privilege, especially since it was not difficult for her to endure it. Adishan thanked the warrior, saying that she thought she was used to this by now, but today it was hard for her. The corporal asked the girl if she was putting up with this in order to become commander-in-chief, which surprised her, because she did not expect it to be so obvious. She said that she could not yet confidently say this, but she dreamed of becoming the commander-in-chief of the empire. The girl waved her hands, saying that she understood how stupid it sounded, because she hadn't even reached the expert level yet. Looking at her hand, Adishan firmly, without a hint of doubt, stated that she had no plans to give up. Looking at her calloused hand, she admitted that she was good at military science and tactics and worked hard every day. The future commander-in-chief rushed to the exit because another lesson was about to begin soon, and finally, she asked the guy to have a good rest. The young warrior, in turn, expressed his gratitude for the fact that she looked after him. Opening the doors, she called it nonsense and said that they would meet again in class. Left alone, the corporal could not get the memory of the commander-in-chief's request out of his head. He sat on his hospital bed, frowning, wondering what the right thing to do would be. A few days later, over the weekend, the friends headed to Grand Cappadocia. But when they got there, they were in for some unpleasant disappointment because there was no one there. Ronan, remembering the previous night, wondered why they had sent him a carrier pigeon if they were going to behave like this. After all, in the letter, it clearly seemed that it was time to come, and that the blacksmith had made the masterpiece of his life. He kicked the helmet lying on the ground in anger, cursing at why everything was so dirty here, whether they cleaned up here or not, and how they served customers in general. Maria wondered why he was so sensitive lately, and Aesel asked her what happened at the last lesson that he missed. Turning towards the door, the hero suggested that they go downstairs on their own. His friends tried to stop him, but he said that they had invited them, so they should follow him. As they stepped into the elevator, Ronan correctly calculated the correct brick and pressed it, activating the lowering system. The guy didn't hear his friend's reasonable warnings, and the whole time they were going down, he closed his eyes and muttered that he would teach the old man how to properly serve customers. When they finally landed, the young corporal opened his eyes and was shocked by the sight he saw. Since the entire forge below burned and was completely destroyed, not a single building survived. Looking down, he tried to understand how this could have happened and why everyone was dead. What happened at all? Suddenly, a frightened Aesel called out to the young warrior, asking the guy to look in his direction, pointing his finger somewhere. The young magician pointed his finger at the stone giant who was destroying everything in his path, chasing after the still living people. Ronan gritted his teeth, wondering where the stone giants who were deliberately destroying the blacksmiths came from. The young man asked the warrior what they should do, how to stop it, but he grabbed him by the waist and said that there was nothing to think about. He shouted to Maria to go back and bring the teacher or someone to help them, and the girl quickly agreed. And the hero himself, without a hint of hesitation, jumped down, holding Aesel, and ordered him to use telekinesis. The young warrior appeared in time. We saved the blacksmiths who were driven into a corner. He cut off the hand of the stone monster. Looking bloodthirstily towards the monster, the guy said that too much had fallen on him in the last few days, so they had chosen the wrong moment to attack. But the stone giant ignored his warning and swung to strike, avenging his severed hand. The soldier reacted instantly, and with one swing of his sword cut off the head of a huge boulder, and it, separating from the body, flew freely downwards, crashing with a huge roar. The surviving blacksmiths looked at the young man and were surprised how such a young guy could kill giants with one blow. While sorting through the pile of rocks left behind by the giant, the corporal turned to the blacksmiths, asking what the hell was going on here. After the battle was over, the boys sat and talked with the surviving forge masters. They reported that they were suddenly attacked by a horde of stone giants, and they did not know how it happened. They continued to say that they simply crawled out of the ground and began to destroy everything, especially the blacksmiths. The giants also grabbed several blacksmiths, including Doran, and dragged them back with them to where they came from. One of the old men said that Didikin chased after them, but in fact he was a bad fighter. Ronan understood that those who were captured simply had no chance. They would simply be eaten. The warrior asked the old men if there were any more of these vile creatures left here, but they said that he had dealt with the last one. The corporal ordered the young magician and Maria to search for the wounded people under the rubble. And leaving Saitu, he said that they should heal everyone because he was sure that this little girl's strength would be enough to provide first aid. The sorcerer asked what Ronan would do at that time, but he replied that he would go save the old man, because he owed him something. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Doran thanked the wolf who came to save him, but told him to leave quickly. But Dedekind, in response, only growled at the old man, telling him to shut up, because it was already hard for him, and he was still chattering right next to him. He angrily said that if he had the strength to whine, then why shouldn't he use the sword that he was holding in his hands? But the old man explained that he couldn't, because it was his magnum opus, his monumental creation. Raising his sword in his hands, he said that this is precisely why he cannot stain it with his pathetic fencing skills. But the wolf, looking at the approaching danger, told him not to go crazy about weapons, since now was not the time for that. The living giant stone jowl struck with its fist with all its might at the place where the werewolf stood. The blacksmith was afraid for his friend, but he was able to withstand the blow, thinking that even the protective spells on the armor could not withstand and dissipated. Throwing the giant's hand aside, the wolf mentally regretted that if he had known that he would die like this, he would have created only what he wanted. Suddenly, behind the stone giant, a hero appeared with a sparkling sword in his hands. While cutting through the monster in front of him, he praised the wolf, telling him to rest already because he would deal with the rest on his own. Both exhausted blacksmiths exclaimed in one voice when they saw Ronan in front of them. Werewolf didn't understand how the guy got here because there were many giants on the way, but he said that he dealt with them all while saving the blacksmiths. The wolf dropped to his knees and panted, asking how this was even possible. But the heroes replied that now was not the time to chat. Reaching out his hand to Doran, he asked him to give him what he was holding so carefully, since his sword was no longer useful. But the blacksmith did not immediately understand what he was asking of him, and he clarified that he wanted to take his new sword, which he called his magnum opus. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the old man handed the weapon to the hero, saying that he had not yet had time to make a scabbard for it, but the sword itself was ready. Taking the blade in his hands, the corporal said that he would now test it to see how good it was. The warrior repeated the trick he had learned from Nabarosa, and he saw how the sword's unleashing power destroyed the giants standing before him. For a moment, he even forgot how to speak, amazed at how high quality the weapon turned out to be. The blacksmith ran up and began asking the hero if he liked his creation. Doran admired his creation, which was so light that it was not felt, but at the same time stronger than mithril, it could withstand any sword technique. Ronan was surprised that without any spells, the sword could quickly recover by simply absorbing blood. The warrior knew that this was probably due to Siti's shell, but he decided to praise the old man for a job well done. The wolf interrupted them, saying that now was not the time to brag, but to get out of here, saying that they were in the vanguard, so there were no other people, and the corporal ordered Dedekind to grab the blacksmith and get out of here, but he would stay here for a while, because he needed to check something. With a hunting gaze, he said that it seemed to him that there were some rather large rats here. The werewolf asked in surprise what he meant, but the guy replied that he was worried about something. He began to explain that he knew well how the stone giants behaved, saying that they did not gather in groups and certainly did not attack first. And in addition, the young swordsman said that he had never seen giants with suspicious tattoos on the backs of their heads. The blacksmith came closer to look and said that it looked like a magic circle, but he couldn't tell exactly what it did. The old man explained that he didn't understand them very well, so he couldn't say for sure, but judging by the behavior of the remaining mana, he was quite cunning. Doran said with confidence in his voice that the giants had gone berserk, precisely because of this. Everyone was interested in who could have done this, but unfortunately they had no answer to this question. Looking ahead into the dark continuation of the cave, the beautiful hero understood that going deeper would be the only way to find out the truth. So the corporal immediately headed forward to find out the whole truth that was hidden in this place. At first, he was not sure of his convictions, but the further he went and the deeper he went, the more convinced he became that he was right. The cave was full of giant footprints, but among them there were also quite a few human footprints. The guy was also confused by the fact that there were stones hanging on the wall that reacted to mana. They were definitely placed here for protection. The soldier moved further and further and clearly understood that those he was looking for had planned everything quite well. Suddenly, Ronan was distracted from his thoughts by some sounds, and he turned his attention to their source. The corporal quietly crept up to the corner of the next turn of the cave, burning with desire to find out who was there. The young man looked around the corner of the entrance to the next branch of the cave. He wanted to see what was going on there. He was shocked to see there an even bigger monster made of stones and precious crystals. And in front of the pile of stone that had not yet come to life, the warrior noticed suspicious guys in white cloaks. It became obvious that these guys were behind what was happening. But the block they were standing in front of was frightening. The previous giants looked like babies against its background. The corporal was afraid to imagine what would happen when this currently sealed brute began to move. Suddenly, the guy heard echoes of the conversation of people in cloaks who had already realized that an outsider had gotten inside. One of them said that a third party had intervened as communication with the giants was cut off one by one. They believed that they were stopped by the Imperial soldiers and were wondering what to do next, since this monster was beyond their power yet, and the other giants were already lost. One of the villains dreamily said that if things had taken on this form, he could kill everyone himself. The girl standing next to him ordered to forget about it, saying that most of the workshops had been destroyed, which meant that the Empire's weapons production was deteriorating greatly. She also decided to remind them that they must not reveal themselves now, because their main enemy will not remain idle. Cyrilla suggested a temporary retreat, but her partner thought she was being overly cautious, so he called fire to his hand and said that he would have to take care of someone, to which the girl said that he could do as he knew. At this moment, the warrior, quietly hiding around the corner, began to suspect danger to himself. The villain, hiding under the cloak, had eyes that were burning, thirsting for blood, and he said that the stench of sulfur was already tickling his nose. Saying that he was getting pretty fed up with this, he released a fireball straight towards where the soldier was hiding. The guy's reaction was fast enough to react and jump aside from the danger that had not passed. The villains in white robes laughed at the interesting surprise they had just discovered. Seeing how the uninvited guest dodged, they wondered who was in front of them. But considering how agile the young man was, they did not consider it necessary to wait for an answer, and the magician once again called upon his power. Pointed towards the seated enemy, he wanted to tie his legs first so that he wouldn't be so agile. At that moment, Ronan realized that these were unusual guys in front of him, since they were able to materialize so much magic so quickly. Revealing his face, the villain asked the warrior how he was able to get here so easily, because the guards should not have fallen so easily. But rising to his feet, the corporal said menacingly that it was he who should be asking questions here, and the first question was who these guys were. Smiling menacingly, the young man said that no matter what kind of relationship there was between them, coming here was wrong. Edvan was amused by such words, and he praised the guy, saying that with such behavior he would not be sorry to kill him, but the girl warned that they were wasting time. He wanted to enjoy this entertainment despite the fact that there was very little time left before the Empire would be engulfed in starlight. The words he heard triggered the corporal, because Agayut had said exactly the same phrase. Squeezing the weapon in his hands, the warrior growled through his teeth a request to repeat these words. The soldier's eyes were bloodshot, and he asked if the boy knew their meaning. Edvan tensed up as he watched the atmosphere around the boy and them suddenly begin to thicken. Looking towards the people in white robes, Ronan firmly stated that they would go with him because he had many questions for them. But the guy just laughed at this statement, thinking that the warrior had gone crazy because he wanted to catch them. He declared that it was impossible and raised his hand, calling upon his magic, but the soldier was quickly at his side, swinging his blade. The warrior, full of madness in his eyes, cutting off the hand, said that it was possible, but he now had to lie quietly. and Edvin fell to the ground, writhing in pain, looking in front of him at his severed hand. Cyrilla, who was nearby, was shocked that her partner did not have time to react to the guy's attack. And suddenly, she was also caught off guard, grabbed and held in a chokehold by the neck with a hand. Looking into her worried eyes, the soldier said that the lady had better answer all his questions honestly, with a crazy look, quietly adding, if she, of course, doesn't want to be like her colleague. Cyrilla, with her last strength, barely managed to summon a mana shield, throwing the guy back. And the young man, sighing heavily, asked rhetorically if she wanted to surrender in a good way. Swinging his sword, he easily cut through even such a strong magic shield. The girl was shocked by the guy's abilities because cutting a mana shield with a rank is impossible. But at that very second, she was thrown to the ground and the hero, hanging over her, thrust a blade into the girl's shoulder. The guy was surprised to see that she was actually a half-elf hanging out with a bastard. So he repeated the question once again about who they were. At that moment, suddenly behind the evil hero, a large and powerful explosion occurred. He looked back in that direction, simultaneously cutting through the fragments of boulders that were flying at him. The guy was surprised by what he saw, because he thought that he had cut off Edvan's hand and that would be all. But in place of the lost arm, some kind of incomprehensible, disgusting crap grew. The injured magician sent fiery sparks flying in all directions. He was furious and demanded that the hero move away from the girl. But the corporal had no intention of moving in any direction. He simply stood and assessed what was happening. As he thrust the blade into a new place on the girl's body, he asked if the guy still didn't understand how things were. He looked into the hero's eyes, clenched his teeth in anger, and thought about how to react. The warrior, irritated, decided to clarify to the guy that, in fact, they had no chance of salvation. The corporal said with absolute indifference that he had two choices. Either he would do what he was ordered, or the elf would lose her arm. Looking at the guy's reaction, he asked her playfully if she could grow her arm as long as he did. Realizing his losing situation, Edvan silently agreed to do whatever he was told. And Ronan called it a great choice, because he doesn't want more blood either. Looking at the girl's face, the soldier said that it would be troublesome if she died now. But he was surprised by the crazy face she had as she lay there, and the equally crazy smile she gave him as she looked into his eyes. Reacting to the noise from the side, he understood why she was smiling like that, but he didn't know when she managed to do it. At that very second, he was thrown to the side by the blow of that same large stone monster. Edwin approached the elf, asking how she was feeling, but she replied that she was fine, but now she was in his debt. She thanked him for making a false attack so she could cast the spell without being noticed, saying that by doing this she was able to activate the giant without the enemy noticing. The girl added that she was only able to activate her hand, but she definitely seriously injured that guy. And the guy sent the girl to the church to report what happened while he dealt with the enemy. Cyrilla asked her partner to be careful, because it was a monster in the body of a child, but he assured her that he would not be so careless again. Edvan looked angrily at his opponent, thinking that he was clearly not a child. He was well aware that if he didn't kill him now, he would become a big problem for them in the future. The magician only had time to think that in a duel with the young man, he needed to watch his every move when he managed to deliver fatal blows to him. The corporal, enraged at being deceived, cut off all of the enemy's body parts in a split second. Blood was running down the warrior's hands. He looked in the direction of the departing girl and growled menacingly, asking where she was going. With a distraught look, he shouted in her face that he had warned her about a lot of questions for them. The girl was terrified to see such a picture because all the opponents she had met before could not survive such a blow from the monster. She unfolded a package containing a spell that was supposed to immobilize the guy. The enraged soldier reminded the half-elf that he was not going to let them go under any circumstances. He tried with all his might to resist the spell, but his body did not obey. Cyrilla looked at her enemy and understood that if she had no chance of winning, then she had to report everything at all costs. She turned to the young man and began to threaten that she would find out absolutely everything about him and take away everything that was dear to him. She warned that she would kill everyone, including friends, family, and her lover. Hearing this, Ronan tried to move in defeat because he couldn't let her go the moment he found the clue. He shouted after her, asking her to stop, because he understood that if she left, history could repeat itself. And when the guy was already desperately shouting after her to stop, help came to him that he no longer expected. A familiar green aura suddenly began to thicken around the departing elf. Behind the young warrior, a voice was heard that he knew well, and whose owner said that she also had many questions. And as the girl stood petrified, a large green snake began to envelop her. Instructor Nabirosa, with a furious look on her face, asked her if it was she who dared to raise her hand against her student. Looking closely at Ronan, she said that she knew about what had happened and praised him for the work he had done. The corporal was glad to see help arriving, and he reported this, saying how timely Nabirosa had arrived. He started to joke that he didn't think he'd meet her here like this, to which the instructor said that if he had the strength to chat, then he would live. Nabirosa turned her gaze to the elf, saying that it was time to deal with them. Cirilla stood and could not move in any way. She understood that the snake-like aura paralyzed her entire body. Instructor Nabirosa approached the girl wrapped in a snake, grabbing her by the face. She coiled around her like a snake and hissed angrily that the elf had done many unforgivable things. Looking her straight in the eye, Nabirosa stated that what angered her most was that she had hurt her student, and she led Cirilla to the open mouth of the snake, telling her to look at the future that awaits her. Causing pain by squeezing her jaw harder, the instructor silently demanded that she not look away, after which, having lost her strength, she collapsed to the ground, mentally asking the stars for forgiveness. Ronald looked at the lying girl and wondered what kind of future she saw. Putting the sword back in place, Nabirosa said that the guy had done a great job, so as soon as he recovered, she would report everything to the director. The young man asked if the instructor had in mind the Rhodoland dungeon as the elf's future, to which she answered affirmatively, wondering why he was asking. But the young warrior did not answer. He was again completely immersed in his own thoughts, ignoring everything that was happening. He knew that the fortress of the Screams of Rhodoland, a prison that is located in the very heart of the sea. Criminals who rebelled against the Empire were kept there, and it is known for the fact that, in order to obtain information, they do not disdain any form of torture. And since that was the case, he decided to ask to join the interrogation, but the instructor asked what he was even talking about. She wanted to refuse, saying that this was not a place for students, but he took her hand and asked, claiming that it was very important to him. Hearing this statement, the instructor looked at her student and did not know how to react. At this moment, above, the blacksmiths and craftsmen were gathering together, looking for all the living and wounded. Healing wizards descended from the academy into the underground forge and helped all the victims. The exhausted Asul and Maria, holding the tired Sita in their arms, thought that they had finally finished their task. Suddenly, the young magician thought that Ronan should have returned already. He began to worry that something had happened to the guy. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted because someone called out to the tired friends. Looking back, they saw Ronan standing in front of them, praising them for the work they had done. He said that on the way back he was told about how Maria ran for help, and that at that moment, Asul, together with Sita, saved more than half of the blacksmiths buried under the rubble. At the end, the hero asked if they were injured, but his friends protested that they should be asking and why he looked like that. The young mage, with tears in his eyes, extended the Sita to the warrior, telling him to heal faster, but he refused, saying that he had already been patched up. Looking back and watching his wounded opponents being carried out, he said he had some business to attend to. A few hours later, the boy arrived at the meeting place of the convoys from Rhodoland, on a rock in the forest of Greno. The corporal stood with Instructor Nabirosa and waited for the convoy they had called to appear. In the distance, a horseman appeared, his face covered by a mask, sitting on a huge bird, on whose back was a cell for a prisoner. Landing right in front of them, he greeted the instructor, saying that he had received orders from the Empire. That's why they arrived here in full force, to escort the captured criminals. Looking at the bodies that lay bound and unconscious at their feet, the guards immediately realized that these were the ones they had come for. They were warned that the man had a strange ability to regenerate, which he was happy about because the investigator would be pleased. He looked closely at the criminals again and said that for the first time in many years they had come across such an interesting object. While taking away the unconscious bodies, they promised to contact the instructor after the interrogation was completed. Before flying away, the guard looked closely into the eyes of those who provided them with work and expressed her hopes that they would continue to work for the good of the Empire. The heroes were left to simply wait in silence, watching the healthy bird fly away, on board which the villains had just been loaded. A moment later, Nabirosa said that in a week, in Rhodolan, these scoundrels would definitely start talking, and then she would tell Ronan. Looking at the guy standing with a serious face, she asked if this option would suit him, to which he agreed, and thanked her. The whole time he was watching the guards fly away, the young man was trying to hope that he would finally be able to find out all the answers that interested him. From that moment on, time flew by almost unnoticed. The restoration of Grand Cappadocia proceeded quickly, thanks to the support of the Empire. The young man returned to the academy, where he spent quite a lot of additional classes with instructor Nabirosa. And a few days later, they finally received a response from the prison, immediately heading there to the fortress of the Screams of Rhodolan. Along the corridors of the fortress, from all sides, only the sounds of heavy sighs and groans of pain could be heard. On every wall and tables near the prisoners, there were various means of torture. In one of the rooms, the interrogator was just conducting his interrogation of the prisoner. Wanting to get the desired answer, he inflicted various types of pain. After pulling out the prisoner's tooth, he paused for a moment, remembering that they would soon have a visitor. When the instructor and the young man arrived at the place, a gray-haired man came out to meet them. After greeting them, he bowed, introducing himself as the person in charge of interrogating the prisoners. In addition, adding that it was he who would accompany them, raising his head, he said that his name was Karaka. Pointing his hand towards the entrance to the fortress, the gray-haired man asked if they wanted to see the criminal right away. Instructor Nabirosa said that they would hear information about the interrogation on the way, so turning around, the old man asked them to follow. Ronan said, almost inaudibly, that he didn't expect to see such a nice old man in the role of the investigator and Rhodolan. In addition, he said that he did not believe in it, but such words only amused the instructor, because everyone says that when they meet an investigator for the first time. She told the young man not to judge a book by its cover, that he would soon find out for himself why this man was called the worst nightmare. As they walked through the corridors, Karaka said that the camera they needed was nearby, so he would only give the key points. The first thing the old man said was that he immediately knew about their involvement in the Klajir Nebula organization. But unfortunately, this meant nothing to the instructor. She said that it was the first time she had heard of such a group. She asked again if this gang was similar to Caliboro, but the old man said that they were much more dangerous since their identity was unknown. Karaka said he had learned that this gang was behind all the tragic incidents that had occurred over the past year. Hearing these stories, the young warrior thought about how bad things were, but in his past life, he had never heard of this group. When the investigator said he would write all the details in the report, Ronan interrupted him, asking if they had mentioned the spirit of starlight or the arrival of the luminary. But such information greatly surprised the investigator because these scoundrels did not remember anything like that during the interrogation. The young man, embarrassed, decided to explain that he had heard similar words while he was catching them, and it seemed to him that this was somehow connected with their ultimate goal. He wanted to casually ask the investigator to pay attention to this and find out the truth. But there was no need to ask him. As soon as he heard about some unknown information, he immediately went to get his work mask. What surprised the guy, because he did not expect such a quick reaction to the new task he had found. The young warrior watched as the interrogator put on his mask and mentally noted how quickly the aura around the old man changed. Opening the doors, the interrogator said that he did not intend to show his unsightly side at the very first meeting. He kept saying that he was very ashamed, but in reality his eyes did not show any sincere regret. Ronan was very surprised by how the interrogator walked into the cell, saying that his soul could not reach these two, but when the doors of the chamber opened completely, the young warrior was shocked by what he saw. Because in front of him, instead of the two menacing monsters he had seen, sat two exhausted people. Karaka began to say that the guy was an interesting friend, since he was restoring his body with the help of black magic. Preparing for new tortures, the investigator said that in order to get close to such a type, they must continue to be pierced until they lose the ability to regenerate. Having driven the red-hot spear into Edouan's body, he continued that he had put his whole soul into cutting off the limbs and pouring out his sincerity. Pointing to the body, which had not a single limb missing, the investigator said that this was why they had become so close. At least, that's what he thought, but the guests at that moment focused their attention on the red-hot spear aimed at them. Eyes burning with anger and passion turned towards the prisoners. Karak was surprised that they could still hide something. Saying that Edouan had disappointed him, the investigator asked if they hadn't bared their souls to each other, but the boy pleaded that he had told everything without concealment. But he looked at him furiously, asking why he had first heard of the luminary's arrival from Ronin. But he, crying, did not know what to say. He wanted to, but could not tell him anything, as if he himself knew nothing about it. The investigator expressed hope that the boy would be able to help solve this mystery. Looking back at the girl, he reminded her that she did not have the same regeneration as the boy. He continued that, given how much time they had spent together, she might die if he got involved with her again. The guy begged him to kill her, and Ronin whispered that he had never seen anything like this, even during the war. He looked at the exhausted man and wondered if it was possible to hide anything at this stage of interrogation. The corporal kept wondering why the guy was holding on if his identity was revealed. And suddenly the realization came, and he spoke up, that the guy simply couldn't talk. Hearing these words, the investigator stopped for a moment and asked what the young man was talking about. And the young warrior began to explain that this is what they do with warriors who are initiated into the secret. They are cast something in the spirit of a seal, so that they do not reveal important information to the enemies. Therefore, the young swordsman said that it was quite possible that these freaks were in the same situation. Karaka, letting go of Edouan, began to say that he felt great guilt for his betrayal, because he had missed out on something like this. As he left the cell, he asked everyone there to wait a little. He headed resolutely towards the exit, looking ahead ominously, because he had to take something. A few minutes later, he returned and showed off a strange round thing on his hand. Ronin didn't understand what kind of deformity was sitting on his hand, but the investigator explained that it was an eye that eats curses. While petting these creatures sweetly, he explained that this charm is very helpful during interrogation of those who cannot speak due to various curses. Taking one of the creatures in his hands, he headed towards Edouan, saying that he would start with him. The guy wanted to object, but Karaka said that he would soon free him, and lifting the monster onto his head, wished him a pleasant appetite. This strange creature quickly began to push all its tentacles through the guy's skin straight into his head. When the little creature finally attached itself to the head, the whole room was illuminated by a bright glow, and the prisoner screamed in pain. Slowly, the monster's single eye began to change color, and when it turned completely blue, everything stopped. At the end of the trial, the investigator repeated his question in a rough voice, asking what the arrival of the luminary meant. As if in a trance, the crippled boy began to speak, saying that this was an eternal essence, the only blessing that would save the wretched people on earth. Cyrilla listened to his consciousness that they wanted to destroy everything that could interfere with their arrival. She screamed at the guy to shut up and not say anything else, but he was unable to control himself. The investigator said ironically that it was a long speech, so he asked to summarize it briefly for the old man. Looking straight into the eyes of the hanging guy, he asked what was about to fall from the sky, and the bloody prisoner quietly said that it was the children of the stars who must descend. Ronin was stunned by the phrase he heard, because he had already heard it in his past life. He pressed his lips together, straining so hard that the veins on his face stood out, because then Agayut called himself a child of the star. Suddenly, the young warrior called out to the interrogator, breaking into the interrogation and getting closer and closer to the hanging guy. The young man came right up to the prisoner, looking at him furiously. He called out to him, wanting him to raise his gaze to him. Still looking furiously without taking his eyes off him, he asked if he meant Agayuta. But the prisoner began to panic somehow after hearing a familiar name. He tried to ask how the young man knew this name, but suddenly his face began to swell greatly. The corporal was very shocked to see how the guy was changing, because he had never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, the young warrior was pushed aside by the investigator, who simultaneously put up a shield. And at that moment, the shield was covered in blood and pieces of body from the prisoner who had been torn to shreds. Moving away, Karaka said that he did not foresee this. He began to explain that the little eye sucked out the curse. Looking at the bloody place where Edwan had been, he said that he had never even thought that this could happen. The shocked young man asked if it was always like this, but was told that it happened often. But such a serious case was still much less common. The investigator, without taking his eyes off the bloody spot, said that he thought there were 2 prohibitions on them. Cyrilla began to tremble as she listened to his explanation that the first prohibition was non-disclosure of information about the arrival of the luminary. Turning his attention to the smoking remains of the body, the old man said that the second was death by explosion, at the mention of the word associated with the first prohibition. Placing his hand on Ronan's shoulder and looking him intently in the eyes, the interrogator asked what Agayuta was. He continued that this was the secret information of the Klagir Nebula, so the old man asked how he knew it. With his eyes shining, he said that as the investigator of this case, he cannot turn a blind eye to this, so the guy must give him answers. Realizing his mistake and the situation he found himself in, the young swordsman became quite tense. He began to say that he could not say specifically where he learned this information from, since it happened by accident. The young warrior recalled that, as everyone knew, it was he who first noticed them in Cappadocia. The young man continued to explain that he had simply overheard the conversation between the 2. He continued that at first he thought it was unimportant information, but now he sees that it could have been a good clue. Taking Karak's hand from his shoulder, he said that this was probably why he reacted that way, apologizing for interfering in the interrogation process. The old man considered the possibility of accidentally finding out such information, believing that the guy had hidden something in the stream of truth. He tried to understand why it didn't feel so acute, thinking that perhaps it had something to do with the boy's gaze. The investigator peered closely into the young warrior's eyes, trying to understand what was burning in his eyes. He considered all possible options, but suddenly thought that such a look could indicate hatred towards the members of this group. Suddenly, Instructor Nabarosa drew her sword, holding it to Karak's throat, demanding that he stop. She frowned and looked angrily at the old man, asking if he really dared to interrogate her successor, and in front of her too. But he threw up his hands, saying that he would never dare. He was simply clarifying the details. Raising his hands up and laughing, he asked if it wouldn't be better to be sure of everything. And in the end, he asked for forgiveness for this. Embarrassed, the young swordsman said that it was okay since the misunderstanding had already been resolved. But sensing the danger, he said that he understood his intention. In addition, he said that he felt sorry for the spoiled eye, but the old man, looking at the floor, said that they were more difficult to catch than phantoms. The warrior was surprised to hear this. Pointing his finger at the remaining monster, he asked again, or were they really harder to catch? Looking back at the monster sitting on his shoulder, he said that up close, they were pretty cute, inviting the guy to touch it. But to his surprise, he noticed that the remaining creature that was sitting on his shoulder had changed. The old man did not understand whose curse the baby was drawing out because he did not even come close to Cyrilla. The only option that remained was the young man who stood close to him. The investigator couldn't believe that this happened when he touched the guy for a second to create a shield. Changing his face and changing his voice, he addressed the academy student who was irritated by this change in behavior. Asking for forgiveness, the gray-haired man quickly placed the small creature on the boy's hand. The young swordsman began to object to this action, when he suddenly noticed that the little monster began to change. The creature sitting on the hand began to swell, just like the prisoner hanging before them just now. Suddenly, the little eyes swelled and burst and scattered in all directions, in bright blue pieces. Ronan screamed in disgust, wanting to know what just happened and why. He burst on his own. The investigator carefully examined the place where the monster had just been sitting, saying that it seemed he could not cope with the curse alone. The gray-haired old man, in a serious voice, asked the young guy not to be afraid and to listen to him carefully. He continued to say that he was convinced that the boy had been cursed quite strongly. The corporal wanted to clarify everything, but he was interrupted, asking whether he did not feel any restrictions in relation to a number of specific actions. For example, the inability to run or lift metal objects, something that, unlike others, only he could not do. Seeing how he froze tensely and thought about something, Karaka said that the guy apparently guessed. He said that he would not interrogate him if he wanted to hide it. He would not be able to solve this problem anyway. But the young man should know one thing, that despite the strength of the curse, whoever cast it, he certainly feels great hostility towards him. The heroes began to head back to the capital, saying goodbye. The old man said that he would continue interrogating Cirilla immediately after the ban was lifted, but he warned that it would take a long time due to the strength of the curse, to which Nabarosa asked to report immediately after completion. The gray-haired man looked closely at the young man standing thoughtfully in front of him. So he turned to the young warrior, saying that he looked extremely thoughtful. The guy began to justify himself by saying that he had never thought about the possibility of a curse being placed on him. The old man told the young man not to worry so much because he was Filian's student, but he did not understand what this meant. Therefore, the man explained that as far as he knew, the young guy had been there for a long time. But still, he doesn't know that there is a witch there who is considered the best on the continent in terms of curses. And this woman, Maya Secret, is one of the teachers at this academy. The heroes headed home in exactly the same way they had arrived, in a carriage that was harnessed to a griffin. The whole way, Ronan scratched his eye indignantly, not understanding why it couldn't stop bothering him. Nabirosa asked if he was itching so much that he couldn't leave him alone, to which the guy nodded, explaining that from the moment the monster touched him, it itched unbearably. He asked excitedly if he was okay, to which he was told that it was just a sign that the curse was weakening, so he shouldn't worry. The girl wondered if the guy still hadn't remembered who could have put a curse on him. And the guy, remembering all his adventures, said that he had no idea who could hate him so much, because he lived quietly and peacefully. He says that he can't even imagine who he offended so much that they hated him so much. Then the guy began to thank Instructor Nabarosa for stopping the investigator, which surprised her a little. I remember the situation. He started saying that the gray-haired man was looking at him very angrily. If it weren't for her, the man would have already started to beat a confession out of him for crimes he didn't commit. But the girl replied, smiling, that he had nothing to thank her for, since she was simply performing the duties of an instructor. The warrior looked at Nabarosa, thinking that not only did she have excellent skills, but also character, and the more he watched, the more worthy a person she seemed to be. The young man was haunted by one thought, because it seemed very strange to him that in his past life he had never seen her anywhere. He had already begun to think that the Clavier Nebula might somehow be connected with this. But this is not certain, and he cannot say for sure, so the guy silently headed home. The next sunny day, the hero, as always, headed to the academy in order to acquire new skills. He arrived at the practice site of the Faculty of Magic, namely the Sherry Forest, in front of the entrance to which there was a park of columns. Near the entrance, the young man was not standing alone. With him was the instructor's assistant, Nabirosa. She greeted him happily, saying that they had not seen each other since that day, and if it weren't for the instructor, they probably still wouldn't have met. The girl kindly asked how he was doing, but the guy was a little taken aback by her greeting. The young man thought about the fact that he still hadn't figured out the Commander-in-Chief's question. He had absolutely no idea what to do, because he had not yet decided what the right thing to do would be. So the young warrior decided to simply smile and respond politely, also greeting her with a smile, answering that he was fine. Inquiring about how the girl was doing, he learned that everyone who was afraid of Carden was now calmly approaching her, so it was much easier for her now. The young girl shared that she was left with a slightly strange feeling, due to the fact that Carden was terribly scared every time he saw her. Smiling and looking straight into the hero's eyes, she said that she couldn't deny that she liked it. The guys headed to enter the forest, and the girl said that the instructor told her that the guy needed to remove the curse. The guy answered affirmatively, saying that this was exactly why he came here, because he needed to meet with Professor Secret. But looking at the gloomy place, the young warrior said that the professor had strange tastes if she lived in such a place. Adishan said that her office is also unusual and only students of the Faculty of Magic can find it, so she asked a friend to show them, but she is late. Suddenly a girl appeared next to them and threw herself at Adishan with hugs, saying that she missed her sister. The girls began to chat pleasantly with each other, and Ronan stood and looked at them in surprise. He recognized the newly arrived student of the Faculty of Magic because it was that same Akalucia. After all, she was telling everyone in the hall about wolves and sheep and teaching them how they should have acted. Adishan apologized to Eli for calling her unexpectedly, explaining that an urgent matter had come up, but she replied that she could call her at any time. Eli was surprised, wondering why her sister needed the professor of the Faculty of Magic, Madame Secret. At this time, a young warrior stood nearby, feeling awkward because he was not being noticed at all. Elizabeth, distracted from her sister, accidentally noticed the standing guy, which surprised her very much. The corporal greeted her, saying that it was he who asked Adishan for help in finding the professor. Eli couldn't believe that this was the young man standing next to her now and screamed in frustration. She held her head, looked at him, and screamed right in his face, asking what he could have forgotten here. Well, after some explanations, they nevertheless set off in search of the hidden office of the magic professor. Moving aside the branch that blocked their passage, they were surprised to see an office in the form of a small wooden house. The soldier approached Eli, saying that it all looked suspicious and asking if she was going to kill him. After all, he saw something he shouldn't have, but the girl interrupted him, screaming in rage for him to stop calling her by her shortened name. Elizabeth simply hissed with anger, told the guy to shut up and go after her. The young man looked at the girl and was surprised at how unexpectedly it turned out that she was friends with the commander-in-chief. But he remembered that in his past life, he knew Adishan as a member of the Akalucia family, and he became curious about how they met. Approaching the wooden house, Elizabeth opened it, showing the guy everything that the house contained. The guy was a little surprised by what opened up before him, because he expected to see something a little different. In front of him, in a rocking chair, sat a woman who was quite old, and he was surprised that this could be Professor Secret. But the girl accompanying him told him not to rush to conclusions because they had not yet arrived. The boys came very close to the unsuspecting old woman sitting in the chair. The young student began to call upon her hand with magic, deciding to warn the guy just in case. She told him not to make a fuss, no matter what happened here. And enveloped in shining magic, the girl began to cast a spell to open new doors. The corporal froze, wanting to see some kind of result, but he understood that no changes had occurred. Suddenly, the old woman began to change her position, opening her mouth wide and sucking in everything that was nearby. The young man was a little scared and jumped back, but Akalucia assured him not to worry and to stand calmly. Passing through the thin partition, the guy did not believe that this was really the entrance to the professor's office, Sephirakio. He looked around and was surprised that the old woman really was the entrance. He said that it was a bit of a strange decision when suddenly he heard someone's voice behind him. From behind, a female voice said that this guy was really the student that Mrs. Nabarosa had sent. Suddenly, she moved closer to the guy and opened his eyelids with her fingers, saying that everything was exactly as she had been told. Professor Maya's Secret appeared before the young man and said that she felt something very sinister in him. The guy was surprised to see a young girl in front of him, because she is the best curse expert on the continent, who is 83 years old. She said that it was very interesting, but the hero did not believe that the little girl was actually a professor. Smiling sweetly, the girl asked the guy who came to her not to be so surprised, saying that she may look like that now, but in reality she is over 80. The guy, out of surprise, voiced his surprise that she is not 8. She spread her hands and said that some people looked younger than their age, but not that much, and suggested that they talk about it later. He snapped his fingers, and the professor said that it was much more important now to remove the curse from the guy. Suddenly, the young warrior found himself in a glowing circle, and various inscriptions appeared before his eyes. Looking at the young student standing in front of her, Maya's secret was surprised by the number of curses that were within him. Looking at the flickering runes, she said that all curses are very ancient and come from the origins of magic. They are very dangerous. With ordinary skills, you cannot touch them. The guy, a little panicked, asked if they could be taken off, to which the professor told him not to worry. Maya explained that there were simply more of them than she expected, but the woman was prepared for this scenario. She ordered him to listen carefully, saying that she was now materializing his curse in an imaginary world, inside his mind, and the young swordsman will only need to find the root of all the curses that bind him. After which, the professor said that he would have to make the final move by cutting this root. The corporal asked again whether he had understood the teacher correctly, that he would only need to cut the root. He asked how he would know what needed to be chopped down, but the girl replied that as soon as the guy saw him, he would immediately understand. And coming even closer to him, Mrs. Secret touched the hero's forehead with her finger, wishing him good luck. After this touch, the guy suddenly felt as if he was falling into an abyss. Looking around him, he realized that this was what the imaginary world looked like, based on his curse. Looking around, he was surprised by what he saw behind him. After all, in front of him was his home in the village where he grew up and where his sister now lives. He was trying to figure out if the root of the curses was in his house when suddenly someone ran past. The running girl told her mother that she had arrived home, and the voice was painfully familiar. In front of the hero was his little sister. The girl approached the lullaby standing in the house. Calling the little child lying there dear, she looked back, asking her mother why little Ronan was always sleeping, wondering if he was sick. The mother explained to her daughter that little children need a lot of sleep, saying that when she was like that, she also slept a lot. She said that if her brother suddenly got sick, her daughter would have to take care of him, but she replied that she would always protect him, because he was her younger brother. The young warrior watched the situation and was surprised at what was happening, as if he had not been looking at all this. Suddenly, he began to understand that all this had been happening since he was born, which means that the sleeping little child in the crib is Ronan as a baby. The young man could not believe that he was also a cute little kid as a child, because he always thought that he was a real bastard from birth. He understood that in any case, he was now seeing before him his distant past, which he did not remember at all. Suddenly, the doors behind me swung open, and someone entered the house with a rather scary aura. The young warrior could not move. His whole body was paralyzed. But he wanted to know who this sudden guest was. Unexpectedly, little Iroh ran to him with her arms outstretched in her embrace, and her mother, good-naturedly, was happy to return early. But the man walked past the happy girl, and the woman decided that he wanted to look at the baby, saying that he was in the crib behind him. The woman smiled and told him to go and look faster, because the boy had the same face as him. Suddenly, the man raised his hand with a spell, bringing it closer to the woman and talking about some kind of danger, and the young girl fell to the floor unconscious. For a moment it seemed that she was not even breathing. Little Iroh, looking at the lying body, began to ask why her mother was not moving. But the sinister man did not answer the child's questions, but simply repeated the same action with her. The corporal saw his little sister fall to the ground, but he could do absolutely nothing. The young man saw that none of them were moving, and out of despair he began to scream and tried to resist the force holding him back. He began to ask what the bastard was doing, when he suddenly noticed that the same runes that had enveloped him had appeared on his hand. The boy saw how this scoundrel put a curse on a small child who was in a lullaby. The young swordsman looked angrily at the scoundrel and understood that this was the very root of evil that he had to cut. At this time in the office, the professor was talking about the absurdity of the curse, that despite all her preparations, the mana was sucked out of her completely. The student was surprised to hear something like this from such a powerful magician. She asked how long the curse had been on the guy, but she was even more shocked to hear that the young man had about 10 curses on him. She began to say that this was not surprising because it was difficult to remove 10 curses at once. But the professor interrupted her, saying that what was surprising was not this, but the fact that now she was trying to remove only one thing. In the hero's imaginary world, that bastard continued to do something with the child. He leaned over him and began to read some kind of spell, whispering something under his breath, but the hero could not make out a word. Suddenly, the scoundrel stopped and, turning around, began to quickly head towards the exit. He passed by the frozen young warrior who could not move despite all his efforts. As soon as the doors closed behind the scoundrel, the young swordsman was able to move again. And the first thing he did was instantly run towards his family, who were lying motionless on the floor. He began to excitedly shake his lying mother and little sister, calling them by name. The corporal breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that they were simply in a deep sleep and that everything was fine with them. A wave of emotions washed over him, and he tried to calm himself down, reminding himself that in this world he had only one task. He just needs to tear to shreds that bastard he just saw in his house. So he quickly headed for the exit. He furiously cut down the doors that were in his way and ran to catch up with the unknown person. But suddenly, unexpectedly, he realized that he had not gone anywhere but was only waiting for his arrival. Ronan looked at him with disdain and asked if he had any business with him, but he remained silent for a while, only looking proudly at the guy, and after a few moments nodded with disgust and approval. The young swordsman gritted his teeth and growled. How dare he do something like that to his family right in front of him? Drawing his sword, he rushed at the scoundrel, shouting at him that he would not forgive such treatment of them. But to his great surprise, the attack he launched was easily stopped by the enemy, and after that, the root of the curse, in the form of a man, began to advance towards him. The young warrior was surprised that the curse wielded the sword, and, to his regret, was pushing the boy back in battle. The unknown scoundrel was full of hatred towards the young guy, so in the duel, he did not spare him. He could easily deliver fairly complex blows that would injure the swordsman. The bloodied youth fell to his knees, breathing heavily. He did not understand why his sword never touched his opponent. Looking back a little, he saw that the strange shadow was quietly moving away from him, perhaps because it could not do anything to him. Clenching his hands into fists, he gathered all his strength and began to rise, because it was impossible to allow everything to end like this. After all, he has a lot of questions for this scoundrel. Hearing this, the shadow stopped. The bloodied boy rose to his feet. Leaning on his sword, he firmly stated that he was not finished yet. Still with the same furious look, he growled, asking why he did this to his family. He went on to say that those two would not have behaved like that with anyone, even if they were a stranger, and they wouldn't look at him the same way his sister looked at him when his brother came home. The corporal screamed in anger, because no matter how you look at it, this scoundrel was that very man. The warrior looked at him and could not calm his ardor, asking why he did this. He growled through his teeth, asking if he had anything to say after everything he had done to his sister and mother, and after he had cursed him. And then the young man rushed at the shadow, shouting that, after all this, how dare this scoundrel call himself his father? His furious eyes were filled with pain and disappointment, because he had never seen his father, and learning such a truth about him was very unpleasant. After the guy realized who was in front of him, he was able to easily cut the bastard's head off his shoulders. Having finally thrust the blade straight into his head, he said that now he could remain silent as long as he wanted, because he would figure everything out himself. He demanded that it finally disappear from his body along with the curse it had placed on him. A moment later, the young man woke up in the office, trying to understand where he was, whether it was Sephirakio. He looked back at the voice coming from behind, which was asking about the guy's well-being. But looking at the woman who stood behind him, he did not recognize her, so he asked who she was. Suddenly he was shocked by the realization that came to him of who this unknown woman could be. Professor Secret stood in front of him, laughing and saying that the guy had managed to recognize her. She began to say that he was a child with outstanding abilities, but he asked why she had aged so much, and whether it was because of him. But the woman gently said that this problem had nothing to do with him, and asked what had changed in him. He began to say hesitantly that in fact, from the first meeting, he felt that the professor was an unusual person. But now, after the curse her father placed on her was lifted, he can see it just by looking at her. He confessed that Professor Maya's secret was even greater than he had originally thought, and the old woman, rejoicing and smiling, said that this meant that she had made the right choice. She invited him to the table for tea, saying that everything was wonderful and exactly as she had said. She wrote something down in a notebook, saying that the curse had appeared in him, starting with memories that he didn't even know about. In addition, she clarified that one of the curses on the guy was placed by his father. She asked him why he decided that, since he couldn't even recognize him. But the guy replied that it was enough for him to hear what his sister and mother said. He went on to explain that when it touched his family, he felt something unusual. He held his heart and called this feeling some kind of sadness that was unfamiliar to him. After a short silence, the guy said that it was probably because of this that, without realizing it, he became overexcited. But now, when he thinks about it, it seems to him that these were not his feelings, but those that his father experienced. The professor asked him if he didn't remember anything about his parents, but the boy replied that he and his sister had never even thought about it. He admitted that the early memories in his head seemed to have been cut out by someone. After such a confession, Maya realized that not only his mana was sealed within him, but also all the memories of his past existence. As she placed the cup on the table, she began to say that she believed that his father, along with the curse, had interfered with his memories. She continued to say that, in the process, part of the mage's memory was transferred to him. The woman explained that magic that affected memory had a side effect whereby those images became overgrown with soil and imprinted in his memory. The reason he was able to use mana before the curse was lifted was due to the backlash from his disabled consciousness. It was thanks to this that, for a while, he regained the sense of mana. The young man looked at his hand and spoke, asking if these shining threads that ran through him were mana, to which the professor responded in the affirmative, saying that soon he would be able to use it easily like other students. She continued that if only, out of the 9 remaining curses, he could get 2 more. The woman added that, of course, this would take time, because all curses are very strong and have an unknown origin. Having finished the last entry, she closed the notebook, saying that when she was ready she would contact him, but for now she would probably leave. It was getting light outside, and the young man was surprised to look again at the face of the professor sitting in front of him. After all, Maya's secret became young again, just like she was when she first met him. He asked if her appearance changed depending on the time of day, but she replied that her body was in the same complicated situation as he was. She turned to him, saying that it might be unbearable for him to learn the unpleasant truth, but he had to cope. He jumped to his feet, bowing to the professor, saying that he could count on her support in the future. At the same time, on the other side, in the dungeon of the Grand Cappadocia, someone came to look at the stone monster. He estimated its size, saying that it was much bigger than he had been told, and was surprised that a student could stop this giant. Suddenly, someone approached the man from behind, asking if he had been there all the time. The man greeted the boy who came to him, addressing him by the name Dolan. He asked how the recovery was going, hearing from the guy that it was going on without any problems, so he thought everything would be ready in a week. Dolan went on to say that he had investigated the circumstances he had spoken of, but had been unable to find any additional information. But instead, through the Filio Academy, they were able to immediately find out the location of the students who were active at the time, asking if the Duke wanted to see them in person. The man who first descended into the dungeon was the head of the Duchy of Glancia, Joseph Siniwan Glancia. Suddenly, some sounds were heard behind the Duke, but he calmly said that everything was as he thought. The monster's eyes, which had been sitting motionless for so long, began to light up, and he began to wake up little by little. Dolan turned to the man, asking him to step back a little because this was work for a knight. But when he took up the blade at his belt to engage in combat, the Duke said that there was no need for that. With glowing eyes, Joseph Siniwan drew his sword, asking if he was busy, and he easily swung his blade at the monster's stone hand, reaching towards him. He only managed to let out a guttural growl before turning back to the pile of stones. Having hidden the weapon in his belt, The Duke headed for the exit and called the young man to follow him. He said that they were heading to Filian Academy because they needed to meet the young hero. The next morning, they headed to the Academy's dormitory, Navardo Hall, where the best students live, knocking on the door of the young hero, who opened it, indignant that someone had shown up at the crack of dawn. Ronan looked at the man in uniform standing in front of him, asking who he was, saying that traitors weren't allowed here. Such words outraged the young knight, who thought that this was an impudent brat standing in front of him. He said that the guy himself should know perfectly well in front of whom he is behaving so brazenly. The young man, not suspecting who was in front of him, said that he looked like the gatekeeper of some noble family. But looking at the young man's mana, he realized that it was too dark for such a title, and there was something else in it that looked familiar. Suddenly a hand was placed on the guy's shoulder, asking him to stop, saying that it was their own fault because they came without warning. And at that moment, when the young man in military uniform began to object to the man, Ronan realized that the Duke of this empire stood before him, who apologized for his bodyguard's behavior and asked if he was not busy, could he spare them some time. The young swordsman invited them into the room, poured some tea, and the Duke handed him a box. Opening it, the Academy student saw there a brand new scabbard for La Mancha, his sword. The youth asked why the Duke had delivered them personally, to which he replied that it was at the request of the blacksmith of Great Cappadocia. He said that the blacksmith Doran almost begged him to bring this scabbard straight into the guy's hands. But he said he actually came here to express his gratitude. Duke Joseph Sinewan looked at his sword, saying that House Grancia and Greater Cappadocia have long been allies. He admitted that his favorite sword, the Pale Lord, was also created by the hands of the blacksmith Doran. He continued to say that such an honor was quite normal for the savior of Great Cappadocia. Taking a small gold medallion out of his pocket, he handed it to the boy, saying that he would also like to give him a gift. On the Duke's hand was a medallion that signified Grancia's recognition, and which even bore the seal of the head of the family. The guy was delighted and began to ask if he was really giving him such a valuable thing, but he replied that it was the least the savior deserved for the honor shown to him. The Duke also said that the blacksmith's gifts and tokens of recognition had probably already been delivered to the other two students. The Duke of Grancia expressed his hopes that the other boys also liked their gifts. A little embarrassed, the young warrior mocked his friends and said that he could already hear their admiration. The man was pleased with the answer, but then got straight to the point with a serious voice, asking what the boy could tell about those behind this incident. He looked closely at the young man, saying that he was very interested in finding out everything about the scoundrels who had done this. The guy was surprised by such pressure, because he was not at all prepared for such an interrogation from a sudden guest. The excited guy began to laugh a little, looking at how the aura thickened around the head of the family in the house of Grancia. But the Duke was adamant, and did not take his scorching, intent gaze off the Academy student. The young man began to say that he was not sure what information the Duke had, but those scoundrels were much crazier than they thought. The young bodyguard, standing quietly in the corner, heard the beginning of the guy's story and became nervous, clenching his jaw so tightly that the tense veins were visible. The young warrior continued that they were very fast and he barely managed to catch them, but he interrupted his story, distracted by the radiance enveloping him. The swordsman did not understand what was happening to Dolan because before this he had not moved at all, but suddenly began to react to the mention of criminals. The young man realized that this was exactly the same dirty feeling that he had during the fight with those two scoundrels. After thinking for a moment, the corporal refused to believe that this man could be involved with them. The boy was deep in his thoughts, from which he was pulled away by the Duke asking why he had suddenly become silent. He looked carefully at the man sitting in front of him, mentally saying that his comrade was emitting a strange mana, but he never said it out loud. Surprised by the boy's sudden silence, the Duke began to ask him if he felt comfortable speaking. But the corporal did not understand how Duke Grancia, the strongest man on the continent, could not see this. The young swordsman wondered if he was the only one who could see the mana that was emanating from people. Then the boy turned to His Excellency, asking if he knew anything about the arrival of the luminary. The young warrior carefully watched the bodyguard's reaction to the bait he had thrown out as a provocation. The Duke could not believe the story about the Clavier Nebula, that this organization supported the so-called Children of the Star. The ruler asked if the young man had obtained all the information himself, to which he replied, smiling, that they had given it all away as soon as he had cut off their limbs. The guy, smiling predatorily, said that it was fun to watch them cry and beg for mercy. He wanted to start speaking more specifically, but the Duke stopped him, saying that he could verify the rest himself by checking Rodaland's documents. The Lord explained this by saying that if he learned anything more now, he might lose his appetite. And the young man stopped, spreading his arms to the sides. The cunning soldier glanced at Dolan standing by the wall and realized that there was really no point in continuing to speak, because he completely stopped controlling himself, and his aura around him thickened to a black color. The Duke stood up, wanting to leave. At that moment, Ronan understood that something had to be done because these scoundrels were hiding even in Grancia, and he stopped the man and shouted that he wanted to tell him something else about their group. Smiling, he added that it was probably not worth keeping such a busy man, so it could wait a bit. The guy said he would describe all of this tonight in his letter, and he promised that he would be surprised. Shifting his gaze as if challenging his bodyguard, he said that it would be especially interesting to read about Agayut. Deep night hung over the capital. There was no light on in any of the rooms in the dormitory. Everyone had long since gone to bed, including Ronan, staying in his room, peacefully sleeping in bed, seeing what was already the umpteenth dream in a row. Suddenly, someone quietly and ominously crept into his room, hanging right over the guy's bed. The uninvited guest summoned magical power and directed it at the bed, destroying the place to pieces. But when the dust settled on the ground, the villain saw that, in fact, there was no one there. Suddenly, behind the night guest, the voice of a young warrior was heard, who said that he knew about his arrival. It turned out that the young man had been on the ceiling all this time, and he greeted another rat with a fiery gaze. The uninvited villain wanted to object to the insult directed at him, but the guy interrupted him. He pointed to a dark corner of his room, asking him to look at who was sitting there. The guy turned pale when he saw the man in the corner, and Ronan added that it was a guest specially invited for him. After all, in that place sat the young Mr. Shulipin, who was furiously glaring at the military man. He strained with anger so much that blood vessels appeared on his forehead, and growled and asked what he was doing here and how he should understand this. A few hours earlier, the hero had climbed to the top floor of the Nabardo's hall, finding the young duke's room. "Where is the young knight?" he asked the guy why he came to him without warning. And having heard the intention of the visit, he at first did not believe that the knight Dolan could come here at night. Young Shulipin defended the knight, asking the boy for proof, as he was the talented and most loyal knight of Grancia. The heir to the throne claimed he was chosen to be his father's bodyguard after only 4 years of service, but the corporal claimed they had screwed up badly. But seeing that the conversation was not going well, the young warrior told him to just come to his room at night, since he had nothing to lose anyway. Looking back, he finally said that if he was right, the guy would have to get rid of the rat that had infiltrated his family. And now, the young duke stands in Ronan's room, watching the betrayal of the family's chief knight. He angrily pointed the gun at the guard, demanding that he immediately explain himself. The young man demanded an answer from the young knight, who was standing silently by the wall and was not going to say anything. Ronan turned to the heir to the throne, asking if he was naive enough to expect to hear the truth. Suddenly, the knight stomped hard on the floor, and from his blow, bright rays were directed throughout the entire room. None of the boys understood what had just happened or what kind of trick the knight had pulled. Ronan felt his body begin to become heavier as the rays of light rose up through him. He looked at his hand and wondered if it was because of the aura power that the bodyguard had just used. Suddenly, the young knight, drawing his blade, pounced on him, delivering the first blow, which the youth tried to hold back. But he didn't succeed, and from the force of the blow, he flew to the other end of the room. Seeing this scene, the young duke, out of disappointment and grief, cried out, asking why Dolan was doing this. But what impressed him even more was that the family's loyal knight attacked him with a drawn sword. The opponent looked the young man in the eyes and said that he was glad that the young master was inexperienced and had poor control over the radius of his aura. And the truthful words made the duke even more angry. because he really couldn't use his aura in a room where innocent people could get hurt. The knight pounced on him using his aura, asking for forgiveness from the young master. He explained that he didn't want their relationship to end like that, but that brat ruined everything. The young man said that he didn't remember the guy having such strength. He was interested in when and why he betrayed them. Pushing the young knight aside, he said that it was not a matter of betrayal at all. As he prepared to strike again, he explained that he had never been a knight of Grantia. After hearing these words, the young duke stood motionless. He was completely disappointed in this man, and with the same lifeless look, he said briefly and quietly that now everything was clear to him. Stepping aside, he said that now the young swordsman could do as he wanted, and he instantly pounced on the enemy with his sword. The pseudo-knight of Grantia was surprised and did not understand how he survived his blow, because he flew to the side. The young man looked back at the young Shulipin and said that he was irritating him because he had caused so much trouble for the sake of these words. He admitted his defeat and, being disappointed in the knight, said that it was important to him and he hoped for his understanding. Pushing the young swordsman aside, he declared with burning eyes that from today on, a bloodbath would begin in Grantia. Dolan was surprised that the young master was able to withstand his aura and still continue to attack. To his further surprise, the young duke began to use his mana despite being indoors. The traitor couldn't believe that he was also hiding his power, but he didn't know why, because he had no reason to do so. Then he thought that perhaps the young man had grown so much in such a short time at the academy. He couldn't believe it, because even though the guy was a genius, now he was at the level of a monster. And unexpectedly for him, Ronan snuck up on him from the side, who delivered his blow, mocking that he must have gotten bored since he had relaxed so much. Gritting his teeth, the traitor of the Shulipin family barely held back the blow from the young warrior's attack, because Ronan, in a fit of anger, looked exactly the same as the young duke, equaling the level of a monster. He barely managed to jump back from the blow of the young warrior's blade after contact with which the stone floor was destroyed. The corporal himself was incredibly surprised at how deftly he dodged his attack, but to his disappointment, he missed a counterattack in his direction from that scoundrel. The villain understood that they were making a lot of noise here, and the professors might appear here soon, so he quickly headed towards the open window, realizing that he needed to retreat now. As he ran away, he thought irritably that he hadn't expected it to be so difficult to take down the kid. He knew that he was in vain, hoping to deal with these two alone, so he needed to hide and wait for the right moment. Running out into the street unexpectedly for himself, he heard the voice of the young duke, who said that he was right. He looked back and heard him say that, unlike his father, he didn't have enough experience, so he couldn't fully use the storm sword. He continued that he would be able to use his aura on the street, because here he would not harm anyone except the traitor who had foolishly run out into the street. So the young man used his family's secret technique, summoning the storm sword and pointing it at the scoundrel. Traitor Dolan, in his naivety, tried to stop or at least somehow resist this force, but he lost. Bending over the body of the fallen, the young warrior Shulipin said that from now on no one in the family would remember his name. As he left, he added that it didn't matter at all since he had never been Grantia. Ronan laughed at the show the young duke was putting on, wondering if he was really that angry. He looked at the lying body, saying that he did not know if it could be transferred to Rodalan. Shulipin insisted that he shouldn't die, since he had only cut his tendons, and at the end he quietly added that this was purely theoretical. He told him not to worry, because if the guy was here then everything would be fine, and he needed to quickly report everything to his family. Besides this, they also have to find the remaining rats in their family. He shouted for the young man to sort this out on his own, and ran towards the house as quickly as possible. Ronan started shouting after him that he was a bastard because he had destroyed everything, and he would have to clean up the mess. Suddenly, familiar voices were heard behind him, asking what had happened here, whether no one had attacked him. Behind him, the young warrior saw the director and instructor who had just arrived through the portal. Unexpectedly, his gaze fell on the pajamas of instructor Nabarosa, which greatly surprised the guy. So, he laughed without a hint of irony, and told the instructor that she had pretty cute pajamas, But she demanded an answer, and the director supported her, saying that her pajamas were not the most important thing now, although she also surprised him. The teacher said that it was good that the guy wasn't injured, but he had to explain it, and he smiled and didn't know what to answer. He said that he would explain everything. But first, the director had to repeat something after him. He didn't understand what the guy wanted from him. Then Ronan, with a serious expression on his face, asked Krav Kratir to repeat after him, saying that Agayut was a son of a bitch. He, not understanding why, but seeing that this is very important to the guy, calmly repeats the phrase he just said. The next day, the young man explained everything to the director in his office, and he was surprised that there were spies in the Grancia family. The director said that he had done a good job again because without him, trouble could have happened. But the guy laughingly asked if he was being praised too much. He understood that from now on, he had to keep quiet about his ability to see strange mana. After all, if someone finds out, not only he but also his loved ones may suffer. The director of the academy said that they, together with the Granzia family, will investigate the matter. Smiling, he added that the empire was once again in his debt, just as it had been for saving the village of artisans. And as a director, he wants to reward the boy properly, asking if maybe he wants something. The young man asked the director for his consent because he had wanted to do something for a long time, and the director was interested in what he wanted, since he was asking for his consent. The next day, in the main square of the academy, Ronan was gathering people in the middle of the day. He pointed his finger at the board, demanding that the students listen to him attentively. All the students who were in the square somehow tensed up, listening to the guy who asked if they were tired of the club activities. Ronan enthusiastically told them that he had created a special adventure club especially for them, and that recruitment was open to anyone who passed a short interview. Someone in the crowd tried to talk about the meaning of the name, but Ronan shut him up, saying it was a good question. He relentlessly spoke about how the club's goal would be to nurture talent that could contribute to the empire through club activities. He joyfully shouted that, besides, this was the only club that the director had allowed to introduce extracurricular activities. All the students were surprised that it would be possible to go beyond Filion, and the guy added that the introduction would take place in the first arena, the Galleon Hall. And he joyfully sent everyone off to their business, shouting out gratitude for having been listened to. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in the crowd, and was surprised to see the young warrior. A few days later, a sad warrior sat in the hall of Galelion and pondered why this had happened. He complained that he had been crucifying himself in such a strange way in the square in order to find young talents. But to this day, no one has joined him except his loyal friends. Maria laughed at him, asking if he really didn't understand why this happened. She recalled that during interviews he simply beat people up under the pretext of testing their skills. And to those who were still able to stand firm, he began asking strange questions, for example, whether they were ready to die for the club. Aesel quietly, a little nervously added that rumors had already spread around the academy that to join the club you needed to have at least 10 lives. But the young warrior was angry at such remarks, saying that in a real fight, no one would bully them. Ronan started to say that he didn't care about it because he was only looking for promising ones, when suddenly he heard something behind him, and on the steps of the Hall of Galelion, the silhouette of an exhausted guy appeared, breathing heavily, leaning on his sword. The corporal asked with a smile if he had rested, since he had insisted on a duel even when he was told that his skills would not be tested, and he informed the student that, whatever the case, they were accepting the Elder Braum, which he was, of course, happy about. The young warrior added with an intriguing smile that it would be difficult in his club, asking if the student could cope. But he added with a smile that this was exactly what he was looking for, because he wanted to become stronger. Ronan announced that the students present could go and have a good rest before the club activities began, but his friends asked what the hero himself would be doing. He said that he would sit here a little longer and wait, maybe some promising talent would come. The guy sat there until late at night, sighing heavily, and lay down on the desk, tired. He was incredibly upset that no one came at all, even though he had been waiting all day, but there was nothing he could do. He thanked the senior sitting next to him for the fact that she was already busy with her assistant work, but still found time to help him. She carried the chair back into place and said with regret that she would have joined the club if it weren't for her job as an assistant. But the guy became sad because he couldn't tell her that he wouldn't have accepted her even if she had passed the interview. He looked at her carefully and understood that he needed to quickly decide whether to persuade her to give up her dream of being commander-in-chief. He sadly realized how important this matter was and that it could not be delayed any longer. Suddenly, a woman entered the room, her face covered by a hood, but she said that she was glad to find them there. The guys weren't expecting anyone anymore, and therefore didn't immediately understand who had come and what she needed. The young swordsman carefully examined the silhouette standing in front of him, from which a very interesting color of aura emanated, and suddenly he hoped, happily asking if she had come for an interview to join his club. But the unexpected stranger began to mumble something under her breath, asking about the club. The guy apologized, asking again what she was saying since he couldn't make out anything. The girl revealed her face, wondering if she would be able to touch his if she joined the club, and she suddenly fell silent. The boy looked at her, trying to understand what she had just meant, and he slowly began to ask again. But suddenly embarrassed, he began to be indignant at what a shameful thing she was saying at their first meeting. The girl irritably said that she was not interested in him but in his pet, sitting on the guy's shoulder. The young swordsman, scratching the animal's neck, replied that he should have said so from the very beginning, that she was talking about Zita. The warrior said that she is always with him, so if the girl joins the club, he will allow him to touch her. The girl clarified this once again, which puzzled the young student a little since she seemed strange to him. He thought about how the girl could get so close to him and he still didn't feel her presence. The corporal knew that she was definitely an unusual student, and that she might well be the one he was looking for. The stranger asked how the interview was going, and the young man suggested that she show off her skills first. She also said that she was a third-year magic student and introduced herself as Ophelia D. Knight. After which, she said that she would begin to carry out the task and called upon magical power to her hands. The guys froze, watching her actions and the flow of power that emanated from her. Adeshan, in incredible surprise, quietly said that this was the magic of the attribute of darkness. The assistant's mouth fell open, admiring how perfectly she handled the difficult dark magic. Although it was dim, she could see blood-red energy seeping out from the very center of her mana. The guy froze in surprise, watching how she perfectly controlled the flow of blood-red glow. Suddenly, the girl, completely indifferently and calmly, called for the Shadow Claw to appear, which simply smashed to smithereens that very specially prepared magical dummy. Even being so stingy in voicing his emotions, the guy couldn't contain his surprise. He looked at the destroyed magical artifact and said that there was no point in the duel. She had definitely passed. After which, the guy began to suspect something and wanted to ask it directly, but the girl interrupted him. He heard her voice in his head and realized that his guesses regarding the type of magic were correct. Pulling the hood back over her face, Ophelia asked him to keep it a secret, as it would be troublesome if anyone else found out about it. As she was about to leave, she also telepathically suggested to the guy that they talk about this somewhere else, because she had a question for him. That same evening, they met on the faculty grounds, heading out for a walk in the park. Ophelia held the little creature in her arms and looked at it carefully. The guy told her who little Zita was, and the girl was a little surprised to see such a bird of dreams. She looked at it carefully, calling it a very interesting specimen because this bird was born from the mana surrounding it. But the young man looked at her and said that the girl was no less interesting, and he heard that they left the Empire many years ago. He looked at her carefully again and explained that he meant all vampires, but she said that not all of them left, although there were very few of them left, and some still live in different parts of the Empire. She explained that in order to avoid all possible problems, the vampires that remained were hiding. Then the young warrior asked her again if she had come to the club just for the sake of Zita's mana, and she nodded affirmatively. The girl explained that as soon as she saw the creature, then, in the square, she immediately felt unique magic. And this magic takes its toll on their race, saying that in the little creature there is blood magic. The corporal explained that he had long wondered what kind of magic his bird had, and now everything became clear why immediately after birth she began to absorb blood. But upon hearing this, the girl froze. After a short silence, she asked again if it was true. She asked if the little creature had used blood absorption magic immediately after birth. The young swordsman didn't understand what was wrong with this, but the girl wasn't really listening to him. She was trying to guess the baby's age, asking how old she was. The young man said that she was 2 months old at most, which surprised the girl even more that the little creature was so young. Ophelia was delighted that Sita, being so young, was already emitting such dense blood mana. The young girl admired even more the small, lovely creature sitting on her arm. And she turned to the guy, asking, or maybe asking him and Sita for a favor. The guy was surprised, but Ophelia said that she just wanted to watch her and then leave, but if they agreed, she would stay and work hard for the good of the club. In addition, she said that it might not be right away since she would need to conduct research, but then she would definitely promise to join. The young man asked her to slow down a little, asking what research she was talking about. The next day, the guys headed to the club area of the Philion, namely the Nest, where their club was located. The guys admired the generosity of the director, who gave them an entire building for their club. Ronan said it didn't matter and looked at his friends, noticing that they looked different today. Today, they took the weapons that Duke Granzia gave them as a thank you from the rescued blacksmiths. For the girl, they made a two-handed sword, specially designed for her strength, which she could not refuse. For Assel, they made magic bracelets, saying that they were created using the technology of the magical city of Delphium. The boy rejoiced, saying that the speed and power of his spells had become twice as great, and that his mana had become much easier to control. Ronan said they were given valuables, but his friends didn't understand why he asked them to come here with weapons. And he replied that he would tell them when they came inside, because it was a very important conversation. Sitting down at the table, the young man began to explain that he founded this club for one unique purpose. Namely, he wants to develop all their individual abilities as quickly as possible through practical experience. In his mind, he knew he was doing this to prepare for that very day faster. Opening the map, he pointed to one place, saying that the Empire had not yet found a mana vein there, so they were heading there. Having clarified that in order to search for one of the sources, they would have to move to the Badian Mountains. He continued to say that, as they had already understood, the place was unusual, so going there would be a great experience for them in every sense. Taking hold of the hilt of his sword, he said that he had some personal business there, but that it was not important now. Turning his attention to his friends, he said that they first needed to solve one of their problems. But they did not understand what he was talking about, and the young man ordered them not to worry, but to simply follow him. Smiling and speaking in all seriousness, he invited his friends to fight him in a duel. Walking down the long corridors, the young people indignantly asked the club leader if he was serious. Did he really mean that they would have to pass their courses early when he spoke about the problem? But he smiled and asked why they were so surprised, because it was obvious. Turning to them, he said with a smile that the trip would take about a week, and they had classes. With Braum there were no such problems because he had already finished his. He explained that it would be difficult to combine club activities with classes, and the director did not allow him to skip school. Therefore, the guy happily announced with a smile that they had only one way out: to finish all their courses early, just like him, and be free. They went up to the club room on the second floor to the training hall, where the hero said that before private lessons, they first needed to test their skills. He called them to him, telling them to be more courageous and promised that he would not take his sword out of its sheath. But he still scared them, asking them to try and not relax too much, because it would not be interesting. Miriam turned to the nice guy, saying that if it came to that, then why don't they try that same thing? She enthusiastically offered to show him how much stronger they had become, and the cutie resolutely agreed. Standing behind the girl, he began to call upon his hands for strength, promising to give it his all. The girl, warning of an attack, rushed with a blade in her hands at her peacefully standing friend. She hit the floor with all her might, and bounced to the side, after which the young swordsman praised her for hitting hard enough. But he began to wonder why she hit the floor, and suddenly he began to guess what would happen now. As the young magician called upon his power, he began to hold all the pieces of the destroyed floor. and he shouted a warning to Maria that he was starting to send them flying at the speed of a bullet towards the corporal. But he, smiling and dodging each one, praised the boy for the fact that he had greatly advanced in his ability of telekinesis. Suddenly, those particles of the floor began to explode near the young warrior, which surprised him, and he praised the boy even more joyfully. Suddenly, Maria crept up behind him, swinging her arm before delivering another blow. She jumped up and swung, warning the hero not to even plan to block the blow, but to simply dodge. And he obeyed the girl's order. Without even thinking about blocking it, he simply jumped to the side. The young man admired the abilities they had achieved, watching how well the girl wielded her new blade. Seeing the force of the blow and the depth of the dent that occurred, he thought that if he had not dodged, it was quite possible that he would have been torn to pieces. But at this time the girl, full of excitement, directed her burning gaze towards her temporary opponent. She dealt her blows mercilessly, forcing the young man to retreat all the time. Unexpectedly for the young swordswoman, the guy decided to test her ability to withstand a blow. She barely held him back, straining with all her might because she was not going to give up. He looked up, watching the sorcerer approaching him, and you realize that these two are no longer the same as they were. The corporal looked at them with admiration and understood that the boys had exceeded all his expectations. The little sorcerer ordered Ronan to move away from Maria, directing all the fragments available within the radius of this room towards him. This battle was incredibly funny and ignited an unknown fire inside the young warrior. Seeing the magical rain of stones approaching, Ronan slowly began to swing her blade. The young man instantly cut off all the fragments that threatened him with danger. The warrior was pleased to watch as the huge stones around him began to crumble and fall apart. Sitting down in front of the guys, he began to speak contentedly, saying that they clearly had not wasted their time without him. The soldier looked at his friends who stood in full combat readiness. Realizing that they had clearly grown beyond themselves, he praised them for this. Especially addressing Asura, he said that he was impressed by him because he now looks like a different person. Afterwards, the young man declared that the inspection was over. What he saw was enough for him. He looked at the guys who were trying to catch their breath and said that in that case, 2 weeks should be enough for them. And then he drew their attention by starting to say that it was time for special training. They prayed to their tyrannical friend to give them a chance to rest, since they had just finished fighting. But he, saying that this did not interest him at all, sent the tired boys on to further classes. They ran away from him, saying that this was not right, asking at least someone to save them from the evil Ronin. From that day on, Asura and Maria dedicated themselves to special training, sacrificing even sleep for it. Half a month later, the guys went to the director's office, showing him all their certificates for early completion of courses. Ronan held a stack of certificates from all the club members with a smug look. But in comparison, the young mage and Maria looked very tired. He admitted that not all subjects were here, but this should be enough to get permission to leave the academy grounds. The director admitted that the guy, as always, surprised him, and said that he would keep his word, wishing them good luck in their adventures. Immediately after receiving the pass, they headed to their first club activity in the Badian Mountains. Already, at the very foot of the mountain, they encountered mana that was incredibly pure. Brahm laughed happily, saying that he could tell from this mana alone how fruitful the training would be. He was ready to act, but Ronan told him not to rush because they had not yet reached the center, and as soon as they got there, he would tell them everything. The guy also reminded them that he needed to find something here, but the wandering friends did not suspect that there was a lonely temple nearby. In this temple, there was a very strange resident who heard the approaching guests from afar. He was sure that since guests came here so rarely, they needed to be greeted personally. Filian's students climbed different peaks. Conquering mountain ranges, they went where their leader led them. Once on the next rise, the corporal looked down, glad that he had finally found what he was looking for. Below, at the elevation, in the clearing, there was a camp of orcs, of which there were a dime a dozen. Brahm was surprised to see that orcs could build villages for themselves, but the young warrior explained that they often did so in places where it was difficult to find and clear them. Now, there was only one village here, but they multiply so quickly that soon the whole mountain will belong to them. And then, in the nearest human settlement, things will be tough, so the guys must nip this problem in the bud. The corporal looked back at his fellow travelers, saying that this would be their first real battle. He cheerfully asked his friends what they thought because it seemed easy to him, but also was shaking with fear, ever since he found out what they were looking for. The young wizard asked if they could handle them, since there were quite a lot of them here, but the corporal assured them that the orcs were excellent opponents for them. Looking down, the young mentor still understood that there was one small, unpleasant detail in this situation, which was that ogres are the dominant species in these mountains and the guys can't handle them, especially with their leader, a two-headed ogre, who even he couldn't handle, but they won't be here anytime soon, so there's nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind them saying that they were not advised to attack the orcs, although their intentions were good, but now was not the right time. The warrior looked around to see who was there, surprised that he had not felt him approach them. There stood before them an unfamiliar elf who assured them that they had nothing to worry about. Looking up at them, he said that he was an ordinary priest living in these mountains. He told the guys who came that he was a servant of an ancient spirit named Sanyo. Smiling good-naturedly, he suggested moving to another place to talk, since it was not very safe here. But Ronan instantly put his weapon right to the unexpected guest's throat. The young warrior's friends objected to such rudeness towards a stranger, but he, with a suspicious look on his face, asked for forgiveness, explaining that there are too many charlatans nowadays. So Ronan decided to test everyone. He ordered them to repeat something after him. 9. The elf did not understand what he was demanding of him, but the young man with a serious voice ordered him to repeat the offensive words towards Agayuta. There was silence for a while. Embarrassed, he asked again why the guy needed this, but still carried out his order. After this, heading through the forest, the elf explained to the unexpected guests that, as a servant of God, he was very embarrassed to say such vulgarities, and he, holding his cheeks, said that the last time he was so embarrassed was about 200 years ago, but the warrior encouraged him, saying that this phrase was also akin to prayer. After this, the soldier asked how old the servant was, but he said that he had stopped counting long ago. And then he shocked everyone following him with his guess that he was about 1,000 years old. Ronan was discouraged by this statement. He knew about the longevity of elves, but this man, it turns out, lived before the founding of the empire. But that wasn't the main thing now. He asked what he meant by the phrase about the wrong time. And the long liver explained that recently the monsters have been behaving strangely, and he continued to say that the orcs, who lead a diurnal lifestyle, wander around the mountain every night, and the ogres, who prefer not to leave their territories, began to visit the outskirts of the mountains, and such atypical behavior of monsters is no longer uncommon. He added that since he had not yet found the reason, it would be better for them to behave more carefully, and pressed an invisible button. Suddenly, everything around them began to change, and the boys huddled together, looking around the countries in surprise. The attendant pointed to the portal that had appeared, suggesting that the boys rest there, and they, through the passage that appeared, got to the temple of Senio, in which the elf served. The adventurers were amazed at how the building appeared out of thin air. It had been sharpened all this time by a magical barrier that was even better than the one in the academy. Aesel asked Ronan if he by any chance knew about the temple's presence here, but he snapped back, saying that everything was clear from his surprised face. The warrior looked closely at the smiling elf who invited them to enter, and thought that he clearly had some kind of secret. Entering the building, they were surprised by the huge marble statue in the middle of the hall. As it turns out, the god Senio, whom the elf serves, is just a piece of creepy stone. But the minister looked at the block with admiration and said that it carried some meaning, but they would be bored by this story. He suggested that the boys first take their things and rest a little, saying that the temple was full of empty rooms. As a good, hospitable host, he suggested that they immediately tell him if they suddenly needed anything. Maria, smiling, nudged the guy in the side, telling him to immediately ask where he could find the cursed eyes he was interested in. The attendant was surprised to hear this name and asked why the boys needed these monsters. He immediately began to suspect that they were looking for them, due to the curses placed on Ronan. The warrior asked how he knew, but the elf, ignoring the question, thoughtfully said that a strange and dangerous aura emanated from him. He looked closely at the guy and asked if he would spare a little of his time for him. They headed to the gazebo that was located on the temple grounds, since the minister wanted to talk privately with the corporal. While pouring tea, he said that as soon as he saw the guy, he immediately realized that he was an unusual student. The young man was torn between his feelings of danger but did not understand when his interlocutor managed to seize the initiative. He hoped he was just overthinking it, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this guy was somehow connected to those three bastards. He was confused by the fact that, despite his feelings, he did not see that strange mana in it. But also, when Agayut was mentioned, he did not react in any way and successfully passed the test. Suddenly, the warrior, while pondering, was offered to drink tea by the owner of the temple. Supposedly, it would help him relax. The young warrior looked into the cup with the drink and wondered if he could have mixed something into it. Unexpectedly, he was attracted by the interesting smell that emanated from the offered tea. The corporal tensed at this, realizing that he had never smelled anything like this before. But he was even more surprised by how bright and clear the mana flows were that he saw behind his interlocutor. The attendant, with a mysterious look, looked at the puzzled boy and asked him if he liked the smell of the tea. The young warrior said that after this interesting smell, it was as if a new pair of eyes had opened for him. He asked the elf how he did it, and he explained that this effect was caused by herbs that grew near the mana veins. The attendant said that one cup shouldn't have such an effect, but considering that the curse blocked his sensitivity, the drink turned out to be so effective. The elf asked not to use his cursed eye, saying that he would give him a mixture of these herbs so that he could use them regularly. The minister explained that in fact this monster sucks out not only the curse, but also part of the life force. He scared the guy by telling him that if you regularly use these creatures, you can die. The young man excitedly said that he had no idea about it, saying that he just wanted to get rid of the curses as soon as possible. The elf said that he completely understood the guy, but warned that it would be worse for him, and if something went wrong, the consequences would be irreversible. The puzzled guy remembered that Professor Secret had also told him something similar. She explained that even she finds it difficult to take them off and that to do this, a woman needs to prepare thoroughly. But despite the already promised help, after meeting with that entity, the corporal lost patience. The soldier decided to listen to the elf's instructions because he understood that he could die before he dealt with Agayut. Looking at the servant's face, he once again wondered who he really was. The swordsman didn't remember meeting him in his past life, but for some reason he seemed familiar to him. He decided to explain to the elf why he was in such a hurry to remove the curses, saying that the sectarians had gone completely crazy lately. He didn't understand what sectarians he was talking about, and the young man explained that he meant those scoundrels who were waiting for the arrival of the star. After hearing this, the minister became immersed in his thoughts, not believing that those scoundrels had become active again. Late at night, he came to the temple and stood near the stone, wondering whether these were the same sectarians. After all, if these scoundrels the guy mentioned are up to something, then a big catastrophe awaits them. As a result, a large number of innocent people may be killed. He stood there, puzzled by the choice of whether he should somehow intervene or simply watch again. The minister looked at the stone, wondering if this child that had appeared was the answer to what he should do. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of an approaching young man, who noticed that he was not yet asleep. The elf asked Ronan if the bed was uncomfortable, and that was why he couldn't sleep, but the young man replied that he simply wanted some water. The warrior looked at the block and said that he did not understand why it was a divine statue. Was there really any meaning in it? Sarante replied that of course there was and began his story about how every 1,000 years their church brings 1,000 stones to the sacred lands of Dakonya on the very edge of the empire. He said that on that land the strongest storms constantly rage and most of the stones do not last even 200 years before they are washed away. But even in such conditions, some stones withstand the test of thousands of years, thereby proving their will to overcome time. He explained that the soul of Saniel is sealed in such stones, and it is they that become statues of their deity. He said, almost crying from emotion, that he remembered the day when he and his brothers brought this statue. The young man asked how it was that he was left alone, and in response he heard that it was difficult to devote one's whole life to serving a god who never gives an answer. The minister admitted that he had backslidden many times and wanted to move away from their doctrine and gain freedom. But each time he was stopped by a suddenly arising feeling, and therefore, time after time, he chose to stay here. He felt that Samuel's will, contained within the divine statue, would one day become the key to saving the world. The young warrior looked at the elf and understood that he was the same man of principles as the commander-in-chief. After all, he said similar words about his destiny, which he cannot convey to anyone else. Sarante put his hand on the boy's shoulder and good-naturedly said that this time was already approaching. The next day, on the temple grounds, having discarded Sarante's stories, the boys began to prepare for battle. That special tea from the herbs growing near the mana veins showed its effect on all the other guys as well, and the incredible energy emanating from the mana vein only reinforced this effect. At that time, the young warrior was walking through the mountains with Sarante, collecting medicinal herbs. The young man never ceased to be amazed at what the temple minister really was like. After all, the strange elf was incredibly kind to strangers and sincerely cared about them. The adventurers spent 2 whole days in complete peace and quiet, surrounded by the mountains. But as always, this turned out to be only a deceptive calm before the approaching storm, which of course will bring everyone enormous and unbearable pain, along with incredible suffering. And unfortunately, there is no way to prevent what is bound to happen soon. On the day when everything was supposed to happen, the temple minister could not stop worrying about the boys, asking if they would definitely cope. He suggested that they prepare a little more, because they still couldn't find the reason for the strange behavior of the monsters. The young man, smiling, tried to calm the old man down, because he himself said that only their behavior had changed, but not their strength. The guys assured that they had enough strength to deal with the monsters, but only Asel was afraid of the upcoming battle. The warrior explained that they could not stay any longer as they were pressed for time and needed to return to the academy. The caring elf called magic to his hands, saying that he would cast a spell on them. He explained that this spell would help them pass the barrier and return to the temple at any moment. The elf ordered them to return immediately if something dangerous happened. The minister carefully gave them instructions so that they would be on guard at all times. He was worried about them because no matter how strong they were, the forest was deep and dark, and none of those present suspected that someone else was waiting for them in the forest, besides the monsters they knew. After all, the entity wandering there wanted to get to its victim, not expecting that it would be so difficult to find what it wanted. She was disappointed that she had not been able to lure him out with the help of stupid animals. Well, since she failed in her attempt to catch the one she was hunting, all that was left was to come to him herself. The girl, having been fortified by the help of a huge 2-headed ogre, looked for a way to get to Saranta. As the party of adventurers passed by the nearest village, they noticed that the orcs were already in charge there. They stood joyfully and took the treasures they had found from the robbed people. The young corporal looked back at his combat team, asking if they were ready. The boys looked down from the cliff at how those impudent people were not afraid of anything, and were destroying people's homes. Hearing that his friends were ready, the young warrior said that it was time to go and cut out all the monsters. The carefree monsters sat and discussed the loot, admiring the jewelry they had stolen from the child. One of the scoundrels laughed at how the poor child cried until his death. Suddenly, unexpectedly, young Swordsman descended in front of them with the help of telekinesis. The monsters looked at the academy students and did not understand why they came to them and not the other way around, running away in fear. The young warriors, without thinking, cut down the monsters in front of them. Seeing their kin being slaughtered, the remaining orcs turned on the heroes with fury. But their forces were unequal against the students of the Filian Academy, and they dealt with them with ease. Suddenly, a large stone flew straight into the head of one of the orcs, who were standing and watching the incident. They had never encountered anything like this before, so the dim-witted monsters looked motionless at their fallen brothers, and the young magician continued to use his telekinesis, participating in the duel from a distance. Ronan watched with admiration as his friends fought and praised the young mage for his accurate hits. Soon, he himself became eager to fight and turned to the magician, saying that they would cut everyone down. But he was clearly not very happy about this. Hazel obeyed the order of the head of the club and lowered a huge boulder from the cliff to the ground, which, with precision and a huge roar, landed in the very center of the orcs below. The boy watched the consequences of his actions with tears in his eyes. He was an obvious pacifist. Looking at the large number of dead orcs, he said in a trembling voice that he would definitely receive divine punishment for this. The corporal put his arm around his neck and jokingly told him not to worry, because if they were handing out punishment for something like this, then they would all fall under it. And Brahm, standing behind him, said with equal joy that Asel need not worry, since they too would be punished. In addition, he decided to joke about the beliefs of the young magician, saying that he would definitely be punished more severely than anyone else. And the poor boy, not understanding the joke, began to worry even more and burst into tears after hearing the words. Maria said that his words did not help the boy much, and Ronan at that time thought that they had not come to the mountains in vain because they all showed themselves well in the real battle. He continued to think that a couple more battles like this would help improve their skills. But suddenly, Zita touched his cheek. The guy turned his attention to her with concern, wondering what she felt. He looked in the direction the little creature was pointing and saw a young elf tied to a tree there. The friends were surprised to see anyone alive, as orcs usually leave no one behind. And then, unexpectedly, they discovered a girl tied to a tree. And not just a simple one, but an elf. Aesel wondered if they had left her for dinner, but Ronan said that they needed to help the poor guy first. Running up to the tree, he began to untie her and ordered Sita to heal the unfortunate woman. The girl tried to see who was in front of her, but everything was swimming before her eyes and the picture wouldn't focus. But when she opened her eyes, she was very impressed to see young people in front of her. They all stood and watched her, worried about her health and waiting to hear what had happened. The elf vomited blood from the mana that was cast by the servant and covered each hero. The corporal was surprised by what he saw. He couldn't believe his eyes, because this was the first situation when Zita's healing didn't work. He didn't understand why, because before this, all such wounds healed perfectly on anyone, after the animal's magic. The girl looked closely at the hero, saying that they were all enveloped in a familiar mana. She asked if they had come from the temple. In despair, she threw herself on the boy's shoulders, tearfully begging the young man to take her there. The unfortunate woman began to cry and shout some nonsense, saying that they were going, and if the guys were late, then Sarante could be killed. After a surge of emotions, the elf lost consciousness and left the heroes completely bewildered. At this time, an unsuspecting temple servant was carelessly polishing his deity until clean. Suddenly, behind his back, through the magical passage, a young hero burst in with shouts. The attendant asked the guy running towards him why he returned so quickly, whether something had happened. He said that they were doing well, but they needed to take a look at this elf they had rescued in the orc village. Ronan said that she wanted to see him, but the temple keeper did not understand what kind of elf they could meet here. But when he looked at the poor girl's face, he immediately recognized her, because the unconscious body of Briggia was hanging on the young man's shoulders. He reached out his hand to her, calling on magic to heal her, wanting to know what had happened to her. The young warriors who remained to explore the clearing realized that the elf was the only captive of the orcs. Maria said that if everything was clear, then it was time for them to return to the temple, suddenly noticing out of the corner of her eye how Asel was sitting over something. She approached him, wondering what the cutie was looking at and whether something was bothering him. The boy said that something strange was happening to the orcs' bodies, pointing to one of them. He stated that this had not been seen before. Looking at the body, she also realized that this was not visible before and asked the sorcerer if he did not know what it could be. And the three of them stood there, puzzled, looking at each corpse, which looked alike, not understanding what the sign on their heads was. At this time in the temple, the servant and the warrior were at the girl's bedside, who had already been given first aid. The guy was interested in whether everything was okay with her. He told the keeper that healing magic didn't work on her, which meant she could have been poisoned with some kind of poison. but he said with a smile that he had already given her an antidote. The elf turned to the young warrior, saying that he was now indebted to him because if it were not for the young man, his sister could have died. The minister said that she was one of the few remaining who believed in Saniel and that at one time her faith was incredibly strong. He looked again at Brigia's unconscious body, explaining that she was his sister in faith. The temple keeper turned to the warrior, asking how he could thank him for saving a person dear to him. The corporal replied that it was not worth it, since he had not done anything of the sort, but said that he had a question. He was interested in who the girl was talking about when she screamed in horror that they were already coming. The young man looked at the silent old man and asked if his life was in danger. Realizing that the time had finally come to explain everything to the young hero, he again brought him to the stone. After standing in silence for a while and thinking, Sarante quietly began to say that he didn't know that much. The minister began to explain that those whom the girl mentioned were a religious order that worshipped an unknown being, calling him a god. He continued his story, saying that they had been hiding their identities for a very long time, and they are always committing atrocities, the meaning of which even he is not given to understand, although he has already lived for 1,000 years. The corporal tensed when he heard the old man say that they called themselves the Religious Order of the Clagir Nebula. He jumped back in bewilderment, asking if this order really wanted to kill the servant. He said with a smile that they had come here several times before, but had not appeared for the last hundreds of years, and he thought that they had given up. But it seemed that they had returned. The young man did not understand why he was speaking so calmly, since he needed to run, but he replied that he could not leave the abode of the spirit. In addition, he said that if he left, innocent people could suffer, and he didn't want that. He put his hand on his shoulder in a fatherly way, saying that he didn't want to put them in danger, so the boys needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. The caring elf looked into his eyes and said that he hoped for his understanding. But the guy wasn't going to give up, saying that he could bring here the strongest girl he knew. He shouted at him not to act recklessly but to hide and wait for his return, which made the old man laugh a lot. The old man promised to hide and extended his hand to him, asking the boy to take something as a reward for saving Brigia. He put an enchanted ring into his hand, saying that with it he would be allowed into the magic tower. The elf said that he should definitely visit the magical Tower of Dawn, saying that if he shows this ring to the librarian he will be let in, and there he will be able to find information about his curses. Smiling, the minister said that these few days that were brought with them were like a gift for him. He asked the guy to take care of himself. The young man said that he felt awkward because he was acting as if they would never see each other again. He rushed to the exit, shouting goodbye for him to take care of himself and to promise to return soon. After the young man disappeared, the elf leaned against the wall. Exhaling heavily, he thought about how he should greet his sister after a long separation. He looked at how she quietly crept up to him, not feeling any weakness at all. The elf asked, or more accurately would refer to her as the killer of the religious order, Brigia. She looked at him with a crazy smile, wondering how he lived, saying that they were not strangers. Then why was he behaving so coldly? He was surprised by the ruthlessness of the order, which sent Brigia to kill him, but she countered that he was no darling either, since he pumped her with a paralyzing poison when they met. The girl laughed, remembering the elf's lie that he had given her an antidote, but he asked what she wanted, because he did not believe that Lemmeheim's shadow himself had been caught by some orcs. But she just threw up her hands, saying that she had no choice, because meeting him was not easy. She started saying that she tried to lure him out with monsters, but it didn't work. However, the elf told that one day, by chance, in the depths of the forest, she saw them. Funny toys from which emanated a fairly large amount of energy of the temple guardian. The girl laughed and said that at first she had planned to tear them to shreds and scatter the remains around the area, but she had restrained herself in the name of her former faith. He looked at her furiously, warning her that if she did that, she would definitely not survive. She laughed loudly at the elf's threats and said that he didn't understand jokes. Then, switching to a more serious voice, she said that it was time to stop chatting since she was here on an order from the order. Bridgia stated that she had been tasked with luring Sarante Lamation over to their side. Slowly drawing her blade, she stated that if he refused, she would have to kill him. At this time, the corporal, heading through the forest, hurried to get help to save the servant. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of his path, having some kind of bad feeling, where the guys found him and were in a hurry to tell him about their interesting find. Seeing them, he began to ask the guys how their search for the captives went, to which the girl replied that they had not found anyone. But she said that Aesel noticed something suspicious, and he began to explain that soon after the warrior left, strange magic circles appeared on the corpses. The young warrior did not understand what he was talking about, but the boy continued that he had never seen anyone like him before. Suddenly, behind the main character, a huge explosion was heard, from which the entire earth shook. All the guys were surprised and understood that the explosion had just come from the direction of the hidden temple. Ronan fell silent, looking towards the temple. He was afraid that it was quite possible that he was already too late. Suddenly the ground shook under their feet again, but this time somehow differently. The young warrior looked in the direction from which the booming sound was coming and did not believe what he saw. In a split second, the monster the warrior feared most, a two-headed ogre, approached them. They looked at him frozen because the boys had never seen such a monster. The two-headed ogre roared and crushed everything around him. Everyone who did not manage to escape died under his feet. Meanwhile, the temple itself was also in turmoil, as its own confrontation was taking place there. Former friends, relatives by faith, this time became enemies fighting for their beliefs. Each of them called upon their magical power, and Sarante was not going to give up so easily. He summoned a magical storm, directing it towards the maddened girl who attacked him. She looked at the elf's strength and happily said that this was exactly how she wanted to see him. Bridgia called upon another magic, a dark one, which enveloped her sword like a heavy fog. The elf put all her strength into it, striking back at the temple servant. And when two equal but different forces came into contact with each other, they caused a huge explosion. The former allies looked at each other and realized that now nothing united them anymore. The elf kept his power at the ready because he understood perfectly well that the girl could attack at any moment. And she really did attack him again, furiously thickening everything around her with her might. The temple guardian put up a shield, defending himself from the rather strong attacks of his former sister in faith. He was calm because he was prepared for any outcome of events, and the girl was burning in her madness. And again, from the contact of two equal in strength but different in charge mana, an explosion occurred, scattering them in different directions. The girl laughed because she was amused by what was happening. She called him a sly old fox. Her face was crazy. There was not a drop of reason left in it. She called him to join, saying that it was a pity to kill such a person. The elf promised that he would take a leading position, but he refused, saying that he was too pious to serve the cultists. He said with a smile that Lemmeheim's shadow had lost its skills and was no longer as fast as it had been. Amused, she replied that he was making it all up because she was simply bored with him. She looked him straight in the eye and said that she understood perfectly well that he was simply trying to buy time to save the boys. He tensed up when he heard that he had been found out, because he understood what this could lead to. She continued to say that he even put on a show so as not to drag that guy into it. The girl ridiculed his attempts to make the young man leave with a calm conscience. The elf asked why he cared so much about the boy if he was never interested in what was happening outside the temple. He warned her not to touch his guests, otherwise he would not be able to restrain himself from beating her half to death and throwing her out of here. But she laughed when she heard such threats, since she was not at all afraid of her opponent. And then the girl shocked him by saying that there was a small nuance in the fact that she had already done it. He gritted his teeth as the words spoken by Lemmeheim's shadow threw him off balance. The old man became too careless because he was worried about the boys, thinking about what danger threatened them. The scoundrel quietly crept up to him with a crazy smile. She said that here it was, open. And at that moment, blood spurted and a hand flew into the air, rapidly moving away from the body. At that moment, at the other end of the forest, the two-headed monster noticed the guys next to him. The young warriors were immobilized by shock, paralyzed with fear and unable to escape. At that moment, Ronan drew his blade and shouted for them to pull themselves together and stand behind him, as the monster was no match for them. The monster found it amusing to watch the little man prepare to resist him. The two-headed ogre swung his arm to deal the first blow to the guy standing closest. He saw the danger rushing towards him, but he could not move. Fear took hold of him and the monster achieved what he wanted. Marya and Aesel became worried about their ally, simultaneously shouting out his name. The force of the blow sent the young man flying quite far, breaking several trees in his path. The creature of darkness swung its hand to deal damage to both young warriors in one motion. They saw the fist approaching and understood perfectly well what was waiting for them now, but they also could not move from the spot. Suddenly, something rushed forward between them, approaching the enemy. It was Ronan who held out his naked blade, protecting his friends from a possible blow. They were impressed that the young swordsman had rushed into danger to save them. He shouted at them to take Braum and Sita and get away from here quickly. My gaze was full of rage and veins were visible on my jaw. From the force of their compression, he growled that he would deal with him himself. The young man could barely hold back the blows that the orc was delivering, so he angrily shouted for his friends to leave quickly. They were worried about him, but realizing that they were bothering him, they agreed to leave him alone, and they headed off to leave the battlefield, leaving the young hero and the enemy alone. The young man looked at his opponent and understood that all this was happening for a reason. He saw the magic seal on the eye of the two-headed orc and was sure that he had seen something like this before. It was exactly the same seal as the one that controlled the giant, which meant that the Clavier Nebula was behind it. Finally, having more room to move, since he didn't have to worry about the boys, the warrior was able to calmly dodge the blow. He jumped back and with even greater force headed towards the giant, swinging his blade. The young man delivered several quick and precise blows with his weapon and, tired, landed on the ground. Much to his disappointment, the ogre boss turned out to be just as tough as he had been back then. The two-headed ogre struck back at the annoying young man, but he tried his best to hold it back. Unfortunately, he failed because the monster's strength was much greater, and the young warrior, from the force that the monster had used, flew away from him several meters. The corporal thrust his blade out, driving it into the ground to slow himself down and tried to land on his feet. The huge two-headed monster did not calm down. In anger, it tore the tree out by the roots. Driven only by his rage, the ogre began throwing everything he could get his hands on at the boy. Ronan said that he would be glad to meet, because in the past they never finished that battle. But now he did something that he shouldn't have done because the monster dared to hurt his comrade right before his eyes. He saw out of the corner of his eye how Aesel and Marya, with the help of Sita, were now trying to heal poor Braum, and the hero would definitely not forgive him for this. He looked at the enemy with eyes full of hatred. The young warrior rose to his feet, full of determination because he knew perfectly well that he would not lose now, and he rushed forward, clutching in anger the blade that had been forged, especially for him. He rose high above the heads of the terrible monster, already knowing what he would do now. The guy recalled that in his past life, he was unable to defeat him because there was no way to break through the skin and deliver a fatal blow. But now everything will be much different, because with this sword that he now holds in his hands, and the technique that instructor Nabarosa taught him during those additional classes, using the Nabaros style, fourth form, and spinning sword, the hero is confident that he can defeat the ogre, and the young man, in a split second, dealt fatal blows to the monster, who did not have time to understand anything during this time. The young warrior landed on the ground with ease, thinking only one thing. Enough of this dragging, and it was time for this creature to die. And at that very moment, the two-headed creature fell apart into pieces like a destroyed puzzle. After that, the young man straightened up and thought that he still had a lot to learn, because now he had been messing around with this monster for too long. He turned to his friends, who had already finished treating the injured guy, and asked how he was feeling. Marya, holding the guy on her shoulders, told him not to worry, since Sita had already given him first aid. The warrior sighed with relief after the girl said that he would definitely live, but he should still see a doctor. After this, the corporal ordered them to leave and look after the wounded man, but Asul asked what he planned to do. The corporal, with determination in his eyes, said that he would go to Saranta because he felt that something had happened there. When the guy arrived at the place, he was very shocked to see the picture that awaited him. He looked at the ruins that remained in place of the former great and beautiful temple. The soldier stood and thought about what had happened here because he had just left here. Suddenly he felt someone's presence behind him. Looking back, the guy saw an exhausted temple servant. Even in that crippled state, the priest was worried about the health of the young man, asking if everything was okay with him. The old man apologized for not being able to go to his aid right away, but the boy rushed to him, asking who he could help in such a condition. The young man worriedly asked who did this and what happened here, but the elf told him to leave here again as quickly as possible. The tired priest replied that he had managed to fight them off today, but he did not know when they might appear to you again. At that moment, a black pillar appeared behind the servant and pierced his chest. The shocked guy couldn't do anything, he just watched the man bleed to death. The young man saw him fall to his knees, coughing up blood, and all the boy could do was scream the elf's name. He asked him what it all meant, and with whom he had a duel, why he was so wounded. Suddenly someone jumped out from behind him, saying that she almost stretched out her legs. The monster in female form wondered if it was possible to treat comrades like that. She continued to say that she didn't think that an elf would be able to perform such a complex technique even without one arm. Throwing her arms out to the sides, she added that she didn't know how things would have turned out if it weren't for the star's protection. Smiling unsteadily, she asked how well the young man felt after meeting the main ogre. Gritting his teeth so hard that the veins in his cheeks were tensocephalic, the young warrior was surprised to see this brat here. She laughingly said that he didn't know her in this guise and was seeing this face for the first time. The girl said that she needed to introduce herself again, and using magic, she changed part of her face, thanking the guy for saving her. Seeing a tuft of light hair, the young man realized that in front of him was the very elf he had rescued from the forest. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and could not believe that it was she who was in the orc village then. She thanked the guy, saying that thanks to him, she was able to cross the border, and for this she promised to kill the warrior quickly. And swinging her blade, Brigya sent a stream of thick black mana straight at the guy standing in front of her. He saw the half-dying man and understood that he needed to act quickly. Imagine the villainess's surprise when she noticed that there was nothing in the place where the blow had landed. She understood that if the guy had just managed to dodge, then he wasn't such an ordinary kid. He pulled the temple guardian's unconscious body straight towards the stone, even though the blow fell on both of them. The corporal's face changed as he saw his unconscious friend bleeding from where his hand had been. He growled his teeth, turning to his pet to heal the elf, saying that Sita must save him. And the small creature began to use all its power on the wounded priest, while Ronan slowly moved away from them. He gritted his teeth, growling at his rival, saying that it wasn't enough for her to destroy the forge and keep an eye on the Duke. So these bastards even crawled here onto the territory of an innocent temple. The young warrior looked at the representative of the Clagier Nebula with blazing hatred in his eyes, who, smiling and having fun at the situation, said that it sounded extremely funny. She said that apparently he was the guy who was destroying her loyal followers who were carrying out their tasks. But the young swordsman did not let her finish, rushing to attack her, but she easily dodged. The young man was surprised by this because he did not expect that she would be able to dodge his unexpected blow. The girl looked at him and said that she was surprised at what the guy was able to achieve at such a young age. Saying that this meant that her children had not suffered in vain, she rushed at him, declaring that she was interested in him. She struck her first blow, provoking the young swordsman, wondering what else he could show. The corporal was shocked at how strong she was, and most importantly, that she could completely read the movement of his sword. Suddenly Ronan noticed how she let her guard down, which meant that he had to defeat her in one blow. He jumped out, moving forward and putting all the anger he had into his attack, and their swords crossed, sparks flew around, The girl said that she really liked the warrior. She began to say that she would even feel sorry to kill him and therefore suggested joining them. The girl promised to take care of him, but he gritted his teeth and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Still with a crazy face, smiling, she declared that he had no right to choose, and she began to pierce the already badly wounded old man with magic arrows. The villainess promised to kill the temple keeper first if he refused her offer. In addition, she added that she would do it as painfully as possible, which made the guy even more angry. Briggia loomed over the young swordsman, saying that this elf's life depended on the choice the boy made. Behind him, the attendant was telling Ronan not to worry because he was fine, but the girl was watching the boy's every breath. And the young man looked straight into her eyes with his blazing gaze in which only true anger was visible. The young swordsman pounced on her, saying that he wanted only one thing, namely, to cut her into small pieces. She jumped back a little, asking the guy what to do, because he was making her want her even more. And a battle broke out between them, in which they noticed nothing more than the weapons of their opponent. They were like two lights flickering in the impenetrable darkness, their blades sometimes converging, illuminating everything around with sparks, then diverging, before the next blow. The exhausted old man watched all this and at least somehow tried to call out to the young man. But he did not hear him. He was blinded by the thirst for revenge against the damned society of believers in Agayut. The girl looked at the guy happily, asking with interest how much time had passed. She said that she had not met such a swordsman for a long time. The guy fought furiously without stopping for a second. He did not feel tired at all. Suddenly, his bloody hand with the living blade in it was caught, stopping the oncoming blow. The distraught girl looked straight into his eyes and said that she was very sorry to kill him. She pulled his hand slightly towards her and ordered him to stand still, otherwise she might kill him. And exactly the same black arrow that had wounded the servant's body moments ago now pierced his chest. The young swordsman cried out in pain as he looked at the new wound from which blood was flowing. The girl pointed her weapon at him, saying that when he opened his eyes, the light of the star would already be waiting for him. The young man saw the blade approaching and understood how suspicious her last words sounded. But suddenly a green light appeared above the guy, which prevented the scoundrel from wounding the disarmed warrior. It turned out that it was the wounded Sarante who summoned a mana shield to protect the young swordsman. He smiled, directing his power to defense, and said that Briggia was an extremely predictable person. Looking at her with furious eyes, the elf warned that if she dared to touch the guy, he would not spare her. The boy began to object to the old man, saying that he should not strain himself with his deep wounds. But he replied that thanks to Ronan he had enough time to prepare. He asked to give the rest to him. And the young man was surprised at how he was suddenly transported to another place, closer to the elf. The old priest pointed to the young swordsman's place and asked him to stay there, behind the old man's back. But at that moment the girl was indignant that she had been interrupted and said that she would not simply watch from the sidelines. Suddenly various runes and magical seals began to light up in the sky around her. The elf was surprised that he was able to do this despite his life-threatening wound. He called upon all his strength and addressed Briggia, saying that it was time to end everything. With a determined look, he directed his power towards his old sister and wished her a safe journey. The distraught girl began to be enveloped in a blue light, an electric discharge penetrating her to the bones. The young warrior saw how much strength was spent on this scoundrel, even for a weak priest. Sarante understood perfectly well that this would be the end of it, because he would waste all his mana and his life force. Now he was ready to spend everything he had left, without worrying about the consequences. But the girl broke free from his clutches, saying that she didn't know whether he was a devoted believer or an idiot, but how dare he do such a thing? A strange glow of condensed mana gathered around her, and she furiously clenched the weapon in her hand, looking in his direction. She began to say irritably that she was one of the stars chosen by the apostle. Getting closer and closer to the old man, she explained that as long as they had the protection given by the stars, no one could stop them. The evil elf began to say that there was no longer any need to grovel and persuade people like him to join. so now she's ready to simply mercilessly kill her annoying former ally. But unexpectedly, a small and cute creature in the form of Zeta came to the old man's defense. He looked at her and with his last strength said that this would be quite enough. He turned to the young warrior standing to the side, asking if he could hear him. Without waiting for an answer from the guy, he began to explain that he had little time left. The old man began to say that she seemed to be able to neutralize the attack using the star defense action, and currently, her movements were limited by an injury. Therefore, he must get out of here and focus on his destiny, and the elf will take on this woman with her desires. The guy irritably asked who he was saying goodbye to, and at that moment, the evil elf struck the first blow. But the old man deftly dodged the blow, which enraged the messenger of the stars even more. Suddenly, decisive steps were heard behind the old man. Looking back, he saw that Ronan had risen to his feet. He shouted hopefully for Sarante not to give up, because this was not the end yet. Holding the hilt of his sword, the young man said that he had never given up. From the very beginning until now, he had never tried to escape. He looked at the bloody and exhausted elf and asked him to trust him. Listening to the heroic tirade of the young swordsman, the evil elf did not understand how he could be so stubborn. She swung her sword and sent more black arrows towards the young man, telling him to stop getting in the way. The corporal tensed up as he saw the approaching threat, trying to figure out how to defend himself from these arrows. But suddenly, the old man intervened in the process again, protecting the young swordsman with the help of magic. The faithful priest of his temple called upon a magical thunderstorm rain which enveloped the young man, protecting him from arrows. The irritated elf raised her weapon above her head, saying that they were angry with her for their stubbornness. While the girl was asking if they really hoped to do something to her, Ronan was rapidly approaching his goal. The scoundrel screamed that they would be unable to do it, because she was under the protection of the star and they could not reach her. The elf was too focused on the priest, not noticing anything else, when suddenly her hand separated from her body. She didn't have time to notice how the young man quickly approached her and cut off the hand that held the blade. He looked at her and said that this was exactly what she had hoped for, that this was exactly what she thought. The servant looked at the hero standing in front of him and did not believe that he had succeeded. The girl squealed in surprise and did not understand how he was able to break through the protection of the stars. She was furious about this and screamed right in the guy's face that this was simply unthinkable. But in an instant, he dealt several more fatal blows, after which the girl really shouldn't have survived. Looking furiously into the elf's eyes, the guy said that if she was interested, then let her ask her star directly. The young man looked at the falling body of the dead girl and did not believe that everything ended like this. After all, there were only a few days left to get the answer they had been waiting for forever. The silhouette of the temple priest appeared before the warrior's eyes, saying that the boy had already understood the answer. He glanced over his shoulder and thought about how foolishly she had let her guard down, trusting in the star's protection. Watching her stomp around in her own blood, he knew perfectly well that otherwise he would have gotten into a lot of trouble. He remembered perfectly well that even in his past life, no one except him could defeat the giants. After all, with their ability, they could nullify any attacks, even the most powerful swordsmen. And today the guy realized that the top of the Clagir Nebula also uses this ability, calling it star protection. The warrior was distracted from his thoughts by Sarante, who asked how the young man was feeling after the battle. The soldier rushed to him, examining his wounds because he had lost a lot of blood, and the corporal began to yell at Zeta for not using healing. The young man began to promise the priest that everything would be fine, he just needed to be patient. But he took him by the hand, demanding that he calm down. Sarante looked at the young swordsman with tired eyes and tried to calm him down, saying that he was okay. Coughing, he turned to the young hero with a request to perform one last thing for him. He looked at his hand, which was still stained with coughed-up blood, and began to apologize, saying that he was very ashamed to look like that in his last minutes. The young man looked at his new friend in despair and understood that, unfortunately, he could no longer help him. He blamed himself for what happened, and said with regret that if it weren't for them, it wouldn't have happened. The temple minister looked at him and tried to calm him down, saying that it was only a matter of time and not anyone's fault. He addressed the young man, saying that it would be a long and difficult battle, and that he would suffer countless times and lose much. The old man asked the warrior to go all the way to the very end, no matter how difficult it might be. Sarante, with kindness and a warm smile, said that he believed in the hero and he knew that he could do it. The young warrior almost cried when he saw the life fading from the old man's eyes. Suddenly, the guardian's body was enveloped in a bright green light that blinded the guy's eyes, and when he was finally able to look at the bright light emanating from his friend, he saw that the priest was gradually turning to stone. He touched his cheek kindly while he could still move, feeling calm that it would soon be over for him. The old man looked into the eyes that were filled with tears with a warm smile and thanked Ronin, who was standing in front of him. The temple minister thanked the young swordsman for becoming the long-awaited answer for him. Before his life faded away forever, the old man promised that on the other side with Saniel, he would always be by his side until the very end. And the body of the deceased flared up with an even brighter light, and in its place a stone ball hung in the air. The young man looked ahead with bitterness and pain and understood that now this was definitely the end. He looked at the stone idol, which now had its own special meaning for him. The guy wished for it to rest in peace. So, having said goodbye to their friend in this place, the guys finally left the mountains, and they returned back to the academy, where they had to prepare a report on the adventures and the finished story with Sarante. The director looked at the written report and was sincerely impressed by what the children had to go through. He looked at the boy and all his bruises, wondering if he thought he had gotten too much for his first adventure. The guy threw up his hands and said that the crazy girl who unexpectedly appeared in this story was to blame for everything. He smiled sweetly and asked that the club not be closed and promised that this would not happen again. Kratira sighed heavily and said that he did not mean physical damage. He looked closely at the guy's face and said that he meant the death of a loved one, because it never comes easy. The director asked him if he was okay and looked him straight in the eyes to make sure he had heard. The young man clenched his fist and thought that to say that he was completely fine would be a lie. So the guy replied that if he were to let go of his hands now and give up, that person would be very upset. Looking at Kratira with confidence, the warrior added that he was grateful for the concern, but there was nothing to worry about. The director had no choice but to say that this time he would turn a blind eye to the situation. He started talking about how the guys cleared out the orc village, which saved the people. He also continued that they had punished the villain, so it was unacceptable to disadvantage the students who had made such a contribution. Well, however, he must promise that he will no longer commit rash acts when faced with this organization. He continued that, as the director of the academy, he would no longer simply sit and watch his students suffer, and the young man replied with a smile that he would keep that in mind. And the guy happily ran away, saying goodbye to the director, adding that they would definitely meet before the next adventure. He closed the doors behind him, apologizing for his rudeness and leaving the director in complete bewilderment. Kratira looked at the door slammed in front of him and did not understand where he had run off to, and he realized that he had no classes left at all due to his early graduation, and perhaps he had not misheard that it was about to begin. After some time, the guy ran into the building of a special adventure club, but I was very surprised that all the rooms of the club were empty, and there was no one there at all. He actually came specifically to watch the guys train, but a slightly different person was waiting for him there. The corporal asked him what he was doing there and, more importantly, when he had time to return to the academy, because the young son of Duke Schulifen was waiting for him there and he was now supposed to be putting things in order in his family. He looked at the young man seriously and asked him to pay a little attention to him because they needed to talk about the Claygir Nebula. Ronan sat down at his table, wondering what kind of conversation they could have about this organization and whether they had been able to exterminate all the traitors to the family. Schulipen replied that they had conducted extensive research operations over the past 15 days, and he clenched his fist in frustration, saying that they had managed to identify 19 traitors, of whom he had dealt with 5 himself, and the rest they will soon transfer to the Rhodoland prison for further interrogation. However, they ran into one problem, as it seemed that their interrogations were no longer working on them. Ronan was shocked. He didn't understand how their interrogations were no longer working. He learned that, from the very beginning of the investigation, none of them had been caught perjuring themselves. The young warrior Shulipin continued to say that, given their caution, they could only draw one conclusion, and the young man finished speaking for him, that the only option was that they could now resist interrogation. Shulipin completely agreed with this, and the guy groaned in disappointment that another headache had appeared. He realized that the only way left was to personally monitor the flow of mana from these bastards. The young duke began to rise, saying that this was all the information he wanted to convey for now, and that he added that he hoped for their continued cooperation at the upcoming meeting during the midterm assessment test. But the corporal did not understand what he was talking about. After 2 days, it was time for the midterm evaluation test of Nabaros's advanced fencing practice. All the students of this course gathered on the coast of Philanda, an uninhabited island belonging to Philion. Instructor Nabarosa looked to see if anyone was lost and began to say that she would now explain how the assessment would take place. As they all know, her studies are practical in nature, so she would like to conduct them on the battlefield. The students relaxed when they heard that the Academy's rules did not allow this. Only Ronan was a little disappointed. Imagine their surprise when they heard that instead, they would be stationed throughout the island and would be free to participate in real battles. She began to explain that they did not need to worry about real death because they had prepared protective equipment. The instructor pointed to the rings, explaining that as soon as its owner was unable to continue fighting, he would immediately be transported to the Academy Square, and there the best doctors will be waiting for them, capable of healing serious wounds with one wave of their hand. In other words, they don't need to worry and can enter battles giving their all. She added that they could fight and kill to the fullest today, which scared absolutely all the students. She ordered them to come up one by one when their name was called, explaining that once they received the bracelet, they would be transported to a designated coordinate point. The instructor looked at everyone present and said that her assistant Adishan would go first. The corporal fully expected that the former commander-in-chief would also take part in this. But to my surprise, I heard the students start whispering unpleasantly among themselves. They were not happy with the fact that, given her position, she could be given benefits that would easily allow her to pass the test. Some scoffed, saying that thanks to this undereducated student, they were not in danger of finishing last. The young warrior was very angry at the words about a student staying for a second year, but he understood perfectly well that this accurately described the girl's situation now. He watched as the girl was handed a bracelet and understood that, unfortunately, this was an objective assessment for today. After all, with such skills on the battlefield, only death can await the poor girl. The guy thought about what other choice there might be in the situation with the commander-in-chief. Adishan put on the bracelet that was given to her, and in a split second, covered in a blue glow, she disappeared from the sight of the other students. Following her, others began to follow in turn, also disappearing from the place, moving to their points. The young warrior looked around and wondered if he had really moved here alone. A moment later, he began to say with a smile that he was clearly lucky, because it couldn't be untrue. He turned to the sunbai, whom he couldn't see but felt, with an order for him to come out. But the guy still sat behind the tree, afraid to move. The young soldier began to mock the frightened boy, saying that it was somehow awkward. But he continued to sit quietly, gritting his teeth in frustration, not understanding why he was the one who got this monster. Suddenly, someone attacked the young warrior from behind, using an axe. But the enemy was very surprised when there was no one at the scene of the attack, although he believed that the guy would not be able to react so quickly. The corporal dodged, putting his blade to his opponent's throat and saying that it was too much to act like that against a younger comrade. He said, with a hunting smile, that in that case he was very saddened by the actions of his senior colleagues. Everyone sat quietly behind the tree and just watched from the back what was happening now. The young soldier continued to say that he had guessed about their possibility of creating a temporary alliance. He continued that maybe in Philion it would be a good option to deal with the main enemy. The young man felt a threat behind him, throwing the stone he was holding in his hand straight at the archer sitting on the branch. The guy looked at his falling opponent with anger and said that this would not be the best strategy now. They looked at their friend lying on the ground and realized that their plan with the surprise attack had failed. The leader of the student group ordered everyone to get ready. They say that even a monster cannot cope with all of them alone. All the students were ready and determined because they believed in their huge advantage in numbers. And they all simultaneously pounced on the young warrior, expecting to be able to defeat him. But Kiev, unfortunately, their attack was quickly over, and the young man thought that it somehow took time, perhaps because those were second-year students. Then he looked at the number of opponents lying behind him and thought about the situation the commander-in-chief was in now. On the other side of the island, a girl cornered by several rivals says she's surprised at how long she's lasted. They looked at her and told her to give up, because this was definitely the end for her. Bloodied and covered in bruises, the young warrior had no intention of giving up. She wanted to resist to the end. She looked at them and understood that it was beyond her strength, but she was glad that she was able to at least catch them by surprise. Since they had Ayun, the top third-year student, with them, they didn't expect that they would get a fight. She looked at them and tried to calculate the further course of the battle, because in this there were no equals. And the girl noticed that, thanks to their frivolity, the opponents opened up. She took hold of the hilt of the blade and realized that she had only one chance to end this. She needs to defeat the unsuspecting opponent standing in front of her with one blow. Adishan was determined that she had to put an end to this, and she attacked the boys. They were shocked, taken by surprise, not expecting at all that she would be able to resist so much. Now they saw before them a completely different Adishan, who was not at all like the one who had stayed for the second year. And the two opponents instantly fell at the hands of the young girl, who calculated her blow with precision. There was one last enemy left, and she understood that she couldn't stop, but needed to gather all her energy and rushed towards him, directing it at Ayun. But unfortunately, the guy was faster and struck the approaching weak girl first. She tried to take the blow, but she couldn't, so she flew back a long distance. Ayun began to approach the lying Adishan and say that he was interested in watching her miserable childish game. He looked at the girl's tired face and said that she was not stupid and understood everything perfectly well. The guy loomed over her, radiating a heavy aura. He looked her straight in the eyes, telling her that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't defeat him. The top third-year student said he had fun watching her struggle to escape. All this time, a young warrior who was interested in what was happening was quietly watching them from the side, sitting on a branch. Ronan sat motionless, watching what was happening, wondering what the commander-in-chief was like now. He sighed, saying that he thought that this battle would turn out exactly like this. The young man understood that the tactics chosen by the young warrior was the only method of fighting, the best strategy. After all, the first thing she did in an attempt to win was to mislead her opponent with the landscape. Then, even against a force superior to her, she gained an advantage and did not let it slip. But he understood perfectly well that the current commander-in-chief would not emerge from this as a winner. After all, the whole thing came down to the difference in skill levels of the two opponents facing each other. The guy realized that this cleared everything up and thought that the exam would soon be over. But suddenly, something caught his attention. Looking back, he saw how the girl, without giving up, continued to fight, trying to hold back the enemy's blow. Ayun was surprised by her persistence and asked the assistant what the instructor was doing now. He didn't believe that she could, in any way, hope to be able to withstand him. But she did not back down. She replied that, of course, she could, because the exam was not over yet, which meant she had every chance. The young warrior was able to break free from the grip and walked around from behind, saying that she would never give up. She looked with eyes full of warlike fire, and then made her first attack. Having seen her result, she was extremely disappointed because she was not able to achieve the effect she had hoped for. Only a small bruise appeared on the guy's face from a small scratch made by her blade. He rushed at her, wielding his weapon, saying that all she was good at was making others angry. She fell to her knees from the blow, and her opponent, hanging over her, said that she had behaved with dignity for a lagging student. He, threatening her, asked what had happened, what she had expected, drawing the blade against him. A1 asked why she gave up and didn't want to compete against a freshman with no outstanding talent. The guy looked at the tired girl and said that she understood her minimal chances better than anyone else. He was interested in why she did that then. She wanted to answer something, but she was suddenly interrupted by a sharp embrace with which the guy lowered himself towards her. He hugged her tightly and even cried out of pity because despite her stubbornness she was quite weak. In these embraces, the young warrior felt like a child again and sensed what she had been missing for so long. A moment later, she saw that her rival was standing in front of her again and only quietly said that she must stand as commander-in-chief. The guy didn't expect to hear such an answer and didn't understand at all what the commander-in-chief had to do with it. And she explained that she shouldn't give up for this because she believes that she can do it. Despite the fact that she almost lost, the girl still confidently declared that this was her destiny. Watching quietly, Ronan was shocked by her confession and how much she believed it. Adeshan, her eyes full of determination, said that nothing would change that and she didn't even hope for his understanding. Ayuan swung at her, telling her to stop talking about a dream she knew nothing about. Saying that he no longer intended to listen to this, the guy began to lower his weapon, wanting to deliver the final blow to the assistant. Unexpectedly for the opponents, Ronan intervened in the duel and cut the guy's mace. He glanced sideways at the best third-year student and said that it was time to stop. He thanked him for his efforts, but A1 stood there, shocked, not understanding what was happening or where he had come from. At that moment, the corporal dealt the fatal blow to his rival, the commander-in-chief, who sent him to the academy square. Adeshan looked in surprise at the guy's presence, and the fact that he stood up for her again. The corporal put his sword back in its sheath and inquired about the well-being of the exhausted girl. She thanked him and began to ask how he had ended up there, but he interrupted her, suggesting that they omit such trifles. He carefully offered her his hand, saying that they didn't have much time left. The young man wanted to help her get up and said that he was interested in hearing something. He walked with her to the cliff, despite the raging ocean, waiting for the young warrior's explanation. Nabarosa's assistant was surprised to hear that he was interested, for some reason, in becoming the commander-in-chief. She looked at the thoughtfully standing guy and did not understand why he needed such information now. But he replied that it was important for him to hear the answer to this question, so he asked her to answer again. She, sad, was puzzled by what to answer, whether she should really tell the truth. To really answer this question, she had to delve a little into her memories, and she remembered that full moon, fateful night, when she first met them. Adeshan asked if Ronan had heard of the Night of the Fangs, and he asked if she meant the invasion 10 years ago that had been instigated by the Beastmen. She nodded, starting to say that this was the first battle between the Empire, wanting to expand its territory to the north, and the alliance of Beastmen, wanting to stop them. The assistant said with bitterness that she had to lose her family that night. It was dinner time then, and the little girl was watching her family walking away. She asked her mother and older brothers where they were going because it was already quite late. She remembers how, on the threshold, her mother bit her lip in pain that she could not stay with her family. Pulling herself together, she explained to her little daughter with a smile that they had urgent business to attend to. The girl asked if she could go with them, but taking her hand back, her mother apologized to her, and she left the girl at home, asking her husband to look after the little daughter. And that evening, unfortunately, became the last conversation for her family because they never returned. As it later became known, on that day the knights of the village were involved in the operation to blockade the broken wall. But this was not a strategy at all. Short-sighted commanders simply abandoned them there to die. And all this happened because of a misconception about the strength of the Beastmen. That day became a tragedy for many. Soon after this, negotiations took place to end the war between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. Instead of giving up the Alliance's territory, the Empire incorporated them into its own. But for their village, whose inhabitants were sacrificed to achieve this result, they only erected useless gravestones in the cemetery. She came there every day and looked at the graves, but did not see how other surviving but crippled soldiers came there, who cried, looking at all this, and did not understand why everything ended exactly this way. The surviving soldiers were outraged by this and did not understand why their comrades died. She went on to say that some might say that those events were a noble sacrifice. But the girl categorically disagreed with this because if it weren't for them, her relatives wouldn't have died there because the Empire could have conducted peace negotiations from the very beginning. Even if it were necessary to fight, there were many other ways to take advantage of the terrain. Adishan clenched her fists in pain, because on that day there were no noble victims who died. It was the negligence and incompetence of the authorities. And the girl knows this very well and cannot stand it. It was after this that she had such a dream. She firmly stated that she was going to become a general so that there would be no more senseless sacrifices. The assistant was overwhelmed with emotion, so she promised that she could become a better commander. Because that memorial monument, depicting those who could still be alive, is clearly of no use to anyone. And there was silence between the heroes. No one knew what to say because the pain and heaviness of this story were great. But then the girl's face suddenly changed, and she apologized for getting too carried away with her story. The young man replied that it was not a very pleasant story, but thanks to the girl, he knew one thing for sure. Adishan didn't understand what he was talking about, and the young warrior wondered if he should say it out loud. After all, looking at her, he understood perfectly well that, as expected, he would not be able to leave her. But the guy firmly decided that he would not turn a blind eye to her approaching miserable death. He had experienced this terrible feeling not long ago, and he did not intend to experience it again. Suddenly they felt an approaching hurricane. The girl did not understand what was happening now. Looking closely at the vortex, she realized that it was such a strong flow of mana, and Ronan said that this impatient guy was already here. Knowing who would be approaching, the young man turned to the girl, saying that time was running out, so he would speak briefly. He asked the elder if she knew what shadow mana was, but it was the first time the girl had heard the term. The young warrior said that the conditions for her awakening were difficult, but once she learned to use it, she would become much stronger. The young man said that a friend of his had made a name for himself in this, and he was just like her. So he was sure that she could handle it, and he offered to find out about it. Adishan didn't understand why he was suddenly talking about this, and the corporal told her not to worry. The warrior said that now it would be enough for her to know that he had decided to be on her side, and would definitely help her do so. And he, wanting to protect her, threw her down so that she could safely teleport to the academy site. Laughing, he added that third place should be enough for the girl today. The young warrior promised the falling young warrior that they would definitely see each other soon, but he must now deal with this approaching hurricane on his own. He looked back and saw in front of him the one who was hiding behind that whirlwind, and said that now only they remained. Before him stood the young Duke Shulapen, heated up by the fighting. He jokingly said that, judging by the scale with which he had appeared, his comrades had already abandoned the Duke, and he looked at the young man with a stern gaze, saying that only they remained on this island. Clutching the sword tighter in his hands, Shulapen said that he didn't have to explain what that meant. The corporal, drawing his weapon, laughingly replied that he knew this for sure better than anyone else. Ronan turned to him and asked if he had long wanted to know who was the best in this academy. And between the guys, a mad fight flared up again in which no one wanted to retreat. So similar to each other but having different ideas about strength, they once again crossed swords in a duel. Adishan suddenly woke up in the academy square, not immediately understanding where she was and how she had moved here. But when I saw a crowd of people in front of me and a screen showing a live broadcast of the fight that was currently taking place, I immediately understood everything. She looked at herself and realized that she was healed, and thought that she had returned because she had been excluded from the test. But then she remembered how she fell down, and that as they parted, Ronald told her that she had taken third place. She looked ahead in front of her, and the realization came to her that there were only 2 left before the end of the competition. And now, everyone present in the square watches their battle with admiration through the screen. The remaining students alternated between competing and competing, each demonstrating their own strategy. The young Duke Shulapen was in a complete rage, and used all his strength to the fullest. Every time he called upon his mana and used the storm sword, Ronan avoided such a connection. He was annoyed that this psycho kept flying on his storm sword, but he couldn't do anything about it. The young warrior jumped up into the tree, looked at the Duke's strategy, and realized that he had only one chance. Which sounds crazy, but you have to catch the moment when the mana around the sword dissipates, and the young corporal instantly rushed down, attacking his opponent, but former friend from a past life. He knew that he could only fight against this by using Nabaros's technique, the longsword. After the clash of two completely different forces, only destroyed land remained in their place. Both boys jumped aside, and hiding behind a rock, Ronan thought about how he had barely been able to hold back the blow this time. He didn't understand what had changed in that short period of time and that things had gone much further than he expected. After all, the young Duke had become much more skilled in wielding the storm sword than he had been when he caught Dolan. He thought how this was possible, because the speed that he had once been inferior to was no longer behind the young warrior. The corporal looked at his opponent and realized that he was now much better than he had been in his past life. And this means only one thing. The young Duke Shulipin has become much stronger. At this time, the young Duke was thinking how amazing it looked, because he expected him to suppress the power of the storm sword and not exchange such blows with him. The Duke felt his wound and did not believe that the guy could have such strong mana and that he could handle the professor's skills so skillfully. He believed that he would be the best in technique, but the gap between them was quite small, so he decided to take a risk, because he had almost reached the limit of increasing speed due to mana. Ronan at this time understood that if the enemy continued to adapt to his movement, he would be able to push him back with his skill. Each of the opponents understood that they had only one chance to end this, and simultaneously rushed into the attack. Shulipin summoned the power of his sword and aimed it towards the boy, but to his surprise he saw only a dug trench there. At that moment, he felt his body being pierced by many cuts, and he couldn't believe that the guy used that moment to attack. Right now, moving very quickly, the young corporal inflicted many small cuts on the enemy's body. He, smiling from the impressive surprise, asked how much longer he would surprise him. The soldier, looking straight into his eyes, jokingly asked if he always laughed when he was cut. Saying that he was definitely crazy, he attacked him, while simultaneously feeling a counterattack from his opponent. This battle was gaining more and more colorful turns, each of them giving their best. The ground beneath their feet cracked from their battle, and bright sparks flashed between the swords, but no one retreated. They were both excited about this battle and sincerely wanted to find out who was really better. All the students standing in the square could not take their eyes off what was happening on the screen. They admired this fight and couldn't believe that it was a battle between first years. The crowd began to quietly whisper that they should have done a separate test, and someone said that even if they started a war, the professor would not have changed the rules. Atashan was very worried watching this battle and was worried that her friend would remain safe. The professor looked at them and said that she was pleased to see how the two had grown since they entered the academy. She looked at the screen, smiling, and realized that these guys had reached their limit. The instructor was well aware that whether they wanted it or not, their next encounter would definitely be their last. Still continuing to compete, the Duke said that he did not expect to meet a worthy opponent at the academy. He asked if Ronan felt the same way, that coming to Filion was the best choice. But the boys understood that it was time to end this fight. So early on, he asked the Duke not to be ashamed of his strength. Jumping back, he said that he was also attacking and would not leave any regrets, which he expected from him as well. By calling on all the mana, he wanted to show off what the storm sword could do to the fullest, asking Ronan to show him all of his skills. The young warrior laughed at this and continued to call Mr. Shulipin a psycho. His eyes lit up with a bright fire, because he understood that he definitely had to lure this guy to his side. He mentally promised to show his opponent who was higher in rank, and a warlike fire of that power that had never flared up before, flared up in him. The young heir to the empire raised his sword, expecting an attack, but before he could react, Ronan rushed past him. He looked around at the flashing sword next to him and did not understand how it could speed up so much, having such a wound. The Duke understood that now he did not have enough strength to keep up with the speed of the young warrior. Shulipin understood perfectly well that at such a maximum speed the load on the body would be significantly greater. This means he has the advantage that his opponent is not looking ahead at all. She called the young man, saying that he had learned something else during the time they had not seen each other. And having warned the guy, he plunged his blade into the ground, causing a huge whirlwind around. The corporal was shocked by what he saw, because he acted like a complete madman, unable to keep up with his opponent. The young swordsman understood that he was about to release a mana emission right in front of his nose. In this situation, with so many herbs, he cannot fully control the flow of mana, which means he will also suffer. Ronin admired his desire to win, but he himself was not going to back down even a step. He rushed towards him, realizing that they were both almost at their limit. But he didn't want to have a boring ending. The young warrior decided to overtake the enemy in one move while he was distracted by controlling mana. He bared his blade, moving closer and closer to the young duke, thinking that this would be the end. To his surprise, he said that he had expected this and therefore put all his strength into this blow. The young heir to the throne, the master of the storm sword, called for the power of the aura to appear with his last words, and at that moment the storm sword appeared. The entire island was illuminated by a bright blue wave. It was completely covered by the flow of the duke's mana, attracting storm lightning to itself. After this, everything around was covered with smoky dust, and a huge crater appeared at the site of the impact. Both opponents were wounded and bleeding, but there was still no winner, and the corporal was outraged by his madness. He couldn't believe that the storm sword was as reckless as its owner, because it hit him with such force that it even caught him. But now, thanks to Shulipin, he realized for sure that coming here was a great idea, and they both understood perfectly well that today one of them would definitely die. All the students were excited, and each one was worried about his candidate, sincerely wishing him victory. Hadashin stood there almost in tears, worried about Ronin, but she really wanted him to win. Instructor Nabirosa looked at the screen with admiration and was pleased that the end of the duel was finally approaching, and the stubborn warriors rushed at each other, causing a huge explosion around them and illuminating the entire island with white light. After the collision, a ravine formed around the boys, breaking all the trees around them, and they stood helplessly and looked at each other. Suddenly they both started falling to the ground, and at that moment, each thought he had won. But to the great regret and surprise of the boys, they both fell dead to the ground at the same time. The crowd of students were surprised to see this and did not expect such an outcome at all, and after that everyone shouted in delight, admiring what they saw and rejoicing at the end of the intermediate testing with fencing. And Ronin was the first to wake up. Seeing familiar walls in front of him, he did not believe that he was back in the infirmary. Near his bed, he saw a worried Adishan and the instructor sitting peacefully to the side. He was informed that the test was already over, and the professor added irritably that it had been difficult to clean up with two uncontrollable people. Looking back at the young duke lying behind her, she said it was a fantastic battle. Looking at the wounded Shulipin, the girl added that this fight was clearly worth their efforts. The instructor added that, judging by the fact that Ronin woke up first, his condition was much better, and he, madly happy, declared that he had finally defeated that guy, but he was told that this could not be called either a victory or a defeat. Since they returned at the same time, the result was a tie, so they share first place. And the young man, sadly hanging his head, said that he had thought about the possibility of such an outcome of events. Nabirosa and Adishan were surprised at how calmly he took the news, because they expected the worst, that he would scream about the ambiguity of the result. He, indignant at who they were taking him for, said that he considered this duel worthy. He admitted that Shulipin was damn strong, even stronger than he had expected, but perhaps that was obvious. The corporal promised to train much harder in the future and to definitely beat him next time. Instructor Nabirosa looked at her student with pride because he had grown not only in skills but also in spirit. She looked at the young man and said that there was really no need to separate them because it had been a good experience for both of them. Then the woman congratulated the guy on achieving what he wanted so much. The instructor said that he could now freely release his mana. He was shocked by what he heard and could not believe that he had used his magic back then. The instructor said that he used the ball's true energy, which contained mana, during the battle. The young man, after thinking for a bit, remembered that at the moment he attacked, he felt something strange. Nabirosa said that the sword's chi is only revealed when one knows how to handle mana. She explained to him that he had moved to a higher level, different from the imitation he had used before. Looking at his reaction at the words he heard, the instructor realized that he had already realized everything. She then added that action needs to be taken as their physical characteristics are different from other students. She explained that professors do not know what other unexpected situations might occur. So she ordered her assistant to take Ronan to that useless bastard at dawn tomorrow. Adishan asked again if the instructor meant Professor Jaredin Stoneson. The next day, they went there, and the girl said that she hadn't seen this professor for a long time, and Ronan couldn't believe that they were sending him there. Nabarosa's assistant said that he was considered the best in the field of mana management, and so other professors often found themselves in his debt. She said that during training using mana, accidents often occur when it becomes clogged and its core hardens. Ronan thought that he was really something because if he went to Professor Jaredin after this, he would easily sort it out. The young man asked why Nabarosa hated him then, but the girl did not know what had happened between them, so she assumed that it was a matter of different characters. She said that when they meet, he will see for himself that the professor has a slightly peculiar behavior. The guy, smiling, thought that this had nothing to do with him, and what was important to him was that he could finally use mana. The guy decided to take the opportunity to learn more about mana from the commander-in-chief, because in his past life it was full of secrets, and he doesn't know much about it. Suddenly the girl interrupted his thoughts by saying that she had heard about their meeting with Shulapen. She asked if the guy had accepted the offer that they had discussed with the hero, and he remembered that the offer for the young duke was one that could not be refused. Ronan called the heir to his clubhouse, where he hoped that their thoughts converged, if he called him immediately after being discharged. Duke Shulapen said he was not going to settle for a draw and suggested finishing the match on the training ground. But the young warrior cooled his ardor. They say that he was also dissatisfied with the results, but invited him here for another reason. And he was very surprised because he did not know what other reason there could be for inviting him to visit. And he jumped up from his seat with delight, poking at the piece of paper with an invitation to join his club. He started to talk about the benefits, that they would be able to go outside the academy and gain new experiences, and he wouldn't be bored. But he refused, saying that he did not intend to befriend an enemy he must defeat. Shulapen turned to leave, saying that he was going to leave if he continued to talk this nonsense. And the corporal used a forbidden method of persuasion, saying that he was going to throw a party for all the members of the club. The main point of blackmail that he said was promising that his little sister would also join them in honor of their housewarming. And he, overflowing with emotions, pounced on the guy with questions about whether she would really come to that world. The guy demanded to know in more detail what kind of place it was, what kind of security there would be, and whether anyone would accompany her. But Ronan refused to answer his questions, saying that he wouldn't say anything to someone who wasn't even a member of the team. He promised that he would tell everything if the young duke deigned to join them at the club. And the heir of Shulapen, without hesitation, quickly signed the agreement to join their club. Put the pen in your pocket, he clarified, or satisfied all the demands of the young blackmailer. After which, he demanded that the young warrior finish his story regarding Errol's sister. Remembering all this, the corporal was worried, thinking that this guy could become the head of Grantia in the future. They reached Tower number 41, and Adishan said that they had finally arrived, and that was where Professor Jaredin was. Looking at the dark and gloomy appearance of the tower, the young man wondered why it was so gloomy here, because this man had even surpassed Professor Secret. Suddenly, a man approached them from behind and asked what the stupid instructor's assistant was doing there. Looking in that direction, they saw Professor Jaredin standing in front of them, holding huge backpacks on his back. The girl, smiling, began to say that she brought this student here because he was having difficulty manifesting mana. The man laughed that the woman had sent them to him with such a trifle, which meant that this guy must be promising. He looked closely at the young man who said he hoped for their cooperation, but he told him to stop because they had already greeted each other. He looked down on him and asked how much he had prepared for him, but the young man did not understand what he was talking about. And the professor continued that he does not volunteer, holding out his hand and said that over time work will have to be paid. So, looking closely at the guy again, he asked if he had prepared money for him. The warrior indignantly asked again whether he really was demanding money, which made the professor think that he really was a promising star. So he explained that he takes at least 10 gold per hour, pointing out that naturally this is the price per person. He couldn't believe that Professor Jaredin was seriously robbing students. So the guy sheepishly replied that he didn't have any money right now, and asked if there was another way. He rudely replied that the other option was to return the same way they came here, and while he was here, it would be nice to get 10 gold from Nabirosa. But then, looking at them closely, he declared that there was another way and called the boys to follow him. Looking at the boy, he said that he was offering him a deal, and magically lured the ring that the boy had received from Sarante out of his pocket. The young man did not notice how he found himself here at the time when he was answering all the questions about the ring he had received. She looked around and thought that it wasn't exactly tidy here, but rather very empty. But this wasn't even a prison. Besides, since they came here, I haven't heard a single sound from outside. Did he cast a blocking spell on the entire tower? The corporal was interested in what he was doing because even the locks on the doors were reinforced with magic. Why did he maintain such security? The professor asked if he could look at the ring before they got down to business. The young man asked to handle it with care, since it was a very valuable thing for him, but the professor replied that it was no less important for him. Jaredini looked closely at the ring in his hands, not saying that he could feel it exactly, seeing it in person, appreciating the transparent, purest mana. He explained that such a thing must be possessed by a dragon who had dedicated himself to the study of elemental magic for at least 2,000 years, and then corrected himself, saying that it was an elf. The young man was surprised that he understood this, but he replied that in order to become Professor Filion, one must have such talent. After which he stated his conditions, that he wanted to extract some magical power from this ring. He explained that he lacked the mana of a long-lived and practicing race for the experiment, and the high elf mage of Filion was not comparable to that. Jaredini added that a child like him who did not graduate from the academy had a close connection with this energy. The professor said that if he helps him, he promises to give his full support in return. The young man replied that it was a good offer, but only if he agreed to help Adishan with her problem. The man growled and said that you only need a drop of this mana, or maybe he has some other bonus. Otherwise, he has too high demands. The guy got up from the table and was about to leave, but the professor stopped him, saying that he had not refused him. He offered to pay at a 50% discount, but the guy started to leave, so Jaredini had no choice but to accept his offer. The professor sadly said that the guy had the negotiating skills of a far-reaching person, and he thanked him for the compliment. The man suggested that they deal with their problem first, since they did not require delay if Nabirosa had sent them here. He pointed to the young warrior and told him to go and stand in the magic circle. He approached him from behind, examining him, and began to say that he had recently discovered his sense of mana, adding that, in addition, there were almost no traces of its use in the body, surprised that the guy had never used mana. The young man explained that someone had cast a curse on her, and he only knew how to see her, but not how to use her. After which the professor added that this is an unusual curse, because after its opening, the way there is closed again, and he said that he would now expand it, directing his mana, warning that he might feel pain, like a knife piercing his spine. He asked whether the student could endure such pain, after which he replied that he probably could. Then Professor Jaredini began to carry out the task, and the young warrior was pierced by hellish pain, from which he screamed unbearably. The man let some of his mana into the guy's body and thought that everything was not as hard as expected. So he hoped to finish quickly, but suddenly something started to approach him, and the professor felt a dark haze enveloping him, preventing him from working. He saw some huge eye above him and didn't understand what the hell could be going on here. He began to burn away everything, and the man, suffering, did not understand how this monster could end up inside an ordinary child. He tried to quickly take his power away from the guy, but saw how the red whirlwind was increasingly engulfing him. The creature pushed the professor away from the young warrior's body, causing him great pain. He sat on the floor and started coughing up blood, not understanding how this happened, and the guys ran to him, worried about his well-being. Suddenly, Gerardini, wheezing with his last strength, began to chant some kind of spell, opening the doors. Ronald looked at the professor and understood that he had already heard these words. He was sure that Eli had spoken them then. A familiar portal opened beneath their feet, sucking in everything nearby. At this moment, Professor Secret, who was studying something, was puzzled by what could have happened that Gerardin suddenly opened the door. They were surprised when they saw that they had come to her office, and she asked what had happened to them. She ordered them to stay away, saying that first she would take a look at her injured friend. She looked at the crippled man, trying to heal him, but nothing worked. She asked if the professor had not sent his mana directly into his body, and the boy replied that he had promised to unblock his mana in this way. Professor Secret could not believe that a man could act so rashly. She explained that some part of the boy's curse was transmitted to Gerardini through mana. Secret began to say that no one else could survive this except the guy, because it was the curse of the highest evil. And if everything was left like this, Gerardini would die. The young man was frightened and could not believe that this could happen because of his curse. Could it be that the professor began to die because of him? But the witch, who was skilled in curses, said that this could happen if he was left inside. Luckily, the curse hasn't had time to penetrate deeply, and that should be enough to extract it. She put all her magical powers into healing her colleague, and suddenly, at one moment, something strange jumped out of him. Maya Secret ordered Ronan to cut it right now, because only he could do it. The youth immediately drew his blade, cutting the horrible and vile thing into small pieces. The dark haze gathering over the professors began to develop, and Adishan ran up to them, worried about their well-being. Gerardini began to thank the sorceress for saving her, but she replied that it was only thanks to his quick reaction, and if the curse had penetrated deeper, it would have been too late. She started asking if he didn't remember that she had talked about the student who had the worst curse, but he didn't think it would be this guy. The young man rushed to him, asking if he was feeling better, and the professor replied that thanks to him he had had an unforgettable experience. He explained that he had learned of a terrible curse inside the boy, and he believed that it had significantly ruined the student's life. Tired and bleeding, he said he had kept his promise anyway. He turned to Professor Secret and asked her to assess the condition of the young warrior. Looking at him, she was surprised and did not believe that this was even possible, because mana was flowing through his body. She rushed to him, saying that she herself did not believe that the guy was weak, but the path to using blood mana had opened. Maya Secret began to question the young man if he had ever done anything related to curses, such as falling into a pit full of eyeballs. Secret said that some strange force was continuing to break the curse that was blocking his mana. She continued to explain, saying that it was like the wind and rain were wearing away the rocks. Of course, the curse still tries to block the blood mana, but thanks to the mysterious power and the infused mana reserve from the professor, the process has become more difficult. The young man happily asked if he would now be able to use the sword to its full potential by using mana. The witch warned that the curse would constantly resist, so it would take time before he could freely wield his power. Secret said that it would take 20 years to achieve this effect, provided that daily training is done. He began to speak indignantly, asking whether he would really have to wait that long, but the professor added that in his case it was already a miracle. Maya Secret said that he could now solve his problem by training rather than endangering his life, but suddenly they were interrupted. Gerardini began to say that there was another way that required more effort, but would take much less time. He suggested that he use a training method that he had personally developed. He ordered the boy to listen to him carefully and explained that now he could only improve with a small amount of mana, because the path of power open to them is quite narrow compared to other students. But if he learns this training and practices it, thereby expanding his mana path, the amount he can control will increase. He explained that effort and talent make a big difference, but in about 5 years the boy will be able to handle things on par with others. The professor said that he would now fill the young man with his mana and would direct his blood mana. The man said that it was not profitable for him, but he needed to hurry before the curse weakened, and the warrior thanked him for this. And as they began to carry it out, the young warrior was again pierced by unbearable pain. Gerardini was completely focused on what was happening, wanting to finally finish with the student. The man explained that the peculiarity of this training is that the speed of mana direction is maximally adapted to the paths through which it passes. He said that there was no need to hurry here and that he was using his mana to supplement the paths of his mana, weakened by the long oppression of the curse. The professor said that he just had to follow the path laid out by his mana until the very end, until the guy's mana gave him power. The young warrior, sighing heavily, replied that he probably understood what he was talking about, and he promised that he would try his best to make everything as it should be. Unexpectedly, the professor was surprised that, having pointed out the direction to him only once, the young man easily followed him. He wondered if he really knew the route. It was an extremely ideal operation, in which the young warrior easily coped with the task. Gerardini laughed, not believing that the instructor had been able to see all the potential in the boy. The professor thanked the young man and said that thanks to him he would no longer have to face his curse. The man ordered the young soldier to perform this exercise every day. He looked at the strength of his hand and understood that now he was not the same as he was before, because then he did not even think about his mother. But now he had reached this level. Looking back, he thanked the peculiar Professor Gerardin for what he had done for him. The guy continued to say that there was a reason why he asked for such a large amount, and suddenly saw him start to fall. He rushed towards him, screaming, not believing that after everything had improved with him, something could have happened. With his last strength, Gerardini asked the young man to keep his words because he had solved his problem. The young swordsman promised that it would be so, but first he needed to help the man. But he replied that his body did not matter. He said that for him there was something whose salvation was much more important and dearer than even his own life. So, with the last of his strength, he threw himself imploringly on the boy's shoulders to give him his ring. He looked at the professor and saw that his gaze had changed, but he continued to demand the ring. Maya Secret suggested that the overload had caused him to temporarily lose his mind. She continued to say that apparently he needed the ring for that research. The witch looked at her friend out of pity, sadly asking how long he would cling to the past. At that moment they were transported back to the professor's tower using the magic seal, and the girl ordered them to hurry because the nearest medical office was only in the Lexian building, and they ran towards the sealed door, hoping that it would take no more than 5 minutes. But to their surprise, they noticed that the magic lock placed on the door had become stronger. Gerardini, hanging on the boy's shoulders with all his strength, began to cast spells to open the passage. Stanucci asked them to turn around, pointing in the other direction. He said that there would be a passage there, and a strange passage opened up before the guys, which was not like the previous one. The young man said that this did not look like an exit, and he needed to open the door blocked by secret magic. Then Professor Gerardini began to whisper in his ear that he needed to go down for her. The boy didn't understand what he was saying, but he ordered them to take her away before the rose withered. They began to descend through a narrow passage, which was illuminated only by torches hanging on the walls. The girl felt sick at the sight she saw, and the young warrior said that they had arrived at the right place. He looked at the orc corpses lying on the tables, which were completely cut up and stitched up, and next to them lay bloody instruments. The warrior said that he did not know what the professor was doing here, but it seemed to him that they saw something they should not have seen. The guys saw a flask with a girl in it, and they assumed that the professor had caused this commotion precisely because of her. He lowered him to the ground and asked the elder Adishan to help Professor Gerardini. He said that he himself would go and look for something that could help them now and would be useful. The young man looked around and saw traces of monstrous experiments on monsters everywhere, and it was full of suspicious ingredients, so he could tell at first glance that this was no ordinary research. When he saw the man's notebook, he realized that he had no idea how far the professor had crossed the line. He looked back at him, wondering what he was doing there, when suddenly Gerardini, without coming to his senses, began to say that he was almost finished. there was only a little left. In the notes, the man says that in the distant past, fortunately, he was able to preserve the body before it began to decompose. He explained that the body is a vessel in which the soul is contained, so as long as the vessel remains intact, the soul is in it. Therefore, the professor firmly believes that he can bring his only wife, Sunya, back to life. And let everyone insist that no one was brought back to life, it doesn't matter, because he will never give up. It was a chronicle of life, where all attempts at salvation were recorded. On one of the pages was written about the method of using the ogre's heart, which had no effect. The adjustment of the Magic Tower's schedule for conducting experiments also reached its limit, and in the end they could not put up with his presence and fired the man. Without funds, he could not continue his experiment, so he agreed to become Filian's professor, moving Sunya to the basement of the Academy's Magic Tower. Even if he hates teaching stupid things, he has no choice because it is the only way to cover the costs of research. So the book lists attempt after attempt where he tried to bring her back to life, but it was not successful. Now the young man had an answer to his question as to why the professor was so dependent on money. He understood that such ingredients were not so easy to obtain, and it was impossible to do it in the usual way. In the end, it became clear that everything he did was to save the person he loved. Ronan remembered that in his past life, he had often encountered people who went crazy for love, giving up everything. The young warrior understood perfectly well that even now, among his circle, there was such a person. The only problem was that such people do not end well, especially if someone is found who will take advantage of this weakness to harm them. In the notes, he came across a red envelope, next to which the inscription indicated that the professor had to agree to a deal with suspicious people. The young man began to suspect that these suspicious people who promised to resurrect the girl could only be one. Suddenly, behind him, he heard the professor's voice calling out to him, asking what he was doing. He looked angrily at the young man and, growling with anger, asked if he had been rummaging through his things. Quickly closing his notebook, the young man replied that he was simply looking for something that could help him. He said that he couldn't even handle mana properly. So how could he even figure out what was here and what it was for? But in reality, the hero understood that he couldn't just leave that ill-fated red envelope. In the dark of night, someone said that contact had been made without any problems. There were doubts about the deal being concluded, but it was only a matter of time. After all, he desperately needs the essence of pure blood which only its owner can give. The Lord of the Blood, Essence, found it amusing that Jaredin was willing to do anything to get what he wanted. After all, he is ready, no matter what, to go even to hell for one single woman. He smiled evilly, baring his fangs, being sure that all people are very stupid. At this time, in the tower, the professor was returning the ring. The young man apologized that he had to wait a long time. The healing was successful. The young man looked at the ring, not seeing any changes, to which the man explained that he only needed a drop of energy, and in addition, it contained an excessive amount of mana. Jaredini thanked the boy for his help, because thanks to him the next step in the experiment was completed, but he replied that he also had something to be thankful for. Confident that they had figured out what experiments he was conducting here, he asked them to keep everything a secret. The young man agreed without a moment's hesitation, saying that he too did not want unnecessary questions from strangers. To which Professor Jaredini, looking at the floor, only quietly uttered words of gratitude. Then he turned to Adishan, offering to deal with her problem too. He looked at her carefully and said that it would definitely not be as difficult with her as it had been with Ronan, but he is still alarmed by the rather unusual energy that emanates from the girl herself. The boys returned to the main street of Filion, heading towards the academy. The girl began to distance herself because she needed to help the instructor prepare for the lesson, so the guy quickly thanked her for her help. The young man headed in the other direction, breathing a sigh of relief that he had managed to steal something from the professor's office. He hoped that this thing would prove the connection of suspicious people with the cult. This means he will be able to prove that, unfortunately, the professor is also a member. The young warrior decided to open the envelope and see what was inside, because if his suspicions were correct, then he would have only one choice. But when he unfolded the letter, he saw that there was nothing inside, only one small drop of blood. So the guy thought that it might be a magic password, which means it complicates things. He began to think about taking this object to Ossel, but suddenly the drops of blood began to move, and around him a whole whirlwind of blood-red drops had already formed, flowing into one. He was surprised to realize that the letter was written using vampire magic. Suddenly, Ophelia appeared in front of him, saying that she came here as soon as she sensed blood magic. Smiling, she greeted the guy, saying that she had not expected to meet him here at all. After the meeting, the guys headed to the headquarters of the Special Adventure Club because everyone had questions. The young man began to say that since she had taken Zita away for research, there had been no news from them, so he thought that they were both very busy. The guy learned that, thanks to him and Zita, the vampires were able to make great progress in their research. The girl admitted that the replacement taught the animal blood magic, and, as expected, Zita's talent exceeded all expectations. Ophelia asked the guy where he got the blood letter from. He understood that she meant that note, but he didn't know anything about its nature. Therefore, the girl explained that this is one of the main manifestations of blood magic, with the help of which one can compress a significant amount of information. And vampires often resort to its use during secret negotiations. She said that it was enough to pour a little mana into it for it to reveal its contents. After the girl performed her trick, the meaning of the letter was revealed to them, which spoke of the essence of pure blood and where it could be obtained. That notebook said that this was the next material for the experiment, and he was interested in why the Clavier Nebula was doing charity work. The girl couldn't believe that the Bloodhooks had sent this, so the guy asked who they were. Ophelia explained that it was an organization of young vampires, no more than 200 years old, and they were involved in all sorts of low, dark deeds, allegedly in the name of reviving the golden age of vampires, but they are still completely immature. Besides, their words about the essence of pure blood are quite strange, because it is a rarity even in the world of vampires. The vampire became curious about who the original recipient of this note was. She explained that if this man took this note lightly, he could lose much more than his life. These words made the young man think, and he decided to tell the girl a little truth. He reported that he found this note in the laboratory of the professor of the Gerardina Academy. The girl said that she had assumed something strange, but could the guy really be talking about Jaredin Stoneson, the former head mage of the Full Moon Tower? The warrior was surprised to hear that he was the chief magician. He did not expect the professor to be so outstanding. Ophelia said that his magic was known even among vampires, and such people on the entire continent can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Smiling, the young man said hopefully that the professor should not be in any danger, because he could take what he needed himself. The girl replied that he was so strong that he would certainly be able to get rid of several immature vampires. But if he really needs the essence of pure blood, then things take a completely different turn. She began to explain that it was a special object that contained a large amount of blood mana. This is the mana of all vampires, which is collected in the body of one who has practiced blood magic for a long time, and it can be quite effective depending on the use case. She added that if the vampire who owned the essence did not release it on his own, using blood magic, it would be an ordinary red stone. In other words, without cooperation with vampires, it is simply impossible to obtain the essence. The boy realized that this meant that the professor had no choice but to agree to their terms. The girl said that she roughly understood what they wanted from him if they used this approach, which meant that their goal was completely clear. On a moonlit night, 4 vampire representatives stood near a rocky cave and waited for their guest. In the haze of fog, they saw that the new candidate for subordination that the master had spoken of had arrived. The man who was the former chief mage, Jaredin Stoneson, was approaching them. One of the villains said that he did not feel any energy in him, but his partner replied that it only seemed that way from the outside and that he should not lose his vigilance. He explained that this man was still in his prime and had even fought with the holy sword of Nabiros. They greeted the professor, asking the guest's name, but he, quickly nodding in agreement, asked where their master was. One of the guards said that he was waiting for him inside, but first the man needed to take off his cloak. They explained that it was just a precaution, as they needed to verify his identity. The professor said mockingly that their organization only had a frightening name, but in reality everything was different. Removing his hood, he revealed his face and asked if that would be enough for them. Seeing that the professor they were waiting for was indeed standing in front of them, the guards thanked him for his understanding. One of the young vampires bowed and said that he could now lead him inside. But he noticed a sword on the man's belt, and he wondered why he needed a weapon if he was a magician, and the professor began to slowly take it out, looking the guard straight in the eyes, saying that he had already seen this. But the young vampire did not understand what he was talking about and began to ask again what he meant. The man, without giving an answer, cut all the young vampires into small pieces and moved forward. The hero worked very well and quickly, sending everyone to the afterlife without giving them a chance to understand anything. A few days ago, the young swordsman met Ophelia again on the Adventure Club grounds. She brought him the long-awaited transformation potion, rescuing it into his hands, declaring that it was finally ready. The girl began to explain that with its help, one can take on the appearance of Professor Gerardini for 30 minutes. Although the duration of the transformation was short, the effect was obvious, so he would be able to deceive the eyes of the bloody hooks, and the young man thanked her for this. Ophelia wondered if he could handle it alone, because despite their youth, they were still at least 100 years old. She said that she could go with him, but he said that it was not necessary because if representatives of the same race clashed, then she could have problems with the clan leaders. Putting the potion in his pocket, he asked her not to worry, promising that nothing would happen to him. He didn't believe that these guys could be the ones to be afraid of, so after dealing with everyone, he moved forward. The only surviving vampire couldn't believe that this man could not be Gerardini. The young man came very close to him because he had deliberately left one of the guards alive. Clenching his jaw tightly and demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions, he ordered him to remain silent. He presented the sword to him, ordering him from that moment on to answer only those questions that he asked. Looking at him with burning eyes, he finished, that if he, of course, does not want to lose all his limbs. After the interrogation, the warrior headed into the cave, surprised that the guard was honest because there really wasn't a single trap there. And this meant that it would have been possible to do without unnecessary casualties, but now nothing could be done. Looking around, the guy thought that the temple still seemed strange to him. He didn't understand why, whether it was the patterns on the walls or the atmosphere, but he had the feeling that he had seen this before. But now this was not the main thing, because he had much more important things to do than his feelings. As he reached a huge door from which came a terrifying, sharp smell of blood, he became curious about what was going on there, and he slowly began to open the doors, looking through the crack. He was shocked by what he saw. Apparently the arrival coincided with the vampire's bloody dinner. Suddenly he was noticed, and they turned to him, began to thank Jaredin Stoneson for his work and for the fact that he had gone all this way. The head of the vampire organization appeared before him, introducing himself as Zwei von Arnstaffel. He apologized for letting him see the dirty side, but considering the man was late, they had to have dinner. The leader mockingly invited him to join the ceremony, but at that time the young man did not listen to him at all. He was thinking about how to calm down, because there was no one else to save here. Taking a deep breath, he decided to focus on his original goal, and responded to the offer that he had to refuse, as the image made him sick. He wondered if there were too many guests here for a simple exchange. Arnstaffel laughed and told him not to feel burdened because they needed to attract new talent. He continued to say that their intentions were sincere because it had been a long time since the members of the Bloody Hook had all gathered together. The man said that it didn't matter as long as he gave him the essence of pure blood, and he asked about the terms of the deal. The leader of the vampires began to say that he probably partly guessed that through the blood oath, the guarantee of which is life, he would become a member of their family. And that was all. But the guy flared up, saying that it was stupid to want him as your slave. The vampire shook his head and said that he was sorry that he had formed such an opinion, because it was not comparable to something so modest. He explained that he would rather cast off the weak human flesh and receive an honor he could not even dream of. The vampire stated that together they could give new life to their race, but to do so they would first need to get rid of the older generation, imbued with pacifism. Arnstaffel, laughing, said that they would witness this historic event, and he would generously grant him the chance to experience it. The vampire drowned in his madness, saying that he would receive it as a proud warrior in a holy war for the rebirth of their kind. He looked at him with the stick eyes, wondering if this was not an honor that no other ordinary person would ever see. The professor looked at him sideways, saying that he didn't know about honor, but he couldn't even imagine how crazy they were. But the leader only laughed, saying that he understood him, since he was still a human being, and it would be difficult for him to understand the deep meaning. While talking, the vampire suddenly took out a stone, showing it to the professor with the words for him to think about it. At that very moment, he knew how he could influence the professor's opinion, so he looked at him smugly. Smiling, he added that this would be the man's last chance to obtain the pure blood essence. After all, he guarantees that if he refuses now, he will never be able to get it anywhere else, since it is a rare item even for vampires. The warrior said that he understood perfectly well that if he refused, they would not let him go so easily. The vampire laughed at these words, saying that they were expecting his extraordinary insight, and then snapped his fingers. And at that moment, all the vampires who were dining dropped their food and went to take up fighting positions around the man. He saw a huge crowd of bloodthirsty monsters around him, and at that moment, Arnstaffel said that he hoped that this would help him make the right choice. The leader laughed and added that he shouldn't even think about resisting, wondering if he hadn't noticed yet that the flow of mana here was unstable. Since the equipment installed here is of the highest quality, no matter how strong a mage he is, he will not be able to use magic here. He warned that if he used force to use magic, the man's mana core would explode and he would never be able to use it again. The vampire began to take his glass in his hands, saying that if it had come to this, he should think about whether he wanted such a development of events. Arnstaffel warned him that he would become the same lifeless piece of flesh as his precious wife. And, licking his lips, he added that for them he would become an appetizing bag of blood. 2 huge vampires and their leader approached him, offering to accept this offer, saying that then everything would end quickly. He felt it was time for him to take off his hood and show his true face, because these scumbags were well prepared. Having revealed himself, he declared that he would not be with himself if he could not cope with such a task. The leader of the vampires was outraged to see that in his domain, an ordinary person was completely different from the one he had called. And the young man, cheerfully, said that on behalf of the professor he declared that he was glad to come here. The young vampire looked at the hero in surprise, not understanding who was in front of him, so he decided to ask directly how the man ended up here. But here she did not want to talk to his intermediaries, so she immediately left behind a bloody mess instead of vampires. The young swordsman looked at the shocked vampire and asked what difference it made to him how he got there. He laughed and ordered that all the vampires present there be shut up, calling them sucking mosquitoes. The young warrior, throwing his cloak on the ground with some excitement, said that it was time to start fighting the pests. A moment later, Arnstaffel was shouting in rage at the guy who had appeared on his territory, asking how he dared. He saw all his dead subordinates in front of him, so he continued to scream in rage, wondering how that insignificant little man could do such a thing. But a moment later, the corporal rushed at the only remaining vampire. Seeing the warrior's speed, the young vampire was shocked that he missed his move. The leader of the vampire organization wanted to use his last bit of strength to summon his back defense magic, but he didn't have time. The young man, angry at the impudence of this little vampire, began to cut him, not sparing him at all. The young warrior stopped only when he had cut off all of his enemy's limbs. The vampire was furious, not understanding what was more, whether from the hellish pain or from the surprise. The leader began to threaten, asking if the guy really believed in his untouchability, but for such threats he received a blow to the face with a handle. The force of the blow was so great that she instantly began to fly far away from the guy who attacked them. Ronan, laughing at the young vampire's insolence, added that he should stay in that place for a while and not go anywhere. The young vampire, clutching the hilt of her sword tighter, said that he needed to finish something first. The new vampires who arrived at the scene were shocked by the situation they saw. They looked at the leader lying down and understood that no matter how strong he was here, He had suffered a crushing defeat without the possibility of counterattacking. The vampires bared their fangs and prepared to attack, realizing that this was a very unusual person in front of them. And the members of the Bloody Hook all gathered together to attack the guy, now not wanting to let him go alive. He had just seen confirmation of Ophelia's words, who had warned him that they were using blood magic as a weapon. Having created blades from blood-red magic, they pounced on the young man who stood at the entrance and prepared to fight back. In the eyes of the vampires, a bright flame of bloodthirst and revenge burned for their murdered comrades and crippled leader. From that moment on, the bloody harvest began. They shot an incomprehensible bloody mass at the young man's feet. Looking at the motionless warrior, they were glad that they were able to immobilize him, thereby believing that they had neutralized him. And they all pounced on him at the same time, wanting to finish off the uninvited guest. But to their surprise, he began to fight back. Wielding his sword perfectly, he destroyed enemy after enemy. Even if they tried to come from behind and catch him off guard, the young man coped with such a task perfectly. The young man destroyed the enemies without straining himself at all, as if his sword had turned into a meat grinder for vampires. He looked appraisingly at those he considered mosquitoes and thought that these guys were much faster than the previous ones who were here. The young warrior was amazed by their excellent ability to quickly regenerate with the help of magic. Suddenly someone appeared in the crowd who had a little more knowledge regarding his power. And this vampire aimed at the guy, calling for a bloody shot from his finger, but the young man managed to dodge. Seeing this, the corporal was surprised to learn that there were also some sort of mid-level mages among them. Now he understood that the full power of the Bloody Hook was now presented before him. Hugh, looking closely at the approaching girl, realized that he would not learn anything new from these guys here, so the young man decided it was time to end this, and he quickly cut down everyone who approached him. Thus, the young soldier got rid of the problem that had suddenly hung over him. There was only one representative of the Bloody Hook left, who was surprised by what happened. He couldn't believe it. The young vampire, who hadn't seen much of life, was shocked that this guy was able to kill his entire family. He wondered if the person in front of him was a simple person, since he was able to deal with everyone despite having his legs tied up and this place blocking mana. And the hero, flashing his gases, turned to the lonely vampire, wondering why he wasn't attacking. He continued to say that he was left alone and mockingly apologized for deceiving them. After all, they thought that the guy had fallen into their trap, but in fact, his sword was a little special. The young man lowered his blade into the pool of blood that remained under his feet, after which he greedily began to absorb it. The vampire couldn't believe his eyes and began to slowly retreat back with only one thought pulsating in his head. He needed to run faster. He immediately ran to save himself, but the hero did not want to let him go, so he rushed after him. And it cost him absolutely nothing to overtake the enemy with his weapon in 1 second. With one movement, the warrior cut the fleeing enemy, and he fell to the floor in 2 even halves. Ronan looked over his shoulder at the corpse. He said that he was a bastard because he wanted to run and leave his comrades. He looked at the crippled leader of the Bloodhook and exhaled because the vermin were finished. The corporal moved forward towards the leader of the group, since he was not finished with him yet. He, after some time, came to consciousness feeling a piercing pain as if he was being pierced with needles. At that moment, a young warrior approached him with some malice, wondering if he had finally come to his senses. He looked at him like a hunter and said sarcastically that he was worried about him, thinking that he would completely pass out. The vampire couldn't believe that all his clan members were already dead, because he was sure that they wouldn't deal with the bastard. Ronan continued to mockingly say that he had gotten a little carried away, and now his friends were in this state. He laughed, saying that if he didn't want to join them, he should show his essence, the essence of pure blood, in a good way. Arnstoffel was completely dejected, because he did not think that things could come to such an outcome, because now he is in an absolutely bad position. Suddenly, the main vampire began to scream shrilly, not paying attention to the swordsman. He looked somewhere behind him, indignantly addressing someone, shouting that they could all have stayed alive if he hadn't been busy. At first, the young man thought that he had gone crazy because there was no one else here except them, but suddenly he felt someone's presence behind him. Looking back, he was shocked to see a huge shadow there and didn't understand why he hadn't felt its presence before. The shadow looked at him with burning eyes, rudely saying that it would not be repeated twice, and the man needed to get out of his way. And the entity easily threw the young warrior back, away from the lying vampire. Rhino was surprised by the force that emanated from the problem that had appeared, because it had thrown him back quite easily. He felt the place that hurt after the shadow capture and wondered who it could be. The academy student understood perfectly well that if he had wanted to, he would have killed him long ago. The man approached the crippled vampire, saying that he was disappointed with him, because he had promised that Geraldini would become his servant. He looked at him angrily, saying that his conceit was disgusting to him since he was throwing around promises that he could not keep. In addition, he says that not only is he obsessed with primitive things, but he also cannot distinguish between the right decision and the wrong one. Swy-Fon began to make excuses, but the huge man said that the young vampire's plan had failed, and so he was returning the essence of pure blood. The young warrior was nearby all this time and watched what was happening, not understanding what was happening now. Suddenly he saw that blood began to flow out of the former leader of the Bloody Hooks, moving into the hand of the unexpected guest. First, she began to change before his eyes, and he tried with all his might to persuade the shadow to give him another chance. But he did not want to listen to his pleas, because he no longer hoped for any benefit from the young vampire. The unexpected guest, who was clearly stronger, sucked out absolutely all the blood to the last drop. Suddenly, Ronan spoke up, wondering what he was going to do after his sudden appearance. The corporal extended his sword forward and offered to cooperate with him if he was the true owner of the blood essence. After which, looking intently, he added that this was on condition that he wanted to return in one piece. The shadow said in a commanding voice that the young man was as arrogant as Swy-Fon Arnstaffel. Looking into the human cub's eyes, he asked what would happen if he refused. And the young swordsman after these words attacked him, saying that he would have to teach him a lesson. The uninvited guests laughed, saying that the young man's teeth were much sharper than they seemed. He was surprised that the guy managed to harm his body, which he had strengthened with blood mana. The man came out of the shadows, revealing his face. He asked if it was right that he introduced himself by another name, and at that moment he pounced on him in response, calling on his magic, saying that he would help demonstrate all his hidden talents. And the young warrior barely held back this unexpected attack, becoming even more surprised by the strength of the new enemy. But the enemy did not stop and called for the bloody cutter to appear, building it with his own mana. The young man, demonstrating his strength, cut the weapon that had appeared and, growling angrily, demanded that he leave him alone. The opponent did not stop. He wanted to see everything that the guy was capable of, and, calling magic to his hand, created a bloody shot. The young swordsman remembered that he had seen this before, but he had no idea what kind of attack this was. He was surprised and didn't even believe that it was the same magic, because a significantly larger accumulation of blood appeared in front of him than the previous time. In defense, he held out his blade, which was capable of absorbing blood, in front of him. The uninvited guest did not stop, and, seeing his resistance, began to intensify his attack. He laughed openly, saying that he was talented and that he had never met such human children, saying that it's not just about blocking the blows, but also about admiring how it seems to cut through his mana. The man looked at the academy student, saying that he didn't expect much from him, but he turned out to be really interesting. Ronan lunged at him, demanding that he quiet down. Otherwise, he would have to help the one who was acting like the boss. The enemy laughed at him, saying that he had good speed, promising to give him mercy in return for amusing him. But suddenly a third person appeared, interrupting them, saying urgently that they both would stop. The opponents did not expect at all that Ophelia DeKnight would appear and demand that they stop. She greeted the man, addressing him by name, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. But then, looking sternly at Balzac, she declared that she was not very glad to see him. The young man indignantly asked what she was doing here, since she herself had warned him that he shouldn't go there. The man was surprised that they knew each other, and the girl, looking angrily in his direction, asked who didn't know this young man. As it turned out, that shadow was a relative of the great vampire lord, as well as his most loyal assistant and protector, Balzac von Warsaw. He approached the girl, saying that he could not even imagine their meeting in this particular place. There was a look of pity on his face, and he said that he really missed Ophelia. The man asked how she was doing, to which she did not answer, but only continued to look angrily in his direction. Balzac sadly said that 83 years had passed since their last meeting, and he wondered why she decided to meddle in the affairs of this boy. But then he added that this is not the main thing now, but the main thing is that they finally met. The girl, putting her hand forward in defense, warns him not to come near her. She said that she still hadn't forgotten what happened on the day of their last meeting. Remembering the past, the vampire said that she continues to see this nightmare even with her eyes closed. Because Balzac then caused the girl incredible pain with his actions. But he looked at her and said that she needed a little more time to forgive him. Closing her eyes, Ophelia said that she understood perfectly well the inevitability of such an outcome, even though he tried to harm the Lord and could not save her sister. But every time she remembers her, she cannot say with certainty that she was a normal person there, as if she was constantly laughing at something. The man said that he understood her feelings because they both knew that the past could not be returned. Ronan watched the two of them talk and didn't know how to get out of there since the fight was over. The girl asked why her old friend had a bloody cutter, because she didn't expect him to get involved with minors. She was surprised that he lent them the blood essence, but then she guessed that he had some dealings with Jaredin. He, smiling, replied that if she really knew him well, she should be able to guess what these things were. He began to explain that they were never able to determine the winner when they clashed in battle on the other side of the continent. The man continued to say that he had measured his strength with many heroes, but he had rarely met such worthy opponents, adding with disappointment that nothing would have stopped them from deciding the winner if only the sun had not risen then. He said that since then he has been trying to pursue Gerardini, but he simply disappeared without a trace. For several years their fight was unfinished until those little brats came and offered a deal. They claimed to know the professor's location, asking for pure blood essence. They promised that they would not only bring him, but would also be able to make their battle eternal, so that he would have the opportunity to kill him again and again. Unfortunately, their tempting ploy was of no use and turned out to be nothing more than childish babble, and as Miss Ophelia now sees, they ended up the same way as their empty deal. However, thanks to this human cub, he pointed to Ronan, who was displeased with such expressions. He felt the sweet taste of battle again when he decided to measure his strength with this young man. The man looked at his opponent and thought that he would definitely be able to plunge a knife into his neck in just 5 years. He had never seen such mysterious energy as this guy before, and it impressed him greatly. But it's still too early, because there is a girl here whom he cannot hurt like that again. And the cunning vampire decided to give the academy student what he wanted so much. He directed a soft stream of blood straight into the hands of the surprised young man, who did not understand why he was suddenly so generous. A mysterious red stone appeared in the hands of the young warrior. As he explained, it was the essence of pure blood. The guy felt there was something fishy about him because he gave it away so easily, since it was a very valuable thing. Looking back, he said that he was giving it to his future killer and the girl he met 80 years later. Perhaps thanks to the gift, she would forgive him. The girl continued to stand silently, not knowing how to react to such unexpected words. Before leaving, Balzac decided to add something else, calling upon bloody magic to his hands. He pointed to the wall on the left side, directing his power there, and an explosion occurred. Demonstrating this, the man said that his power was still there, and this was a manifestation of the guy's energy, which had even permeated the walls of the building. And the vampires are now talking about their hopes for the next meeting, when the young man becomes even stronger. He added that he wanted to enjoy their possible subsequent battle, and the friends were left standing in bewilderment after such a disappearance of Balzac von Warsaw. The young man said that he was a strange guy, thinking about the strange energy he had demonstrated, whether it was really his. After this, the academy student headed towards the familiar, gloomy tower in which the professor lived. He brought him the essence of pure blood, making him wonder where the guy got it from. The professor did not believe that the young man could simply give him such valuable material. The academy student placed the stone in Gerardini's hand, telling him that it was better for him not to know how much effort had been expended to obtain the thing. Professor Gerardini was impressed by the boy's act, and he knelt before him in gratitude. The man, with tears in his eyes, sincerely thanked the young warrior for such a valuable gift. Ronin came down to him, telling him that it was nothing special and that he shouldn't act like that. At this time, outside near the tower, Balzac was watching them, saying that the only thing more boring than this was a fight with someone who had already given up. But despite this, he was still glad to see how his rival was doing after so many years of separation. An agitated girl appeared behind him, but he hastened to calm her down, saying that he would not do anything to them. She calmly said that she already knew this, because he was not the type to commit such base acts. The girl admitted that she came to thank the vampire for the help he gave to her friend. The man was surprised that after so much time, he heard such a big confession. He said that it was time for him to go back, although it was a shame not to be able to stay with her forever in this moment. Finally, he said that recently there had been a lot of trouble among the vampires because of a certain gang that had awakened the hunt for essence. After saying goodbye, he told her that he was always at her disposal and that she should call if she needed help. He disappeared from her eyes, calling the surprised-looking girl his ever-blooming rose. After the last meeting between the professor and the young man, he began his 144th experimental attempt. According to Gerardini, it will take quite a while before there are obvious changes. Looking at his face, it became clear that this expectation gives hope and makes the man live. He said that he was happy to find the guy, that he didn't even immediately notice how something had changed in him recently. He began to say that some kind of cursed energy was bursting out of his body and it was becoming stronger and stronger. And as ironic as it may sound, it's possible the guy caught it with a bloody hook. The young man recalled his adventures in the place where the young vampires were then, and said that he was simply lucky, because then, entering the ruins, he said with a smile that from the very beginning he felt that the place was familiar, but he did not expect to guess so correctly. After all, he suspected that the spirit of Senio really was in one of the hidden rooms. Since the place was well kept secret, it is unlikely that the Bloody Hook had time to visit here. He was thinking that this room resembled an abandoned old temple, when suddenly the stone began to glow brightly, and the young man felt how the energy emanating from the stone began to penetrate his body. He was brought back to reality by the professor's owl, who said that the gift he had received from fate was very rare. He continued to say that the energy strengthened his mana, and perhaps there was some purpose to it. The professor suggested stopping for now on the fact that the student's mana had grown quite significantly. The man added that the young man had no need to control her because he did it unconsciously, and he agreed, saying that he had noticed this a long time ago. The young warrior wondered if he would finally be able to use a real sword, and not a pathetic copy. 3 days later, in the town of Marbas, at the foot of the Romera mountain range, civilians began to have problems, because the troops of the Imperial Army in full gear came to visit them. In the same place, young heroes found themselves in search of a new adventure, namely, in search of dragons. This was the reason why they urgently had to come to Ronin's homeland, the Romera Mountains. 4 days ago, ahead of the corporal's sister, Irel, Sholopin conveyed to him a very unexpected message, and it consisted in the fact that the monsters living in the mountains, for no reason, went berserk and began to approach the city. Fortunately, they had not yet managed to reach the civilians, and the soldiers of the Imperial Army had already arrived in the city. Also, this morning, it was reported that dragons were spotted high in the sky above the mountains. These monsters are capable of poisoning with the venom found on their teeth and claws, so even the best warriors try to avoid them. Sholopin said that if such bastards attack in a pack, then the probability of protecting Irel is close to 0. Thus, the young duke was persuaded to go immediately to save his sister from danger. The heir of Sholopin, gritting his teeth in rage, threatened not to forgive the disrupted plans for Irel's move. The knight was mad, wanting to move the corporal's sister to a safer place and threatening to bury the dragons alive. Ronan called out to him, saying that they needed to split up, offering him to go to the army to deliver a message, and they would join up later. He did not understand why they should split up, and the young man explained that he wanted to look around the area. The corporal warned him not to bother his sister unless he wanted this day to be his last. But the Duke began to explain that he simply wanted to ask one question, but the longer he delayed, the greater the danger for his lady. And he rushed forward, saying that as a loyal warrior he could not allow this. Aesol asked the young hero if he really sensed something was wrong here, if he wanted to examine everything, and he asked if it reminded him of anything. That usually calm creatures suddenly began to rebel, and the surrounding area was filled with monsters. He explained that in Grand Cappadocia and in the mountain range, everything started exactly the same way, because those scumbags were behind it all. After this explanation, the young magician could understand why he was so excited. They moved forward, and Ronan said that this was just his guess and that they needed to examine the scene first. The young man understood that in this life he was only an ordinary warrior, but thanks to his unusual mana, he could find these bastards. At this time, somewhere deep in the forest on the outskirts of the city, a large number of monsters gathered. On the shoulder of some huge creature sat a young man in a white cloak, who was pleased with the uprising of the monsters. He sat on the shoulder of a huge ogre, and sadly reasoned that the Baron, being their new leader, was preventing him from acting. After all, if it weren't for him, the guy would have been able to punish all these disobedient sinners long ago, but nothing can be done. Suddenly he was alarmed by the strange behavior of the monsters, who began to suddenly make different sounds. The man couldn't believe that his army of orcs could be so afraid of something. But what is even stranger is that they are incapable of feeling fear due to their primitive thinking. Suddenly, a much larger monster appeared in front of them, one that no one expected to see. The man in the white cloak looked at the creature that had just appeared, and did not know how it could have ended up there. In the hands of this creature was a huge and sharp saber, which sparkled in the moonlight, and on her feet were huge and also sharp claws, which seemed blacker than the darkest night. He couldn't believe that this was even possible, since this huge beast shouldn't be here at all. The huge creature stretched its large paw towards the guy sitting on its shoulder, saying that it was surprised that he was hiding there. Nebula Cludge easily tore off the guy's head with one movement, and he didn't have time to react to his appearance. After which, being dissatisfied with the large number of orcs, he quickly dealt with them. His very appearance inspired a terrible animal fear, and from that moment, the hunt began. The main target of which for the huge monster was none other than Jaifa Torgon. The friends calmly examined the surroundings and were surprised by their unpleasant discovery. And, unfortunately, they noticed that the entrance from one of the sides was already blocked, and no one was allowed in there. What was even stranger was that there were guards from the prison at the entrance, not regular ones. They growled menacingly at everyone, ordering them to stand still, warning that entry to outsiders was prohibited today, telling them to go around by another route or wait for it to open, but this is an order from the Imperial Army. The guards warned that this place was attacked by monsters, and the order was given to them by Jaifa Torgon. Jaifa was the one who led the strongest units of the Imperial Army, and the one who defeated the teacher Nabirusu, obtaining the best sword of the Empire. Aesol was impressed that things had gotten so bad that the swordmaster himself came to visit. Ronan was confident that his assumptions were correct, because an entire powerful detachment of the army could not come here because of the madness of some monsters. The guy was sure that the Nebula, Clavier, and Nebula Cludge must be somehow connected with this. The corporal ordered the boy to get ready, because they were about to jump over the wall. He knew for sure that they needed to study the forest nearby, because there were traces of those bastards there. At this time, huge dragons were flying in the sky above the forest, one of which had a rider, who was worried about his brother on Earth, because he hadn't been in touch for a long time, even though he had warned him to wait a little before the mission began. He was worried that the situation might go completely differently from the plan they had agreed upon. Because of this, some measures had to be taken in advance, but even so, the core of the mission was still the dragons, and his flying back and forth could cause additional panic, which would not be desirable, since the slightest mistake could disrupt the plan, which the Baron would not forgive. So he decided to simply fly according to the plan, in which his only duty was to deliver the dragon safely, because taking any other measures could be dangerous for the entire mission. But the rider didn't even suspect that the main obstacle to their plan had already seen the flying dragons. Looking over his shoulder, Ronan ordered his friend to begin already as per their agreement, and the guy, using his honed skills, began to lift various stones into the air, attacking the monsters. The rider was surprised to see a huge boulder in the sky next to him, which was crushing the dragon. At this time on Earth, the young magician was completely focused on the success of his mission. After he had lifted up a sufficient number of boulders, having sharpened all the monsters with them, the guy became even more tense. Gathering even more mana into his hands, he ordered her to explode all the stones in the air, and they explode one after another, the fragments injuring the wings and all other vulnerable spots of the dragons. The rider, sitting on the monster, did not believe that this was possible, since no one could control these boulders so easily. But to his great surprise, it was not only the boulders that were in the air, but also the young hero, who fought with dragons, even though they had rough scales that were difficult to cut. The young swordsman thought that he had finally met a worthy opponent to test his sword, and he began to quickly head towards the frightened and huge dragon hovering in the air. The academy student swung his blade with ease, cutting the huge monster's head off its body. The young man assessed his weapon, feeling its power and the reach of its blow, which was not comparable at all to another sword that did not have mana. The rider in white was shocked by what he saw and did not know what to do or how to protect the monsters from attacking. Suddenly, the young swordsman landed behind the enemy, surprising him as he didn't expect the thugs to be visible. The young warrior, smiling, said that the growth is here, so he knows everything about this place. The representative of the Clegir Nebula was furious to see the impudent academy student next to him. He called magic to his hands, indignantly asking who this impudent fellow was who was interfering with their plans. The young warrior, without waiting for an attack from the enemy, defended himself by cutting off his hand. He apologized for not being quite used to the sword yet, saying he had only planned to cut off the wrist. Well, he managed to cut off the entire arm, and because of this, the enemy began to bleed heavily, and the enemy fell on the back of the big monster, screaming in pain and insulting the young man. The warrior approached her and said that she had to deal with her to the end if she was so wounded, and if she was carrying out the mission alone, then perhaps she was simply forced to. But the girl didn't hear him at all. She was completely focused on the pain from the wound. The young warrior raised his sword over her, saying that this would be her cure, because of them his village was now under threat. The soldier towered over her, demanding that she stop pretending and answer his questions directly. He looked at her with fury and asked what the bastards who were in league with her were planning. The girl moaned in pain, and even through the tears she was hungry, despite her hatred for the guy. She looked at him with disdain, telling him not to laugh because the stars themselves had given her fire. The rider called for fire to appear around her, indignant that because of the atheists, the entire great mission had failed right before her eyes. The young man was surprised to see such a picture. He did not understand what she was trying to do now. The young warrior demanded that the girl confess what trick she was doing now and why. And at that moment the hero felt the approaching danger that was coming from above. The young soldier was surprised to see such a large dragon in front of him, which had been hiding between the clouds all this time. The young man realized that they were deliberately pretending not to know about the attack in order to prepare such a trap. At this time, the girl stopped crying and began to laugh madly, saying that he realized the hidden truth too late. She said that this dragon was the strongest and could not be compared to those he had killed before. The girl threatened that the huge, bloodthirsty dragon she summoned would swallow him very quickly. Suddenly, the sound of a weapon swinging was heard behind the monster, and it was cut by an unknown force. Each of those present was incredibly surprised to see that a huge dragon appeared in one movement. Between the two falling halves of the dragon, a beast man with incredible strength appeared. His eyes filled with the desire to kill more, he focused his gaze on those who stood before them. Behind the young swordsman, The girl began to stutter and say that it was impossible for him to appear here. She started screaming hysterically, wondering if that scoundrel Jaifa could have ended up here too. The young man turned to look at the approaching shadow in the chain, in the teeth, because he did not believe that he would be able to see it here. A beast man in the form of a tiger. The famous swordmaster Jaifa was approaching them, and his appearance alone showed all his power. The tiger looked down and was surprised to see two boys there. He took them for allies. And the swordmaster decided to first deal with the dragon on which they were sitting. He swung his large paw with sharp claws. His swing sent out a wave of power, reminiscent of the sharpness of a blade, which cut off the flying creature's head. Each of its claws emitted similar power, so the dragon was cut into 4 pieces. The academy student couldn't believe what his eyes saw, since he was able to win with just his hands. The young man was impressed by his strength, that he could attack so superbly. But suddenly a paw approached his face and caught him by the neck, throwing him down. Thus he found himself on the ground, caught by the swordmaster Jaifa, who considered him an enemy. Under his feet was the body of an unfortunate girl who had lost consciousness from the pain. The beastman squeezed the young man's neck hard, warning him to think carefully before answering. And the powerful swordmaster, looking straight into his face, asked in a growling voice who they were. He pressed his neck even harder, not saying that he didn't believe that the guys were some kind of crazy fanatics. Unable to breathe normally, the boy understood that he thought he was somehow connected to those rats. But the young man did not change his character, and looking at him, threatened him with death with a furious look. Academy student, squeezing the sword in your hand tighter, you told him to shut up and let him go, delivering a blow next. To his surprise, the powerful beastman didn't even try to block the blow. The young warrior freed his neck, feeling it after being suffocated by the tiger's huge paws. He looked appraisingly at the master standing in front of him, feeling a big difference between them. He was surprised that the tiger could easily brush off a single attack, but did not even resist. Now that he had met him face to face, he understood how he had been able to defeat Instructor Nabarosa, because even without engaging in battle with him, he understood that he would never defeat him. Knowing full well that he wouldn't wait after he freed his neck, the guy began to expect an attack. The swordmaster looked attentively and appraisingly at the opponent standing before him. After a moment of silence, the beastman suddenly spoke up, saying that the young man was a former corporal. The young warrior was surprised that he felt his past life like that, because no one before the tiger had felt it in him. The swordmaster said indignantly that he could have said hello from the very beginning. Looming over him, radiating his thickening dark aura, he ordered the boy to raise his sword. The young warrior was surprised by this statement, and he did not know what to expect from the tiger. And he, commenting on his actions and how he raised his weapon, ordered the young guy to fight back, and he waved his paw, aiming straight at the guy who was standing and not understanding anything. After struggling a bit in the battle, the huge tiger praised the young man, even though most of his attacks clearly lacked power. The master admitted that the young warrior's defense had now become simply impeccable. However, he thoughtfully said that these techniques seemed familiar to him because they were similar to Nabarosa's technique. The young man admitted that he was a student at the Filian Academy, where the instructor taught, and crossing weapons with him he began to mock, saying that Jaifa was a little unsuitable for the academy, because a nobleman who decided to fight a frail student would now fail this exam. And he, still continuing to mock, asked the swordmaster if he understood what was being discussed. Master Jaifa thought with a grin about the impudent boy standing before him. Was he a student or a mentor? The commander of the imperial army apologized for his rude greeting, saying that it was the best word to recognize who stood before him. The young man responded to the statement with a laugh, saying that as a warrior he should understand what he was talking about. And laughing, the young warrior pounced on him, saying that it was time for him to introduce himself too. But suddenly his attack was stopped by 2 guards who appeared out of nowhere. They were surprised by the young man's impudence and asked who he was. There were 2 guards standing near the young man, one of whom was a prisoner hyena. Captain Burr of the 3rd rank, and the young warrior was held captive by a bear, a second-class captain named Body. The bear, laughing, said that the mere fact that he had attacked with only one sword explained everything, and saying that they always resolve such issues with sectarians in only one way. He squeezed his neck even tighter, after which the representative of the Jaif army threw the poor guy forward as far as possible. But he was able to catch his balance and stop his flight without hitting anything. Second-class Captain Body would have liked to continue his attack, but did not expect resistance, because to his surprise, the young warrior was able to catch the big bear from behind. The beastman looked at how the young swordsman handled his weapon, not realizing that he was not an ordinary guy. Suddenly, their battle was stopped by 2 blades that were heading towards the necks of their opponents, the owner of which, in a stern voice, ordered the raging guys not to move. The girl looked first at the young guy, who was surprised by her appearance. She scolded the bear for his disgusting behavior and for fighting without the commander's permission. The lioness Nemea, angry, looked sideways at her colleague and threatened him with yet another punishment. A moment later, Commander Jaifa ordered everyone to stop, explaining that it was just a return greeting from the boy. Body was impressed that the kid received recognition from the commander, although not even all the members of the army received this. The tiger, smiling, said that nothing less could be expected, since the boy was Nabarosa's student. The mere memory of the instructor's name made the bear afraid. How quickly that swordswoman was able to defeat their entire army and is more terrifying than any monster, shaking with fear. The bear said that he believed her to be a dragon in human guise. After this, the second-class captain rushed to the young man to apologize for his haste and hasty conclusions. The young man wondered how much Nabarosa had given this bear if he was asking him to forget about this misunderstanding just from her memory. Nimai responded affirmatively to the commander's assumptions about the successfully completed missions. The lioness hastened to report that they had dealt with all the flying monsters. She also added that they were able to deal with the sectarians who led them. After these words, a whole army of beastmen appeared above the young man's head, obeying the commander. The army that arrived at the scene reported to its commander that their ambush had been successful, after which the tiger turned to the young man, saying that the time had come to introduce himself to him, and he began to say that he led the strongest unit of the Imperial Army of prisoners, and also lead the advanced secret squad for searching for sects, and now he has come to destroy the sect of the Klagir Nebula on Jaifa Torgon. The young warrior was surprised to hear that he was leading a squad to search for sects. At this time, at the other end of the Ramera mountain range in Nimboden, something strange was happening. The people living there were frightened and surprised to see guards in their remote town. Ronan's surprised sister did not understand what was going on here, so she turned to her guest with a request to explain everything. After all, she recognized the unexpected guest as the guy she met at the academy when she was visiting her brother. And the Duke, like a true knight, began to apologize for frightening Mrs. Errol. He explained that due to the emergency situation, they had to urgently bring in the army. The young man politely apologized for such rudeness and for such unexpected news. He introduced himself and knelt before her, saying that he had come here to help Ariel move. A little shyly and with a smile, young Shulapin offered to help her pack her things. At this time, Ronan looked at the squad standing in front of him and was surprised at their existence, because there were no such people before. He began to suspect that they had appeared because of the unrest in the palace after he had captured the Klagir Nebula gang. But the guy couldn't even expect that such a detachment would be led by the swordmaster Jaifa himself. The young warrior asked how they could find all the sectarians hiding here without revealing their identity. The master was surprised that the young man knew about the invalidity of interrogations using prohibited methods. Suddenly they heard someone's voice, and Ronan recognized it, so he turned towards its source. I didn't see how Azel was caught and held by the scruff of the neck by one of the commander's subordinates, and he, in tears when he saw the young swordsman, began to ask his friend to save him. The guard who caught him explained that this little boy was walking in the forest and aroused suspicion. He decided to finish him off right away because this little one was whining nonstop. and his ears would soon not be able to stand it. Ronan was a little ashamed of the young wizard, but he admitted that he was his friend. After everything became clear, the lioness said that she was ready to report everything that they managed to learn from interrogating the sectarians. She began to explain that these bastards had taken over the minds of the monsters, and it seemed as if they were going to cause an unexpected rebellion. But it was just a trick. Since their real goal was the mountain range itself, they needed a road through it. This road was one of the main ones in the state for the transportation of goods, and about 1/3 of all cargo was transported through it. And if they had destroyed this road, they would have caused irreparable damage to the country's economy in one blow. However, looking into the face of one of the vile cultists, Ronan did not believe that this was their true plan. The young warrior began to approach the tied-up captured scoundrels and incinerated them with his gaze. He, drawing his sword, said that the road along the ridge was of great value, so they were strictly ordered to do everything to ensure that the mission was not disrupted. The young man continued that they knew very well about the difficulty of doing this, even with the help of a dozen monsters or a general rebellion. And he brought the sword to the sectarian's throat, demanding that he tell everything he was hiding in exchange for his life. But he, laughing, asked if the young man really believed that they would be afraid of death. And it blinded him, emitting a bright light, like a burning fire directly from the body of the rebellious sectarian. The young warrior was shocked to see that they all began to glow, and their mana seemed to unite as it came out of their bodies. And the girl began to mentally ask the stars to take away all the energy to the last drop, even though it could not fulfill its purpose. She mentally said that she would incinerate all the traitors who decided to prevent them from following the star path. The combined energy of the bodies of the followers of the faith and the children of the stars began to gather into a huge fireball, illuminating the entire forest. And this was noticed by their brothers, who at that time came from the other side, wanting to finish what they had started. One of the old men realized that their brothers had decided to undertake such a noble feat. He said that despite the fact that it was just a group of sectarians, they delayed until the last moment to stop Jaifa's detachment. The Baron was saddened that the noble followers had made such a sacrifice, even though it was difficult to contain, but the offensive could not be postponed until another day, because if they do so, the enemies will have more time to defeat them, and next time it will be difficult to pull off the trick of noble self-sacrifice. Therefore, even if it is not their main goal now, it is at least the beginning of the Romera Ridge. Laughing, the Baron added that this could definitely be taken away from these dirty sinners now. After activating the thing he was holding in his hands, a shining circle with hieroglyphs formed around the servants. They launched an explosive mechanism developed by the scientist Alabriche, who personally combined 30 magic spells into one mechanism. After the mechanism absorbs mana, all spells will cause a powerful explosion that can destroy everything around. Therefore, he ordered 2 guards to guard the mechanism until the mana in the area was completely absorbed. The former commander of the guard army, Iban, approached the Baron, wondering if he would receive the position of Mr. Bragia, who recently passed away. The Baron said that this was true, but traditionally the blessing was given only after ascending to office. But he received a blessing ahead of time to gain the power for this mission that could save them with an explosion. The man said that his strength was no match for Bragia, but now, no matter what happened, he could easily fight back. The Baron sensed danger and decided to call upon a magical shell to protect them. At that moment, 3 large magical waves suddenly headed towards them, destroying everything in their path. The guards suggested directing the mechanism to the center of their dome, so that it would accumulate mana only from that location. The old man said that something was approaching them now that could prevent them from collecting the required amount of mana. Swordmaster Jaif looked at them with interest, asking if they really hoped to hide from his eyes. He stated that he immediately understood where they were as soon as they set foot on Romera territory. The master said that he was only waiting for the hunters, blinded by thirst and faith, to become very few in number. He looked closely at the old man's face and suggested that he fight him and try to defeat him. 10 minutes before Jaif's meeting with the sect, when the 3 captured scoundrels were combining their mana, the swordmasters realized that they were going to use her as gunpowder to blow themselves up. He, clutching his weapon in his hand, ordered the lioness to retreat, taking the entire squad back. But suddenly the young warrior rushed forward. They say that he will deal with this on his own. Everyone present was amazed by his courage and how selflessly he threw himself. The young man understood perfectly well what he should do in such a situation. So, without slowing down, he headed to the epicenter and where? The young warrior, quickly swinging his sword, began to cut through all the magical threads that stretched from the sectarians. A moment later, they looked ahead in surprise and could no longer believe that someone had interrupted them. The girl, with her last breaths, thought about what a devastation it was, because they wanted to attack them with their last explosion. The image of the young warrior who was able to stop them and destroy them all was forever imprinted in her eyes. Someone looked back at the falling corpses, saying that if they were going to do some unthinkable nonsense, it would be better to die right away. Jaifa watched this and was surprised by the young man's ability, because it was impossible to achieve this with simple physical strength. He looked at him and realized that this kid was clearly able to use the mana of his body. The young man turned to the swordmaster. They say that he himself should understand that they cannot simply be let go, because they will not improve. He explained that they definitely had a hidden goal. Especially considering the seriousness of the whole situation, their leader reaches at least the level of Jaif. The guy continued that since the master was in charge of this department for searching for sex, he must know how to find them. And he, looking him intently in the eyes, said that if he cooperated with him, he would be able to receive the Emperor's mercy. The swordmaster was surprised by this statement, but did not respond to his insolence. At this time, Jaif stood in front of the rebellious sectarians who were about to blow up the mechanism. The old man thought about the fact that before the master's attack, he was unable to sense the presence of mana. That is, he felt something, but he thought it was some kind of wind caused by an ordinary collision. But he understood that most likely the swordmaster probably immediately guessed from the clear sound he heard. And no matter how he looked at him and tried to devalue him, he looked like a real monster. Baron Nasmakayev said that an honored guest had come to visit them, but he assured the brothers that they would be able to resist him. The guards said that, for the sake of the destiny that the stars had given them, they were ready to gladly sacrifice themselves. And the faithful servants of their faith began to call upon mana, flaring up like a flame. Each of them was ready to give their own lives for their beliefs, not afraid to confront anyone. Swordmaster Jaifa was impressed that the mage had teamed up with swordsmen of a high enough level. Looking at the approaching guy, the master clearly understood that they would be good opponents for training his army. The distraught soldier believed that the opportunity to confront the best troops of the empire was also a gift from the stars. The guard saw how easily the commander repelled his attacks, and he was glad to meet a warrior as great as they were. Ebon rushed forward madly at his opponent, demanding that he prove to him that he was truly a great swordmaster. While attacking, the guard, faith in the children of the stars, addressed the enemy with the words that if he could split his sword, he mockingly said that it would be an honor for him to fall at the hands of such great warriors. But, to his surprise, the master of words got tired of it, and he smashed his opponent's sword with one hand. The man was impressed by Jaif's strength and did not expect to be left unarmed against him. The great master looked at the scoundrel and asked if he really considered it an honor to fight him. Because the scoundrel dares to speak such words while using power that does not belong to him. And such disrespect irritated the commander, so he easily removed the enemy with one movement. Looking angrily at the corpse, he told him not to spoil the honor of other warriors by comparing himself to them. Yurka was impressed by the sight in the picture and no longer thought about anything except the death of his friend. He was horrified when he saw a huge silhouette of a strong and angry tiger approaching him. With one movement, he destroyed the barrier that the magician was building and cut the body of the standing guard. The swordmaster was getting closer and closer to the magician, who, relying on the power of the stars granted to him, tried to strengthen his shield. But this did not stop the great master Jaif, and he moved forward, kicking the magic dome. Looking at his resistance, he had the feeling that he had seen the old man somewhere before. Perhaps he was hiding behind the cultists back then. Decades ago, in the western village of Aden, thousands of civilians were sacrificed to conduct experiments in black magic. And the explorer of the boundary between life and death who suddenly disappeared the bloody wind? Adina Baron. The old man, smiling, said that he was pleased that the master knew his name, but he had long ago abandoned his old business. The Baron said that he is now simply a follower of the Star Path. Nothing less and nothing more. But Jafe didn't care and finally broke through his protective sphere by stepping on him with his foot. The master said that no matter who you are, there is only one truth, and that is to destroy them. After all, these scoundrels, being convinced of their faith, are not capable of correction. The old man called upon a special mana, which they considered to be the patronage of the stars, and threw the master aside. The old man looked at the surprised commander and said that even his carefully selected followers could not stop him. He looked at it intently, now understanding why the tiger had such a title. The old man mockingly said that even he would not be able to resist the power bestowed upon him by the stars. Looking at how the master was thrown aside, he said that against their strength he was nothing, just a pitiful swordsman. The great master was angered by such words, but he watched for now, waiting to see what else the madman might show. The old man, raising his hands to the heavens, mocked the master, asking what he would do, feeling their great power. An irritated Jaifa said that it was all ridiculous how he pretended to have started a new life. Until now, he is still in his illusions, continuing to believe in something impossible. He walked towards him, full of desire to remove the enemy, saying that this would be a fatal mistake for him. With a fierce fire in his eyes, he continued to say that the old man was a hunter, blinded by his own illusion. And the evil commander aimed his weapon at the maddened follower of the belief in the power of the stars. The old man tried to put up a defense using mana, but was surprised at how strong the enemy was. The Empire's best swordsman attacked his enemy with extraordinary fury. The maddened magician managed to put up a new, even more magical shield. He was amazed at the tiger's strength and thought it was stupid to fight against magical power using only a sword. But such a battle showed how strong the master was, even though the old man believed otherwise. The Baron was convinced that Jaifa was no match for the Star Trek master. At that moment, the magical mechanical bomb began to activate, rising into the air. Even while the opponents were fighting, the mechanism did not stop and continued to absorb energy. The old man, laughing, said that he had the opportunity to retreat, or he would have to pay the consequences. He looked into the evil swordsman's eyes and asked if he would have time to escape from the blast area. The madman understood perfectly well that the tiger would manage to escape, but all the other creatures would become victims along with the mountain range. The swordmaster knew that he could not retreat because the people would be in great danger, and he began to call upon his power, wondering how long his opponent would be able to defend himself. The Baron felt a change in the power coming from Jaif, and he tried to understand what this new tension was. This energy was significantly different from the one in the previous attacks, and the old man did not understand what kind of magic it was. He continued to laugh, saying that he did not expect this from an animal that would fight with the heavens. The madman said that he would show his respect for being called the strongest warrior and would continue to attack him constantly. Ronan could be heard behind the tiger, warning that the mountain range would rise in air before the explosion if he continued like this. Jaifa looked back at him, surprised that he had come so late to all this. He said indignantly that she had come here headlong to save her home, and he added that if the master had figured out what the star path was, then it was enough to hesitate. The young man looked at the beastman and said that he would not be able to cope with his opponents alone, no matter how strong he was. Master Jaifa noted that he was wise in his argument that it was necessary to act urgently rather than to persist. The distraught old man was surprised at how boldly the young man treated the great warrior. Ronan said he had long ago realized what was happening thanks to the old man's cries. Now all that remains is to remove him from the path and defuse the magic bomb. Then this sect will come to an end. With his eyes shining, he added that they were driven only by devotion. And looking at the power that the stars gave them, you are truly their followers. On the Tar, the Fika he had met before was no match for the power this mage had. The old man went into a rage when he realized that Brigya had died not at the hands of Sarante, but at the hands of some boy. And he began to change, threatening to tear the guy to shreds for dishonoring the elf's honor. The man continued to say that the girl was an outstanding believer, and, thanks to her strength, became the leader of the squad. Looming over the boy with his grows, he said that she was the greatest follower of the gods. But such a precious person was defeated by some vile boy without any special mana. He shouted that he should not dare to deceive them any more, since such a scoundrel was not worthy of knowing about her existence and witnessing her death. He demanded that the young man tell the truth about what happened on the day Brigya died. With an evil grin, the guy said that if they were so interested, he would tell them everything. And at that moment he found himself next to the old man, who said that it was not in vain that he entrusted everything to the stars because they protect them just as they are devoted to them. But even so, it cannot be that their followers died at the hands of some petty sinner. He would like to say that the guy couldn't stand for a second against the stars, but that was his mistake. Ronan instantly dealt with the vile old man, cutting him into small pieces. And he stuck the sword into the magic mechanism, saying that that elf was the same trash. Looking at the corpse of his follower, he added that she had died in exactly the same way. Looking furiously, he inquired, or at least calmed, the old man's curiosity a little. The magician could not believe in his last seconds that such a little guy was able to get through the defense and cut him down. He realized that this power had no rules and was exactly the same as the master's. He was curious to know who this kid was, but he wouldn't be able to ask any more questions. Jaifa was surprised that the guy was able to kill him, but he said that this time everything went without any traps. The master said that their squad had dealt with the cultists who had caused so many problems, but there were definitely some left. The young man noted that these scoundrels were taking such aggressive measures which meant that they needed to be more vigilant. However, Jaifa was upset that he could not encounter the star path again, because perhaps he would have found some clue. The young man looked at the warrior skeptically, saying that he could turn the forest into such a mess with just one sword. He wondered what would happen if the tiger used a blade as well, but he said nothing. He looked at the warrior and told him to speak if he needed anything, but the boy didn't understand what he meant. And the master explained that the emperor had ordered a reward to be given to anyone who could get rid of this sect. He promised to fulfill any wish that was within his or the emperor's abilities, and he happily said that he needed just such a strong detachment. At this time, the Imperial Guard continued to carry out his demands under the leadership of the young duke. Shulapin rode at the head of the army and thought about the fact that soon he would be able to protect the most precious person in this world. All this time he remembered and thought about how Ronan's frightened sister felt. The knights quietly whispered about the possibility of a monster attack as it became very quiet. They wondered who this lady in the carriage was, if she was supposed to be personally accompanied by Grancia's army. They didn't know who it was, but they were sure that it was someone very important to their commander. The Duke turned to the girl with embarrassment, asking if there was anything bothering her so that she would not be embarrassed to talk about it. But the girl said that everything was fine, jokingly replying that she was more comfortable in this carriage than at home. But suddenly she clapped her hands in surprise, saying that Shulapin was probably tired from riding like this all day, and she invited him to sit down with her in the carriage so that the tired warrior could have the opportunity to rest. But he became very embarrassed, and he replied that this was impossible, because now he was very busy with a serious mission. He looked back at her, saying that the trip was going very well, but if the girl wanted to make a stop, she should immediately inform him. But suddenly everything went wrong, and the horses began to get very agitated, trying to throw off their riders. They looked ahead and saw that someone had appeared with some very strong energy. The Duke ordered the squad to prepare for an attack, and no matter what happened until the very end, to keep an eye on Iroh. And he rushed forward, drawing his sword and shouting about the glory of Grancia, and the knights repeated after him. He couldn't believe that, judging by the growing strength, this attack couldn't be compared to dragons. He didn't know what kind of creature it was, but that didn't stop him, and the guy moved forward. The Duke selflessly rushed into battle against the huge unknown monster. The force of their blades colliding with the ground created a huge wave, destroying the ground beneath their feet. And such surprises were not the first because he had already heard the news, and apparently they again underestimated the whole situation. The stranger turned to the young duke, speaking of his magnificent defense. He looked at him and said that if a person was to be a swordsman of the next generation, then he was one of them. The heir to the throne did not retreat. I said that he was directing his sword against the sign of grace. The young duke learned that the great swordmaster Jaifa Torgon himself stood before him. But he, laughing, told the guy to relax, because he just decided to say hello, like a real warrior. The evil duke began to shout at him to return to his north and say hello there as much as he wanted. But to his great surprise, he suddenly saw Ronan sitting on the master's back, who, laughing, greeted him, praising him for the fight. He said that they came as support. Pointing to the army of beastmen, he asked them not to take what had just happened to heart. After all, now an entire army of animals, fully prepared for combat, is approaching to help them. Everyone was surprised to see the best army of the empire under the leadership of Jaifa Torgona. But the warrior wondered if he had taken his sister from the city. The next day they all arrived at the baron's palace. I wished to settle Errol there. When the girl went inside, she was surprised by the interior and could not believe that they would actually live here. After all, it was a very large, bright, spacious room with an unusual design that the girl had never seen before. Brother said that the academy is nearby and the security in this house is high, so there won't be any inconvenience. The young duke turned to the girl, saying that they had entrusted the arrangement of the premises to the best Istras. The girl rushed to him with gratitude, saying that she felt like she was in a fairy tale. Errol was incredibly happy, so she thanked everyone for being able to get her here. She turned to the boys, saying that such a significant day needed to be celebrated, so they needed to have lunch together. And she promised to cook dinner, causing mixed emotions in the guys. Suddenly behind them, they heard someone's very stern voice demanding an explanation. The young man looked back in surprise, not understanding what was happening now, but the voice was familiar to them. As it turned out, Professor Nabarosa was pleased with my meeting with the swordmaster. Jafe, looking at the girl, said that her character was exactly as passionate as it was then. He was surprised that the girl was still able to teach with such temperament at the academy. I looked at him furiously, wondering if that bastard knew anything about teaching a priori. She said he shouldn't be there at all, so she demanded that he not change the subject. And he looked at her from above, saying that the girl had a sharp tongue, but he was interested in her fighting skills. He looked at her furiously and demanded that she not forget about the defeats in the past. His eyes were blazing with anger, and he was demanding. And he kept talking about the day she took the title of swordmaster from him. He demanded that she tell him about it. And at that moment, everyone present was tense. Instructor Nabirosa did not give in to her hot temper and promised to show him personally. A flame of rivalry flared up between the two strong warriors, which frightened everyone who was nearby. The army of beastmen suddenly felt that they could not move, as if they were paralyzed. It became clear to them that the girl, in a rage, used the power of her aura, using hypnosis. Master Jaifa looked at her and thought that this technique was impressive, but that was far from all that she was capable of. He wondered if the girl had become stronger since then, but said that he would do as she wished. And around the huge tiger a powerful aura erupted, coming from within the warrior. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard from the balcony, angry at the performance they were putting on near someone else's house. As it turned out, it was Ronan, who wanted to rush in and sort things out, but his sister wouldn't let him go. The young warrior shouted furiously that if even a hair of the girl were to suffer because of them, they would die that very day. He gathered them in the hall of the house, and they began to scold them for what they had done there, as if they were little children. He asked if both swordmasters realized that they were almost fighting in the middle of the courtyard. The young man was not furious with himself and tried to shame the warriors. Jaifa apologized. They say that he couldn't help but argue with the viper and behaved very unculturedly. The young man turned to leave, expressing his hopes that the boy would become a stronger and greater warrior by their next meeting. He said goodbye to the young warrior and disappeared along with his entire army of beasts. After that, the young man was able to breathe a sigh of relief, and he wondered why he was constantly talking about the swordmaster. He looked back at the instructor and asked why she had come here at such an early hour. But Nabarosa was beside herself with anger and demanded an explanation from the guy for what had happened. The young man was afraid of his instructor, which is why he agreed to explain everything to her. She was angry and demanded that the young man tell her everything in order, from beginning to end, so they ended up in the kitchen where the young man, in a calm atmosphere, tried to tell her everything. After listening to the story, the teacher understood everything and calmly accepted the information. She once again clarified or correctly understood that the animals helped them with the move in gratitude for helping them get rid of the sect. She added that this was the first time the animal had gotten along so well with a person, so he probably liked it. However, she said that it was better for him not to get involved with him because that beast was very dangerous. The young man was surprised by the phrase he heard from the instructor, and he became interested in what it meant. And she said that 10 years ago in the north, there was a sudden attack on people, where they were torn to pieces. The young man was shocked to discover that it was Jaifa who had organized the Night of the Fang's attack. The girl said that even though he became an imperial warrior, after that the prisoners also united with the imperial army, she could not trust him. Instead of continuing to fight alongside the empire, he decided to cooperate with them, so their armies are now on the same side. The emperor paid dearly for such a strong army. He accepted the treaty by swearing an oath of blood. But it seems to the girl that he is only temporarily protecting his fellows and hiding his claws. And when the time expires, a creature will appear that will be more dangerous than any sect, and it will be Jaif Torgon. The young man was shocked by the story he had just heard and could not believe that his friend was such a monster. He thought about the fact that the warrior might not show his true appearance during battle, and judging from the words of the sectarians, he too could be cast out like other warriors. This means that, unfortunately, he cannot deny such an unpleasant scenario. Nabirosa said that she came here to talk about something else, but they seemed to be dragging out this conversation for some reason. She was very curious whether what the young man had said then was true, and he had really learned to use that sword. And the guy, rejoicing in his pride, showing satisfaction with his whole appearance, said that it was true. But he said that his sword was no match for the instructor's sword, at which time the girl praised Gerardini for his efforts. As she walked outside, she said that this was great news, so it was time to start training. And she led him into a hall full of magical stuffed animals for honing his skills. She looked at her student and asked him to demonstrate his skills. At this time, Sholopin was having lunch with Iriel and admired her cooking skills. In a room full of dummies, the instructor said that it would be easy for her to test the boy's abilities. She said that it would be enough for her to just see how he used his blade. The girl instructed him. They say that the most important thing is to attack without relying on physical force. Nabirosa said she wanted to see the guy throw a punch using his mana, and the young warrior called upon his powers, enveloping the sword in the red flame of his bloody mana. He swung his blade with all his desire to demonstrate his new skills, and a wave of his magical power was directed at the mechanical enchanted scarecrows. But suddenly the young warrior was outraged by the fact that they were constantly disappearing and then appearing. He didn't believe that this was possible, because just a couple of days ago, everything was going great for him. The guy said he wanted to try again, but the instructor stopped him, saying that this was what she expected. She explained that the young man had learned to transfer his nana into the sword, and this was already a great result, but it was too early to be called a swordmaster. Nabirosa explained that he had only learned to use a little more power with mana in critical situations. Of course, even so, it's a good advantage, after all, only the first year at the academy, but he was already able to cut down a dragon with one blow. The boy didn't understand anything, but the girl said that it might seem like there was no difference if he only wanted to use mana to strengthen his own strength. She added that if they think the compressed amount of mana doesn't harm their ball, then that's not true. It is critically narrow to think of mana as just a way to increase attack power, because its true strength will help you rise to the next level. And for this, there was a test of his understanding of swordsmanship, because after determining the level of understanding, it would become clear what he needed to work on. She added that perhaps the young man did not quite understand her words now, but luck would run out one day. Looking at him intently, she added that this flaw of his would one day cost him his life. He remembered everyone he fought, and I don't believe that it was just a bit of luck and not skill. After that, she turned to him. They say that she came here in order to overcome his weaknesses. She held the sword in her hands and said that first he needed to remain firm, and then he would easily learn such techniques. The young man asked why the professor needed his sword, but she did not answer and walked away with him. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by a bright light coming from instructor Nabarosa. She ordered her student to watch her every action carefully. The girl began to explain that his sword was a La Mancha, and now in her hands it had its true appearance. The young man was impressed by his appearance, and Nabarosa said that he, resonating with the mana that was invested in him, releases all the power he is capable of. Just like her Uruza and any other sword that is created by the best masters and divided to the rank of the greatest, hides within itself a huge power. And having mastered a power that would be hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary blade, she demonstrated its strength. Having tasted its greatness, the girl said that Master Doran had truly created a real masterpiece. Ronan was impressed by her abilities as she destroyed an entire training hall with just strength-enhancing magic. He didn't understand why he couldn't do it. So Nabarosa explained that the sword knew its master's weaknesses, and his mana level was insufficient. He was disappointed that even his sword was pinching him. But now he knew what his goal was. So we asked where to start. They say he wants to prove to the daring sword how good his master is. Instructor Nabarosa was amused and very pleased by her student's attitude, and she said they would start with his weakest point, his ability to hold mana. On the first day of training, the young man tried hard and was only able to hold his mana for 48 seconds. She looked at the tired student but told him not to relax until the very end. Thus, day after day of diligent training, his ability to retain mana grew. On the 14th day of training, he was able to hold it for 13 minutes, thus crossing the threshold that Nabarosa had set for him. She ordered the young warrior to try, holding this state, demonstrating the sword technique. The girl saw his concentration on the task and asked if he needed to repeat what he should pay attention to, and the young man easily completed this task, showing that it would definitely be unnecessary. At first, everything went dark, and those present in the training room were overcome by the breath of power. But then each of them collapsed, unable to rely on the disciple's mane. And the young hero, pleased with himself, turned to his mentor, saying that he was the same as her. Instructor Nabarosa looked with satisfaction at the result of her teachings and said that the lesson had been learned. Now, the young swordsman understood what these trainings were for, because the more he tried, the more he felt mana. Even just concentrating on holding the mana in the talon helped open up all 5 senses of his body. And he, burning with excitement from the satisfaction of the lessons, ordered the mana that was hiding in his sword to come out and show its potential. Nabarosa looked at Ronan with satisfaction and understood that the young man was finally able to understand the essence of mana. Suddenly a voice was heard. Surprised that the instructor was so diligent in training, he continued to say that the girl's passion for teaching was still as great as ever. Smiling, Professor Gerardini greeted the young swordsman he hadn't seen for a long time. He apologized for distracting them and their training, but asked for some time. He looked at them seriously and said that he had a very long conversation about the student she cared about so much.